Chapter 163. The forest was still the same and there was no one else around. However, Zhang Xiaohua was no longer the Zhang Xiaohua of the past. Once he entered the forest, he felt confident. He steadied himself and took a deep breath. Following He Tianxu's instructions, he practiced Qigong in the gaps of the forest to his heart's content. There were many types of Qigong in the pugilistic world. The simplest was a light body technique that allowed one's body to be nimble and move at superhuman speeds. The more profound ones were specialized breathing methods and internal energy circulation methods. The ethereal steps imparted a person's potential beyond these. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was already very familiar with the ethereal steps technique and was very proficient in it. Unfortunately, he had never learned Qigong before. Not to mention that there was a profound cultivation method that could match it, he had not even glimpsed the simple Qigong technique. What he was practicing now was the simple Qigong technique that He Tianxu had taught him last time. He Tianxu's Qigong technique was a secret of the ethereal sect and naturally could not be taught to him. He Tianxu did not know if Zhang Xiaohua knew other Qigong techniques. In short, he did not teach Zhang Xiaohua any of them. However, with just a little understanding of Qigong, Zhang Xiaohua was able to freely shuttle through the forest like a butterfly fluttering among the flowers. His body was incomparably ethereal, giving off an ethereal feeling. It was just that his slightly rough clothes dragged him down to the mundane world. After practicing for a while, Zhang Xiaohua was a little dispirited. What he was practicing was only moving through the gaps of the forest. Although it was swift, it could not leave the ground and could not move about at high altitudes. It was fundamentally different from Qigong, so how could it pique his interest? Following that, Zhang Xiaohua familiarized himself with the second level of the Misty School's footwork and stopped. Although the footwork was profound, it was only recently comprehended by He Tianxu. Zhang Xiaohua had just warmed up and had already finished practicing it. There was no further explanation, which made Zhang Xiaohua unable to stop himself. He pondered for a moment before walking out of the forest and towards the small courtyard. As he walked, he wondered how much Captain he had comprehended. He Tianxu's room was half closed. When Zhang Xiaohua poked his head out to take a look, He Tianxu was still in the same position with a piece of paper in his hand, sleeping on the table. The entire room was filled with the smell of oil. Captain, he must have forgotten to eat and sleep again last night. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes darted around. He tiptoed in front of the table and carefully pulled out the few pieces of paper from He Tianxu's hands. But just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to move, he heard He Tianxu's angry roar, "Who is it?" Then, without opening his eyes, He Tianxu turned around and threw a punch at Zhang Xiaohua's face with his left hand. Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to wake He Tianxu up, so he was very careful. That roar scared him, and before he could make a sound, he saw a fist coming from afar. It was getting bigger and bigger, and a strong gust of wind blew towards him. Without thinking, Zhang Xiaohua quickly let go of the pages and stepped back, but the fist was still chasing after him. Zhang Xiaohua had no choice. He moved his feet and dodged He Tianxu's fist. At that moment, Zhang Xiaohua had the chance to shout, "Captain He, it's me." He Tianxu's fist missed. He was about to bend his arm and strike with his elbow when he heard the familiar voice. He quickly stopped and opened his hazy eyes. He said in surprise, "Zhang Xiaohua. Why are you here?" Zhang Xiaohua stood far away and said embarrassedly, "Of course it's me, Captain He." He Tianxu rubbed his eyes and yawned. He said, "When did you come in? Why didn't I hear any footsteps?" Zhang Xiaohua walked up and said with a smile, "You were sleeping soundly, how could you hear me?" He Tianxu frowned and said, "How is that possible? Do you think that all inner force experts are like you, sleeping more deeply than anyone else and not waking up no matter how you call them? When I'm sleeping, I can feel it if someone comes within 3 feet of me." He Tianxu's mouth twitched a few times, and he said embarrassedly, but I watched for the entire night and didn't stop in the morning. Maybe I'm too tired. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and asked in surprise, "Oh right, Zhang Xiaohua, you were able to dodge my fist just now. Did you use ethereal steps?" Zhang Xiaohua also seemed to have come to a realization as she said happily, "That's right, Captain He. I think so. When you hit me just now, I was also shocked. I didn't know how I dodged it. Now that I think about it, it must be that ethereal steps." He Tianchu's eyes curved as he said excitedly, "This ethereal steps is indeed worthy of its reputation. With your standard, you were actually able to dodge my fist. No one would dare to believe it. Ha ha ha, I must comprehend this ethereal steps to the end." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was also happy. She asked excitedly, "Captain He, how much have you comprehended? Hurry up and teach me." Hearing this, He Tianchu's smile froze on his face as he said angrily, "Zhang Xiaohua, do you think this is Arhat fist? This is one of the 3 divine skills of the Misty School. I've already comprehended enough in the past few days. If you want me to completely master it in a few days and teach it to you, that's not very possible. You only know how to eat ready-made food. Why don't you take a look for yourself? How difficult is this footwork? I've been reading it since yesterday and haven't comprehended much." After saying that, he was about to pass the pages in his hand to Zhang Xiaohua. However, halfway through, he retracted it and muttered to himself, "I've only just finished reading half of it. I'm not giving it to you." Then, he pointed to a page on the bed and said, "That one over there, take a look for yourself." How could Zhang Xiaohua want to read it himself? Having someone teach him was a very blissful thing. He didn't want to do it himself. However, seeing that He Tianshu was a little angry, he could only walk over and take the page in his hand. He pretended to read it and said, "All right, Captain He, I'll read it too. Let's read it together." He Tianshu snorted and muttered, "That's more like it. Look at my hard work too." Zhang Xiaohua smiled apologetically and said, "All right, I'll learn from Captain He. I'll pay my respects to Captain He." The page was filled with dense footprints and some inexplicable numbers were written on it. There were also some tiny words beside it. Zhang Xiaohua was confused. How could he understand it? What should he do? He Tianshu looked at his embarrassed face and was overjoyed. He said, "First, look at the words beside it. Then, according to the explanation, look at the footprints. Those footprints are where you need to go and those numbers are the order of your steps." Only then did Zhang Xiaohua understand. He slowly read through it. In the beginning, he couldn't quite understand it, but once he combined it with the footprints, he slowly understood that this page was the second level of the ethereal steps cultivation technique. It was what He Tianshu had just comprehended. As Zhang Xiaohua read, a small figure appeared in his mind. It was practicing the ethereal steps according to the records on the page and Zhang Xiaohua's understanding. By the time Zhang Xiaohua finished reading the page, the figure had also finished demonstrating. It was basically the same as what He Tianshu had taught. There were only a few differences. These differences weren't the footwork but the figure. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know if it was a mistake in his understanding or something else. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua raised his head and asked, "Team leader He." He Tianshu narrowed his eyes and frowned. It was a crucial moment in his comprehension. When he heard Zhang Xiaohua calling out to him, his brows couldn't help but knit even tighter. He said impatiently, "What's the matter?" Zhang Xiaohua originally wanted to ask, "Why is it that what you taught is different from what I saw?" But when he saw He Tianshu's expression, it was obvious that he was impatient. He immediately swallowed his words and stammered, This seems to have just been learned." He Tianshu said, "Just take a look at it. Reviewing the old and learning the new is the true way to learn." Saying that, he took the page from Zhang Xiaohua's hands and looked at it carefully. He thought to himself, I really took the wrong one. This kid can actually understand it. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua with some surprise and took 2 pages from the other end of the table. After looking at it carefully, he handed it to Zhang Xiaohua and said, "This is the 3rd level of the cultivation technique. Take a look." "Oh right, go back to your room and read it. I want to be alone." Zhang Xiaohua took it and was about to turn around and leave. He Tianshu said with a bit of a smile, "If you have any insights, don't forget to tell me." Zhang Xiaohua chuckled and didn't say anything. She closed the door and returned to her room. Behind her, He Tianshu curled his lips and shook his head. He muttered to himself, "This kid is really impatient. He's not in charge and doesn't know how expensive rice and salt are. This secret manual can be comprehended in a few days. Just take a look and you'll know how difficult it is." After returning to her room, Zhang Xiaohua didn't waste any time. She sat on the Kong bed and started reading the page in her hand. She saw that it was clearly written on the page. It was a method to improve Qigong. Zhang Xiaohua felt a burst of excitement. Wasn't this the Qigong technique that she had been yearning for day and night? It was really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance without any effort. Suppressing her excitement, Zhang Xiaohua read it carefully. As she compared the pictures, she studied the words. After reading it carefully, Zhang Xiaohua's enthusiasm was doused with a bucket of cold water. The foundation of this Qigong technique was inner force. It was the way to control inner force. Without inner force, learning this Qigong technique was like trying to get a fish out of a tree. Zhang Xiaohua threw the 2 pages on the table in disappointment. She smacked her lips and thought that the core of martial arts was inner force. Qigong needed it. High-level fist techniques needed it. Even sword techniques needed it. It seemed like she had to practice the Carefree Heart Sutra first. When he stood up and picked up the pages, he recalled that the 3rd level of the Ethereal Steps mental cultivation method had 2 pages. He had yet to look at the 2nd page. However, he didn't harbor any hopes. If he couldn't even master the 1st page, how could he possibly master the 2nd page? The 2nd page was also written very clearly. It was the art of levitation. Levitation? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. What did that mean? Following that, Zhang Xiaohua smacked his forehead and laughed. The previous page talked about Qigong. The 2nd page was obviously about what happened after Qigong. It must be a continuation of the 1st page. However, this Qigong technique didn't allow one to levitate. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know that. Since the footwork technique was written like that, it should be possible. Zhang Xiaohua naturally thought so. However, after Zhang Xiaohua carefully studied it, she realized that her understanding was a little off. This levitation technique wasn't the continuation of Qigong. It was another Qigong technique. It was very different from Qigong. The Qigong technique talked about how to use inner force to circulate through the meridians in the body to achieve the effect of Qigong. Whereas the levitation technique talked about how to release the qi from the meridians. Through the control of releasing the qi, one could achieve the effect of levitation. However, no matter which Qigong technique it was, they all used inner force as the foundation. They were all not related to Zhang Xiaohua. However, no matter how extravagant the explanation in the manual was, no matter how thoroughly Zhang Xiaohua understood it, it was all just an illusion. Zhang Xiaohua then understood what the eldest disciple of the Misty School, Zhang Chengyue, had said when he passed the ethereal steps to her. This ethereal steps didn't have much to do with inner force. The first 2 levels were unrelated and didn't require any inner force. This was the beginning of using inner force for the 3rd level. Presumably, the next few levels of the mental cultivation method would also be driven by inner force. Zhang Xiaohua originally wanted to return these 2 pages to He Tianshu. However, She thought that he must still be racking his brains to understand the densely packed footwork technique. If she were to go now, wouldn't she be offending him? Moreover, she didn't know any inner force mental cultivation method. Perhaps He Tianshu wouldn't impart this Qigong technique to her. Although she didn't know it now, it didn't mean that she wouldn't know it in the future. Once she solved the problem of her Yuan Qi disappearing in her acupuncture points, wouldn't she be able to use her Yuan Qi? She should take this opportunity to comprehend these two Qigong techniques first. That was the most important thing. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua sat down with peace of mind and concentrated on comprehending. After an entire afternoon, when the sky was about to turn dark, Zhang Xiaohua walked out of his little house. Zhang Xiaohua's face wasn't filled with joy. Instead, it was filled with puzzlement. After an entire afternoon of comprehending, he had basically memorized and comprehended these two techniques. If there was inner force in his body, Zhang Xiaohua had a lot of confidence that he would be able to use these two Qigong techniques. The reason why Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand was that no matter how he comprehended the first Qigong technique in his mind, he couldn't form a clear figure. Although he was very sure that he had really learned it, the second levitation technique was clearly displayed in his mind. Why was this? Since he comprehended the first technique first, Zhang Xiaohua spent more energy on the levitation technique. He comprehended it 3 times. When he was sure that he had learned it, he began to comprehend the second levitation technique. The comprehension of the levitation technique was far beyond Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. Perhaps it was because he had just comprehended the levitation technique, the comprehension of the levitation technique was unusually smooth. Only 2 times, Zhang Xiaohua had finished comprehending it. A clear figure appeared in his mind. Zhang Xiaohua could see how the aura in the meridians was released and how to control it from this figure. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua remembered that the levitation technique hadn't shown the figure yet. So he turned back to look at the levitation technique. But this time, no matter how he comprehended it, the figure of the levitation technique didn't appear. Until the sky was dark, Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to give up. Maybe he comprehended it wrongly somewhere, Zhang Xiaohua thought. During dinner, Zhang Xiaohua was still full of thoughts. He didn't notice the expressions of respect on the other tables. Moreover, his appetite wasn't very good. When he had just arrived at the villa, he had just finished practicing the fist technique and would eat a lot. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua was now growing. Every time he ate, he would be the first to arrive and the last to leave. Most of the time, he would be laughed at by the servants. But recently, Zhang Xiaohua obviously didn't eat as much as before. This seemed to be a little abnormal. After all, he was still practicing martial arts very hard. The amount of exercise was also large. He should be able to eat more than before. Perhaps it was haggard because of young Zhang Xiaohua's troubles. Hometown water, nostalgia. The servants at the side whispered and discussed endlessly. They seemed to have found a new topic. Zhang Xiaohua turned a deaf ear to this. He mechanically ate a few mouthfuls of rice and a few chopsticks of food before hurrying out. Only his back was left for others to laugh at. After leaving the small courtyard, Zhang Xiaohua didn't go to the forest. He directly returned to the grass shed in the medicine field. When he passed by the other medicine fields, Zhang Xiaohua paid special attention. It wasn't full of grass sheds as he had imagined. It seemed that the other servants' desire to show off had been cast into the darkness. At night, Zhang Xiaohua was still doing his homework in the grass shed. Just as he was thinking about the circulation of internal energy in his meridians as usual, he suddenly had a new idea. Since he used the method of thinking to learn the Worry-Free Heart Sutra, why not use the method of thinking to practice Qigong? Anyway, he had already learned 2 types of internal energy cultivation methods. Why not think about the circulation of internal energy in his meridians and try Qigong? However, he probably couldn't think about the second type of levitation technique. He didn't have any internal energy. How could he release it and control it? As he thought about it, Zhang Xiaohua fell into a hazy sleep. His body quickly adjusted to a certain frequency. The power of the stars was immediately attracted to him. At the same time, the qi of heaven and earth was also absorbed into his body more effectively. Everything was so harmonious. The next day was a bright and sunny day. Zhang Xiaohua only practiced his fist and sword techniques by the grass shed. Because he needed to water the medicine field, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have much time to practice his idea of qigong from last night. Everything in the medicine field was the same. There were fewer weeds, which reduced Zhang Xiaohua's labor. If it continued at this rate, there might not be any weeds growing in the field in a month or two. Late in the morning, Zhang Xiaohua was watering when he heard someone calling him from the ridge. When he looked up, it was Qiu Tong. Zhang Xiaohua quickly walked over and asked with a smile, "Sister Qiu Tong, why did you suddenly come today? It's so hot today. Don't get tanned." Qiu Tong said, "It's because of you. That's why I came." Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "What's the matter, Sister Qiu Tong?" Qiu Tong looked at him and said with a smile, "Take a guess." "You really don't know?" Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua understood. He probed, "Is it about the Misty School's martial arts competition?" Qiu Tong clapped and praised, "That's right, Zhang Xiaohua. It's about that. Misty asked me to tell you that she's already registered you. She'll send someone to inform you when the day comes. Please add it to your collection. Thank you." Chapter 164. Zhang Xiaohua said gratefully, "Big Sister Qiu Tong, you could have waited until you saw me or had someone send me a message for such a small matter. Why did you have to come here personally?" Qiu Tong pursed her lips and smiled, "That's what I was thinking. But your straw hut has been quite famous in the villa these days, so I came to take a look. Perhaps I should also build one in the courtyard so that the young miss will notice me." Zhang Xiaohua was embarrassed and scratched her head, "Big Sister Qiu Tong, you're making fun of me. I built this straw hut just to practice my internal energy. Who knew that it would cause so much trouble and cause so many misunderstandings?" Qiu Tong nodded, "I've already asked the young miss about your intentions. Of course she knows, but others don't. You're so unconventional, so of course you'll attract the attention of others. Especially now that you're doing so well in the villa, those who don't know will pay more attention to you." Zhang Xiaohua was shocked, "No way, Big Sister Qiu Tong. Building a hut will cause so much trouble. Why don't I just tear it down?" Qiu Tong waved her hand, "No need. Your straw hut will only be used until the martial arts exhibition starts. It'll only be used for a few days anyway. Why bother? Moreover, the young miss has already told the people in charge of the warehouse to scold the servants. If you tear it down, the young miss will lose face." Qiu Tong looked around the hut and asked with a smile, "Did you build this hut yourself?" Speaking of her straw hut, Zhang Xiaohua immediately perked up. She puffed out her chest and said proudly, "Yes, Big Sister Qiu Tong. I built it myself." Qiu Tong praised, "It's not bad. I didn't know you had such skills." Zhang Xiaohua was embarrassed when she heard this and said, "It's nothing. When I was at the Guizhuang house, I often helped father and brother build it. They're the ones who built it well." Qiu Tong smiled and asked, "Then how's your internal energy training? Have you found the qi?" Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "It's about time. Staying here at night is quite quiet. It's really good for practicing inner strength. I think that when the martial arts exhibition starts, there should be a breakthrough." Qiu Tong nodded and advised him, "Practicing hard is a good thing. Big Sister won't stop you, but you must know when to stop. Don't practice so hard just because you're going to participate in the martial arts exhibition. That's not good." Zhang Xiaohua nodded seriously and said, "I know, Big Sister Qiu Tong. Actually, you know that I can't practice even if I want to. Qiu Tong was stunned for a moment before she understood what he meant. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. The two of them chatted for a while longer before Qiu Tong took her leave and returned to the inner court. Zhang Xiaohua watched Qiu Tong leave and went back to work. However, before she could water the ground, she heard someone shouting from outside, Zhang Xiaohua, where are you? Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. What day was it today? Usually, there weren't many people in the medicine field. Recently, there were even fewer people here. However, in just a short while, 2 people had come looking for him. Who was it this time? When he straightened up and took a closer look, it turned out to be his cheap master, He Tianshu. Zhang Xiaohua felt that it was strange. He Tianshu's voice was very familiar to him, but it was clearly unfamiliar just now. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the edge of the field and said with a smile, Captain He, were you the one who called for me? He Tianshu said in a hoarse voice, of course it was me. Is there anyone else nearby? Zhang Xiaohua asked, what happened to your voice? He Tianshu frowned and said, who knows? It was fine yesterday, but this morning it became like this. Zhang Xiaohua looked at He Tianshu's 2 large dark circles and asked, you didn't sleep last night? He Tianshu scratched his head and said, I did. I fell asleep while looking at it. I don't know when I fell asleep. Zhang Xiaohua didn't ask why He Tianshu was looking for him. He first took out the 2 pages of the secret manual and returned it to He Tianshu and said, Captain He, I'll return this to you first. He Tianshu seemed to have known this result. He reached out and took it and said, what? You want to return it to me in one night? Do you know how difficult it is inside? In the future, don't make any sarcastic remarks. Practicing martial arts requires a down-to-earth style. There's nothing good about it. Zhang Xiaohua opened his mouth and wanted to refute something. However, He Tianshu was right. Of course, it was difficult inside. He didn't have any internal energy, so he couldn't practice it. He wanted to refute, but he didn't know what to say. He might as well be silent. He Tianshu saw that Zhang Xiaohua's attitude was humble and didn't say anything. He was very happy and said, you really built a straw shed here. I thought you were joking. That's right, did you get the qi sense from the fierce bull strength? Zhang Xiaohua shook his head. He Tianshu's face was filled with sympathy. He patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder and said, don't be in such a hurry. This bull stalking force is the simplest. I believe that you'll gain something if you try to understand it during the night. Then, He Tianshu took out another page from his chest and said, after I worked so hard yesterday, my voice became hoarse. Only then did I learn some footwork. I went to your house to find you, but I didn't know that you had settled down in the medicine field. It seems like you're determined to participate in the martial arts exhibition. Let's go to the forest. I'll teach you what I just learned. I hope that in a month's time, you'll be able to make some progress. Look at your laughter. It's like a broken gong. What's there to be proud of? When He Tianshu walked out of sight, Zhang Xiaohua carefully looked at the secret manual in his hand. These thin pages contained all the second level's footwork, including some that Zhang Xiaohua had already learned. Zhang Xiaohua picked out the part that he had just practiced and carefully looked at it. After he finished reading, he didn't find anything strange. It was all comprehended by He Tianshu without any difference. What was the reason for this? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but scratch his head. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua thought of an idea. He read the page that he had just learned and the page that he had just learned together and linked the footwork together to comprehend it. Looking at the notes and footwork on the secret manual, a figure that was using the ethereal steps slowly appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. That figure was walking step by step according to the ethereal steps secret manual. When it came to Zhang Xiaohua's difficult point today, that figure didn't follow Professor He Tianxu's understanding and walked in another place. When Zhang Xiaohua thought of this, his eyes lit up. Wasn't this the next step after the difficult point? Could it be that there was an extra step here? Filled with doubts, Zhang Xiaohua continued to ponder. When the figure in his mind was executed according to Zhang Xiaohua's understanding, it first neglected this step and directly took another step. And the next step didn't follow the secret manual's records but returned to the place that Zhang Xiaohua was unable to step out of. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. Could it be that the two footwork records were reversed? He hurriedly looked at the small words at the side. Indeed, the records of the two footwork were very simple and didn't go into detail. Even if it was reversed, the notes were still acceptable. Zhang Xiaohua's lips curled into a smile as he executed the footwork in the open space in the forest. The result was exactly as Zhang Xiaohua had guessed. If the two steps were reversed, he would be able to execute it smoothly. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua had reversed the two footwork records in his heart. The reversal of the footwork was easier said than done. If He Tianxu was here, he would definitely not do so. It couldn't be said that Zhang Xiaohua was intelligent, or that He Tianxu's thinking was inflexible and inflexible. It was just that the two of them had received different education. Ever since Zhang Xiaohua started practicing martial arts, he had always pondered and made his own decisions. The only set of Fist of the North Star was also pieced together by him. From the beginning, he had a habit of doubting everything and breaking everything. Whatever moves were suitable for him, he would use them accordingly. He even dared to change the fist techniques that others had practiced for many years, what more this footwork. As for He Tianxu, he had received formal martial arts education in the Misty School since young and was used to the textbook way of thinking. The fame of the Misty School's three great divine techniques had long been branded in his mind as a legend. When he saw this ethereal steps, he could only use a devout heart to learn and imitate it. He had never dared to doubt or question the authority of this footwork. Even if it was wrong, he would only conscientiously follow the wrong path and learn and accept it. This couldn't help but be said to be a tragedy of education. Since he had this discovery, Zhang Xiaohua no longer held back. Earlier on, he had learned a few parts that were different from what He Tianxu had taught him. This time, he changed them all. Moreover, seeing that it was still early, Zhang Xiaohua didn't return to the herb farm. He wanted to comprehend the remaining second level of the ethereal steps in one go in the forest. Of course, he didn't dare to have extravagant hopes that he would be able to comprehend the ethereal steps that He Tianxu had been unable to comprehend for many days in just half a day. But the results were out of Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. Because he already had the experience of comprehending many different fist techniques, as well as comprehending some footwork at the beginning of the second level of the ethereal steps, although there were many footwork at the back, but with the help of Zhang Xiaohua's powerful memory and the figure in his mind, he was able to integrate the remaining footwork into his little basket in an entire afternoon. The entire second level of the footwork had a smooth outline in his mind. But after all, there was a gap between theory and practice. Although he had comprehended it and knew how to practice, it was still difficult for Zhang Xiaohua to execute it step by step. With regards to this result, Zhang Xiaohua was already extremely satisfied. What was the ethereal steps? It was one of the Misty School's three great divine techniques. Although the first three levels were the foundation of the footwork, it was still incomparably profound. Even with He Tianxu's standard, it was still difficult for him to comprehend it. But he was able to comprehend it in just half a day. What else could he say? Now that the footwork was already in his mind, he would be able to slowly master it. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to practice again, there was a sudden sound of thunder from afar. A gust of cold wind blew and droplets of rain fell from the sky. Instantly, there were pitter-patter sounds in the forest. It was raining. Zhang Xiaohua extinguished the thought of striking while the iron was hot and quickly ran towards the small courtyard. Halfway there, he thought of the books in the straw hut and had no choice but to run towards the straw hut in the herbal field. By the time he reached the straw hut, the rain was already heavy. Zhang Xiaohua did a quick check and luckily, the quality of his straw hut was still all right. It wasn't a shoddy construction and the rainwater didn't leak in at all. Standing in the straw hut and looking at the pouring rain outside, Zhang Xiaohua gave up on the idea of returning to the hut. He lit up an oil lamp and began to read his book in peace. The raindrops hit the roof of the straw hut and the pitter-patter sounds were incessant. The distant sound of thunder was also incessant and flashes of light could be seen from time to time. With such a night light and the rain hitting the straw hut, Zhang Xiaohua was reading at night. Even if he didn't have a female companion, it still had a unique flavor. At the very least, when the cold wind blew in, it wasn't a chill that an ordinary person could endure. It was getting deeper and deeper, but the rain didn't show any signs of stopping. The sound of the straw hut became denser and there were signs of it getting louder. The distant sound of thunder was also louder and seemed to be getting closer. Zhang Xiaohua closed the book and carefully put it in his arms. He then blew out the oil lamp and sat down cross-legged. It was his daily practice of drawing qi into his body. When Zhang Xiaohua entered a meditative state, he carefully perceived the qi of heaven and earth outside. He was pleased to find that the qi of heaven and earth on this rainy day was actually a bit more than usual and every trace of qi was lively and seemed to have a little more vitality. Zhang Xiaohua had a feeling and a thought emerged in his mind. The qi of heaven and earth was very fresh. But it was this fresh and lively qi of heaven and earth that caused a little difficulty for Zhang Xiaohua to draw qi. The qi of heaven and earth didn't flow from top to bottom like usual. Instead, it flowed around like fish. Zhang Xiaohua's perception couldn't draw them into his body as easily as usual. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua had to increase the strength of his perception and spread it out like a fishing net. It was true that hard work paid off. Zhang Xiaohua patiently guided the qi of heaven and earth for a period of time and successfully drew a new trace of qi into his body. This trace of qi of heaven and earth was indeed a little different from before. Although Zhang Xiaohua couldn't completely perceive its appearance in his body, he could faintly feel its liveliness and knew that it was in that part of his body. Successfully drawing in the first trace of qi of heaven and earth seemed to have built a bridge between Zhang Xiaohua's body and the outside world. More and more fresh qi of heaven and earth rushed into Zhang Xiaohua's body like moths to a flame and was drawn in endlessly. Just as Zhang Xiaohua happily drew the qi of heaven and earth into his body, the liveliness spread throughout his body. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's qi of heaven and earth became even easier. He silently recited the Heart Sutra's cultivation method and this liveliness flowed along the meridians of his previous qi of heaven and earth. Very quickly, it went through a cycle and more qi of heaven and earth was drawn in and added to this invisible stream. At this time, an accident happened. There was a loud sound. Kacha, a thunderous sound smashed right above Zhang Xiaohua's sturdy straw hut. Chapter 165. The moment the thunder roared, Zhang Xiaohua was enjoying the fruits of his labor, methodically drawing and refining qi. His perception was still outside his body. Although the thunder was high up in the sky, it still smashed into his perception that was drawing qi. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua felt as if a hammer had smashed into his heart. He was extremely depressed. There was a sweet taste in his throat and a mouthful of blood surged up. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but open his mouth and spit out a small mouthful of blood. His breathing rate of 9 shallow and 1 deep was immediately interrupted. At this moment, the lively qi from the outside world was flowing into Zhang Xiaohua's body in an orderly manner. After the thunder, the pure qi of heaven and earth suddenly increased by more than 10 times. These qi also rushed towards Zhang Xiaohua. Although the yuan qi that appeared later was pure, it was different from the yuan qi that Zhang Xiaohua had drawn in previously. The yuan qi from before was lively like a lively child, a little mischievous and playful. However, the yuan qi that suddenly appeared was not only purer than the yuan qi from before, but the most different thing was that this yuan qi was no longer just lively. It was liveliness within liveliness. It could even be said that it was tyrannical. It was like a drunken brute or a young man with nowhere to vent his energy. It disorderly rushed into the yuan qi that had lined up to enter Zhang Xiaohua's body. These disorderly, large amounts of qi immediately caused the qi outside Zhang Xiaohua's body to churn. It was like a gurgling stream just now, but in an instant, it became a monstrous wave, drowning Zhang Xiaohua in it. Countless violent qi swarmed into Zhang Xiaohua's pores. Previously, Zhang Xiaohua was still complaining about not being able to feel the qi in his body, but now, he really felt the taste of the qi rushing into his body. As Zhang Xiaohua's body was still circulating, the huge amount of qi immediately rushed into his meridians. But these qi exceeded Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. Caught off guard, he immediately lost control of these qi. The violent qi immediately rushed into Zhang Xiaohua's meridians like a flood. Zhang Xiaohua immediately felt a heart-wrenching pain coming from his body. His calm state of mind instantly collapsed. At this moment, the blood that he spat out had just landed on the ground. Zhang Xiaohua was flustered. Could it be that this was qi deviation? Zhang Xiaohua, who had never experienced such a situation, was helpless and did not know what to do. However, the pain in his body continued to spread and would not stop just because of Zhang Xiaohua's ignorance. Moreover, when it rains, it pours. There was another burst of rumbling thunder above his head. An even larger amount of violent qi continued to flow into Zhang Xiaohua's body through the previously established qi channel. Zhang Xiaohua felt like he was drowning. The endless qi of heaven and earth oppressed him, like waves hitting him, making him unable to breathe and unable to lift his head. As a result, Zhang Xiaohua blissfully lost consciousness. Before losing consciousness, Zhang Xiaohua's only thought was, "Why is my luck so bad? I just found the qi, and now I'm possessed." In fact, Zhang Xiaohua's loss of consciousness was not because of qi deviation, but because, it was now midnight. Our Zhang Xiaohua had fallen asleep on time. At the same time that Zhang Xiaohua fell asleep, he had just stopped his 9 shallow and 1 deep breathing, but immediately began to breathe again. The flickering in his dream guided his body, slowly adjusting to the frequency of the flickering. In an instant, the endless star power in the night sky poured into Zhang Xiaohua's body. Although the star power was thin, but it was orderly. Very quickly, it poured into Zhang Xiaohua's pores, forming a thin layer of star power around him, preventing the qi of the outside world from madly pouring in. At the same time, Zhang Xiaohua's body, under the guidance of the flickering, formed a frequency that was difficult to discern with the naked eye. In addition, the rampaging qi in Zhang Xiaohua's body, under the condition of losing control, had already circulated through the existing meridians, destroying the meridians. At this time, the integration of the star power from the outside world, just wrapped around the rampaging qi. The frequency of the star power was the same as the frequency of Zhang Xiaohua's body. Under this frequency, the thin layer of star power on the outer layer of the qi, once again circulated along the damaged meridians. This was, a wonderful situation occurred. The thin layer of star power seemed to be full of vitality, flowing along the damaged meridians. Traces of star power merged into it, constantly repairing it. Moreover, the meridians had just been damaged by the rampaging qi, and had expanded by a lot. Now that the star power had repaired it, Zhang Xiaohua's meridians had more than doubled in size. The qi wrapped in the star power did not stop rampaging, still trying to break through the shackles of the star power. But under the flickering in the frequency of the star power, the qi was gradually assimilated. The rampaging qi in the qi was gradually extracted and separated, becoming a vital component. In the process of flowing through the meridians, it passed through the shackles of the star power, merged into the meridians, merged into the flesh, merged into the bones, and even merged into Zhang Xiaohua's head. At the same time, the rain outside the straw hut was getting heavier, and the thunder was also incessant. Zhang Xiaohua's body, because of the damaged meridians and the influx of star power, did not cut off the flow of qi into the outside world. On the contrary, under this special frequency, Zhang Xiaohua's pores were like bottomless black holes, attracting endless rampaging qi. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's surroundings were surrounded by endless qi of heaven and earth. If Zhang Xiaohua was awake, she would know that the qi of heaven and earth described in the Carefree Heart Sutra was exactly like this, with only a slight difference. The difference was that the qi of heaven and earth was overly active now. Although Zhang Xiaohua was already asleep, his breathing, his frequency, and the mantra he was using were all guiding the qi of heaven and earth into his body. But what was different from before was that the thin layer of star power formed a protective membrane around his body. The rampaging qi passed through this layer of star power and was immediately divided into two parts. One part was the pure qi that Zhang Xiaohua normally drew into his body, and the other part was the mysterious vital energy that the star power had extracted from the qi. The qi was wrapped by the star power and constantly rushed into Zhang Xiaohua's meridians, while the mysterious vital energy attached to the star power also rushed into the meridians. As it merged into the meridians, it also merged into Zhang Xiaohua's body. The meridians repaired by the star power were originally nourishing, but after the vital energy merged into the meridians, it was as if a catalyst had been added. Not only did the speed of repair increase, the meridians were also filled with vital energy. Just like a young person, the meridians became more resilient and elastic. Moreover, this mysterious vital energy also merged into Zhang Xiaohua's bones that had been tempered by the Big Dipper magical fist along with the circulation of the vital energy. Drops of vital energy seeped into the 108 bones evenly. The pure white bones became even whiter as the vital energy merged into them. Gradually, they became like jade. However, more and more of the mysterious vital energy continued to move upward under the flickering call. It gathered in Zhang Xiaohua's brain and entered a mysterious place. Other than the circulation of the mysterious vital energy, the qi wrapped by the star power was the same as before. It flowed in the meridians that were gradually recovering and was slowly being tempered. It was the same for the star power. Not long after, a cycle was completed. The qi of heaven and the star power were much more condensed and flowed into the middle dantian. After that, more rampaging qi of heaven and earth and the star power flowed in again and started a new round of tempering. After an unknown amount of time had passed, the rain was still pouring down, and the sound of thunder, however, had stopped. Zhang Xiaohua was still sitting there cross-legged and tempering the qi of heaven and earth. The boundless qi of heaven and earth was becoming less and less. Some of it was absorbed into Zhang Xiaohua's body, but most of it dissipated between heaven and earth. It was not until dawn that the rain stopped and the qi of heaven and earth returned to its original state. There were only traces of qi of heaven and earth floating above the herb field. In the distance, a ray of light rose and supported the sun. Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes. After the rain, the air in the herb field was exceptionally fresh. After the rain, the herbs in the herb field were also abnormally energetic. In the eyes of Zhang Xiaohua, there was only a feeling of vitality. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua had already remembered the danger last night. He quickly stood up and moved his hands and feet. Fortunately, he was not paralyzed and his hands and feet listened to his commands. He was about to sit down cross-legged and use the Heart Sutra to check his meridians when he suddenly felt that his body was sticky and uncomfortable. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that there was a thin layer of black mud on his body and there were traces of blood in it. He brought his arm to his nose and there was a nauseating stench and blood. Zhang Xiaohua did not know what happened after he fell asleep last night. When he looked carefully on the ground, he discovered that the blood he spat out last night had already dried up. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and thought for a moment. He could not remember anything and hurriedly walked out of the straw hut. Before he left, he even used his feet to rub some dirt to cover up the blood. It was useless to think about anything now. It was better to take care of his personal hygiene first. Fortunately, it was still early in the morning due to the heavy rain last night. There was no one in the small courtyard. After Zhang Xiaohua had washed up and returned to his own hut, he heard the sounds of someone else moving around in the small courtyard. The heavy rain had just stopped in the morning and the ground outside was filled with mud. Zhang Xiaohua temporarily stopped his morning exercise and took out the few thin pages of the Ethereal Steps manual. Fortunately, there was no damage. Zhang Xiaohua carefully placed them on the study table before he had the time to sit cross-legged on the Kong bed. Just as he was about to circulate his qi, Zhang Xiaohua raised his head to look out of the window with lingering fear. The day was already clear and the sky was clear. The sun in the distance had already jumped out, slowly spreading its heat. Zhang Xiaohua was relieved. The pain of qi deviation, he was really afraid. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to easily release his perception. Instead, he silently chanted the incantation of the Carefree Heart Sutra, trying to recall the formless inner energy in his body. This time, he almost caused Zhang Xiaohua to lose his realm. Originally, it was just an illusion and he was unable to sense the inner energy in his meridians. But now, with a slight increase in his qi, he immediately felt the thin strand of qi in his meridians. This was the inner energy that he Tianshu and the rest had mentioned. Zhang Xiaohua was once again overjoyed. He was not dreaming, right? If not for the fact that he was concentrating on circulating his qi, Zhang Xiaohua would have tried biting his own finger. However, that wisp of cool gas flowed smoothly through his meridians like mercury, truly carefree. There was also a slight swelling pain, all of which reminded him that this was not a dream, but a reality that truly existed. Zhang Xiaohua faced this situation and did not know what to say. The danger last night was still vivid in his mind. And when he woke up, he felt qi. This was also true. Then, something must have happened last night that he did not know about. But what was it? No one could tell Zhang Xiaohua. However, since it was a good thing and not a bad thing, he could not find someone to get to the bottom of it. He could only be a taciturn gourd and accept the fruits of victory. A good thing was always better than a bad thing. If he woke up early in the morning and found that he could not move his hands and feet, wouldn't that be 10,000 times more tragic than now? At that time, Zhang Xiaohua would be the one who wanted to cry but had no tears. Why should he be distressed now? Moreover, if he closed his eyes, he would never wake up again. Zhang Xiaohua gave up on finding the reason. He circulated his qi and drove the inner energy to circulate through his meridians. This feeling was really different from reality. Zhang Xiaohua found it very refreshing. It was really fun to have this thing in his body. Zhang Xiaohua had a playful attitude and circulated the Carefree Heart Sutra's inner energy through his meridians for 36 circulations. When he finished, he was about to get up when his heart suddenly moved. He circulated his qi and released his perception to guide the inner energy. When he carefully sensed the outside world, he found that the qi of heaven and earth that had swarmed in last night had already disappeared without a trace. All that was left was a blank space. His perception could not guide the slightest bit of qi of heaven and earth. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but frown. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's perception seemed to have sensed something as it retreated like the tide. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of Zhang Xiaohua's room. Zhang Xiaohua quickly jumped down from the Kong bed and walked to the door as he asked, "Who is it?" "It's me." It was He Tianshu's voice. Zhang Xiaohua quickly opened the door and asked with a smile, "Captain He, why are you up so early today?" He Tianshu entered the room and said, "It's still early." I woke up a long time ago. I knew you were sleeping like a log, so I didn't come early. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He looked at the sky outside. It was still early. He Tianshu did not beat around the bush. He stretched out his hand and said, "Give it to me." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned again. He asked curiously, "What is it?" "I'll give it to you." He Tianshu said in a bad mood, "It's the Ethereal Steps Manual. Hurry up and give it to me. After I gave it to you yesterday, I didn't sleep well. I was afraid that something would happen to you if I left it there. Last night, there was heavy rain and thunder, making me anxious. I was afraid that you would sleep in that straw shed again. If you wet this manual, what would I do?" Zhang Xiaohua finally understood. She quickly walked to the desk and returned the few pages to He Tianshu. He Tianshu hurriedly took them and looked at them carefully. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he carefully kept them. After keeping them, He Tianshu seemed to heave a sigh of relief. He said, "Luckily you didn't sleep in the straw shed last night. Let's not talk about how a straw shed can shelter you from the wind and rain. If you caught a cold or had a fever, it would be a small matter. The main point is that the thunder last night was too strange. It struck right above our heads. You don't know, Zhang Xiaohua. For those of us who practice inner strength, it is taboo to practice inner strength on a rainy day. The sound of thunder is usually very abrupt. It interferes with the flow of inner strength. If we are not careful, our chi will go astray and it will be impossible to make up for it. Furthermore, practicing inner strength requires the harmony of one's chi. Think about it, isn't that thunder the nemesis of meditation? It is very easy to lose one's mind. Furthermore, last night's thunder struck right above our heads. It made my little heart beat wildly last night. However, it's fine that you didn't go to the straw shed last night. With the way you sleep, even if the thunder struck right above your head, you probably wouldn't know." He Tianshu looked at Zhang Xiaohua and did not forget to add, "Furthermore, you have yet to sense qi. There is no inner strength in your meridians. I believe that the sudden thunder will not be able to do anything to you." "That's right, have you seen the footwork? Isn't it rare? I think it's better for me to look at it first." "It's pointless for you to look at it." Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Why was this He Tianshu giving advice in hindsight? If he had told him this yesterday, he wouldn't have foolishly run to the straw shed to be frozen. Even if he was frozen, he wouldn't have foolishly tried to draw any chi. Now that he thought about it, this kind of action was like the god of longevity eating arsenic. He was simply tired of living. He was just short of this warning. Last night, he almost closed his eyes and passed away just like that. He Tianshu saw that Zhang Xiaohua was silent and thought that he had received a blow from looking at the ethereal steps yesterday. He patted his shoulder and said, "It's all right, Zhang Xiaohua. I feel that you still have some talent in this footwork. Although you haven't understood the second level of the footwork yet, it's fine. Once I understand it, I will teach you. Don't worry, it won't affect your participation in the martial arts exhibition." After all, I also need, at this point, He Tianshu didn't continue. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he hurriedly said, "That's not it, Captain He. I've carefully looked at this footwork, I feel that." He Tianshu waved his hand and stopped him from continuing, saying, "I know, I feel that it's quite profound and hard to understand. You should know that this footwork is a secret of our Misty School. If it wasn't difficult, would it be called that? As long as we have the time, we can grind an iron pestle into a needle. I think that as long as we put our efforts into it, we will definitely be able to learn it. Isn't it just the first 3 levels of the basics?" Zhang Xiaohua could only nod. He Tianshu saw that Zhang Xiaohua admitted his mistake and didn't stay any longer. He said, "I won't talk to you anymore. Time is precious. Seeing that the martial arts exhibition is getting closer and closer, I need to seize the time to comprehend the footwork. In a while, if you have nothing to do, go to the medicine field and walk around. I'll leave the matter of the herbs to you. When the martial arts exhibition is over, I'll have Nia Xiao'er and the others properly thank you." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was amused and said, "How about having them teach me martial arts?" When He Tianshu heard this, his face turned bitter, but he immediately thought that it would be better to die than to die. He immediately changed his smile and said, "Okay, I'll promise you on their behalf. When they come back, each of them will teach you a set of fist techniques. How about it?" Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "I can't learn any fist techniques. It's better to teach me some common sword techniques or blade techniques in the Jianghu." He Tianshu smiled craftily and said, "Okay, I'll let them teach you personally." The word "them" was especially clear. Chapter 166. For the entire morning, Zhang Xiaohua spent his time in the herbal field. After the rain, the field was rather muddy and it was very strenuous to work. Furthermore, the weeds in the herbal field were growing crazily. Zhang Xiaohua was so busy that he could not help but wonder why the weeds that he had seen a few days ago had suddenly grown so much today. By the time he finished his work, it was already close to noon. The sun was high up in the sky, but the ground was still wet and slippery. Zhang Xiaohua did not have a suitable place to practice martial arts, so he could only sit in the straw hut and practice the Carefree Heart Sutra. The cool strands of qi flowed through Zhang Xiaohua's meridians, making him feel very comfortable. When dusk fell, Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the straw hut. After a day of exposure to the sun, some parts of the ground were already dry. Zhang Xiaohua could not wait to practice the Big Dipper mystical fist to loosen up his muscles and bones. In fact, people had a habit of doing certain things. If they did not do it for a day, they would feel empty in their hearts and would not be able to adapt. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was like that. It was not bad to say that he was diligent, but practicing martial arts every day had already become a habit. If he did not practice for a day, his bones would probably itch. The clean land beside the straw hut was not too big, but it was enough for Zhang Xiaohua to practice his martial arts. After practicing the Big Dipper mystical fist a few times, Zhang Xiaohua realized that he had advanced. The Big Dipper mystical fist had actually entered the 3rd level. When he practiced it for the 7th time, a cool flow appeared, tempering his bones. Furthermore, Zhang Xiaohua could clearly feel that the cool flow was not the same as the cool qi in his meridians. However, he could not pinpoint the exact difference. In just a few days, the Big Dipper mystical fist was able to level up. This made Xiaohua very happy, but when he thought about it carefully, he realized that he had no idea how to level it up. Even Xiaohua himself was at a loss. All he could do was blindly practice his fist technique and look forward to the next level up. In the next few days, Zhang Xiaohua's life returned to normal. The weeds in the herbal field slowly decreased. He Tianshu didn't disturb Zhang Xiaohua either. He must be immersed in comprehending the ethereal steps. As for Zhang Xiaohua's footwork, after practicing in the forest for the next few days, she had already converted the theory in her mind into the reality of her feet. She had completely grasped the 2nd level of the ethereal steps. However, when she was comprehending it, there were some discrepancies with what was recorded in the secret manual. And when she practiced, there were even more discrepancies. However, it was still roughly similar to what was recorded in the manual. Other than continuously comprehending the footwork, Zhang Xiaohua really didn't have much to prepare. He had practiced the Big Dipper mystical fist countless times. The moves were all engraved in his mind. Ever since he returned to the Huanxi manor, although he had not sparred with anyone, he was still very confident that he would not be at a disadvantage in terms of fist techniques. As for the sword in old Professor Yu's left hand, he was still practicing. He liked the feeling of the warm flow flowing through his left arm. However, he also knew that no matter how much he practiced this sword move, it would not be able to be used in the martial arts competition. Therefore, he could only use the Big Dipper mystical fist. After learning the footwork of the ethereal steps, Zhang Xiaohua also tried to combine the Big Dipper mystical fist with the ethereal steps. However, after practicing alone for a while, he realized that the ethereal steps was just a type of footwork. One could practice it alone, and even use it in a competition. However, if one practiced the footwork and the fist technique at the same time, it would be very uncoordinated. It was as if one had to twist two different things together. Zhang Xiaohua gave it a try and gave up. Therefore, every day, other than practicing the Big Dipper mystical fist, Zhang Xiaohua put all his energy into the cultivation of the Carefree Heart Sutra. After a few days of cultivation, the inner energy in Zhang Xiaohua's meridians was still as thin as silk. There was no obvious growth. When he drew in the Yuan Qi into his body, the Yuan Qi was still nowhere to be seen. However, Zhang Xiaohua was not worried. He probably knew that the Yuan Qi he was drawing in was too thin. He could not feel it once it entered his body. The inner energy that flowed in his body without any sluggishness was probably because it was constantly drawing in the invisible Yuan Qi. However, the growth of his cultivation was too slow. He really did not know when he would be able to reach the second level of the Heart Sutra. Zhang Xiaohua, who was in the midst of cultivation, would occasionally lose his anchor. He could not help but smack his lips and shake his head helplessly. After more than 10 days, He Tianshu still did not appear. Zhang Xiaohua, who was quietly cultivating, started to feel anxious. Could it be that He Tianshu had not fully comprehended the ethereal steps? However, he immediately thought of a problem. Why was he waiting for He Tianshu? Did he want him to teach him the second level of the ethereal steps? But he had already learned the second level of the ethereal steps. Did he still need him to teach him? When Zhang Xiaohua thought of this, he could not help but cover his forehead with his hand and frown deeply. He was used to relying on others and had fallen into a vicious cycle of thinking. Even if he had already learned a martial art, he still needed to consult others to confirm if he had learned it correctly. To put it bluntly, it was to obtain the affirmation of others and give himself an affirmation in his heart. Seeing others say that he had learned it correctly, he should not doubt himself anymore. This kind of method had a certain degree of accuracy. There was a saying, when 3 people walk together, there is always one who can learn from me. One could learn from others' strong points to make up for one's weak points. But in terms of the ethereal steps, this was also the first time He Tianshu had learned it. He was also in the stage of comprehending it. Furthermore, the things he had comprehended were already different from the records in the secret manual. If He Tianshu's teaching was different from his own comprehension, then where should he go from here? Hence, Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to stop the cultivation of the Heart Sutra and begin to consider this problem. Fortunately, it did not take long before his frown relaxed. In fact, it was simple. Even if He Tianshu were to teach Zhang Xiaohua the ethereal steps, Zhang Xiaohua himself would not change what he had already comprehended. Just like the fist of the North Star, many of the moves were already different from the ones circulating in the pugilistic world. He would not change his habits and change what belonged to him just because of imitating. Furthermore, Zhang Xiaohua also knew deeply that there was one thing he was very sure of. The fist of the North Star had the effect of tempering the bones. Did other fist techniques have the same effect? If he only pursued learning, would he be in such a situation? There was originally no path in the world. When many people walked on it, there would be a path. Perhaps on other people's path, there would be many people walking on it, and there would be no path in front of him. But when he walked forward, there would be a path. Perhaps what he left behind would only be footprints, but in the eyes of others, it would be a sign. When others had walked on it many times, his direction would naturally become a path. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have relaxed a lot. His entire spirit was glowing, as though he had matured a lot. In fact, learning without thinking was a waste. In the past, Zhang Xiaohua only focused on learning. He always felt that his aptitude was inferior to others, and that he had to look up to everyone. Hence, he always buried his head. But during this period of accumulation, it gave him a platform to raise his head. This moment of stagnation, without cultivating, and just thinking, was the starting point of his accumulation. It was a turning point from quantitative change to qualitative change. It would have a profound impact on Zhang Xiaohua's future path. Since he had let go of the mentality of begging others, Zhang Xiaohua immediately considered the third level of ethereal steps. That was the true Qin Gong. This was the martial art that Zhang Xiaohua yearned for even in his dreams. Just thinking about it made him addicted. A person could freely jump in the forest, no longer having to use his feet to measure the ground step by step. It was as though the entire world belonged to him. At the very least, once he mastered Qin Gong, if he wanted to return to the Guizhuang house, he would no longer need to take the horse carriage. Wouldn't that save him a lot of money? Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't wait to rush into the forest to practice Qin Gong. But just as he got up, his heart trembled and he felt ashamed. Just now, he was thinking deeply about taking a path that no one had taken before. But this path wasn't easy to take. He had to take one step at a time before he could see the end. If he was always so careless and lost his composure, he might end up breaking down the moment he took the first step. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua returned to the straw hut and sat down cross-legged. He calmed his heart and cultivated the Heart Sutra. Only then did he pick up the Qin Gong technique from his memories. Although Zhang Xiaohua didn't have an image of the Qin Gong technique recorded in the ethereal steps, he still remembered the incantation clearly. He meditated according to the incantation and pondered over it bit by bit until he was sure that he didn't miss anything. Only then did he get up and come to the forest. However, the results of the practice were both beyond his expectations and within his expectations. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't even master the first step of the levitation technique. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make the inner energy flow through his meridians like what was mentioned in the ethereal steps, producing the levitation technique. The reason why it was out of his expectations was because he thought that inner energy was the foundation of Qin Gong. As long as he had inner energy, as long as he followed the instructions of the cultivation technique, he would be able to use Qin Gong by moving his inner energy. However, reality told him a cruel truth. Any imagination was just an illusion. Only practice was the way to go. The reason why it wasn't out of his expectations was because all the martial arts that he had learned were basically not done in one go. Unless it was a bumpy road, experiencing different twists and turns. If this Qin Gong was successfully practiced smoothly, then Zhang Xiaohua would really doubt his own noble character. Zhang Xiaohua, who had failed in practicing Qin Gong, walked out of the forest. He couldn't help but naturally thought of He Tianshu. Although he had already decided on his own path, but looking at how others were walking, he could learn from them. He. Moreover, it had been a long time since he had received guidance from this cheap master of his. Zhang Xiaohua really wanted to hear his opinion. As Zhang Xiaohua convinced himself in his heart, he walked towards the small courtyard. It was a pity that He Tianshu wasn't in the house. Zhang Xiaohua, who had humbly asked for guidance, hit a wall. He could only resentfully return to his straw hut and meditate to practice. When he saw He Tianshu, it was already the afternoon of the second day. Sitting in front of Zhang Xiaohua, He Tianshu's face was glowing. He was very spirited and didn't have the dispirited look of staying up late to comprehend the footwork. Zhang Xiaohua was very surprised. Could it be that this footwork had a great nourishing effect after comprehending it to perfection? After asking in detail, they found out that He Tianshu had yet to fully comprehend the second level of the ethereal steps. However, he had recently returned to the pharmacy hall. Just by relying on the portion of the cultivation method that he had comprehended, he had easily defeated someone that he had never been able to defeat in the past. That scene had shocked everyone in the pharmacy hall. Those who had originally wanted to watch the show immediately changed their allegiance and tried to worm their way into being friends with him, wanting to know the reason behind it. This allowed He Tianshu, who had always been disliked in the pharmacy hall, to let out a huge sigh of relief. It was a pity that he wouldn't dare to tell anyone about ethereal steps even if he was beaten to death. Only when he returned could he share the joy with Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing He Tianshu's smug and satisfied look because of a victory, Zhang Xiaohua felt a little sad. The pugilistic world had always been the theme of the strong preying on the weak. It was the same in the Misty School. If one didn't have strong strength, they would be bullied no matter where they went. After He Tianshu had vividly described what had happened in the pharmacy hall, Zhang Xiaohua also smiled and asked about Qin Gong. When He Tianshu heard Zhang Xiaohua mention Qin Gong, he was very puzzled and asked, "Why did you suddenly think of Qin Gong? You have stayed in the straw hut for quite some time. Have you gained a sense of qi?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "I have gained a sense of qi," but, without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to finish speaking, He Tianshu clapped his hands and praised, "Good, Zhang Xiaohua, you are really not bad. I thought that it would be difficult for you to make any progress in terms of internal strength. Now that you have relied on the reckless bull strength, you have actually gained a sense of qi. This cultivation technique really has its merits." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she wanted to correct him, but when she opened her mouth, she didn't say it out loud. He Tianshu didn't notice Zhang Xiaohua's expression and continued, "However, if you want to practice Qin Gong just because you have a sense of qi, it is still too early. I remember that when I was young, I also practiced internal strength for 2 years before I started practicing Qin Gong. You have to first consolidate your sense of qi and cultivate your internal strength to a certain level before you can use your internal strength and use Qin Gong." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she probed, "Then Captain He, how long have you been practicing Qin Gong?" He Tianshu said without hesitation, 1 year. I remember very clearly that it was an entire year. It can be considered average. However, although the Qin Gong that we practice is a secret of the Misty School, our Misty School has a lot of Qin Gong techniques and that can be considered average. Zhang Xiaohua was dumbfounded and said, "That long?" "Yes, why? How long did you think it would take?" "1 day. Half a year." He Tianshu found it a little funny. He continued, "Qin Gong is a technique of using internal strength. It doesn't need the internal strength of a fist technique. The meridians of those fist techniques are fixed. As long as you follow the moves of the fist technique and send your internal strength to the place according to the meridians, it will be fine." Fist techniques have their own meridians? Zhang Xiaohua asked in surprise. "That's right." He Tianshu explained, "Many of the internal fist techniques are also internal force cultivation methods. Every move needs to be complemented by specialized internal force. Of course, there are many fist techniques that aren't. However, the power of these fist techniques is small. Moreover, the latter is something that most people can practice. The former is a secret of many sections." Zhang Xiaohua fell into deep thought. Seeing that her Big Dipper magical fist couldn't use internal strength, it must be because of this. She didn't know if the Big Dipper magical fist could be of help when she reached the 9th level. Following that, He Tianshu asked again, "Why are you asking about Qin Gong? Did your second brother find an internal strength cultivation method for you?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked, "Captain He, have you seen all 3 levels of ethereal steps?" He Tianshu was puzzled, "I just saw the 2nd level." "Why? Is there a problem?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, "You should take a good look at the 3rd level. You will know when you see it." When He Tianshu heard that, he carefully took out the movement technique from his chest and picked out the 3rd level cultivation method that he didn't look at. The 3rd level cultivation method only had 2 pages. Just the first page, He Tianshu looked at it for a long time. The more he looked, the more excited he became. His eyes were shining. Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. Could it be that this cultivation method was very powerful? She didn't seem to feel it. After a long while, He Tianshu reluctantly moved his gaze away from the first page and looked at the second secret manual. This time, it was different from the first page. When He Tianshu saw the first line, his expression changed greatly. He immediately stood up from his chair and muttered, "How is this possible? How is this possible?" After that, he read 10 lines at a time. The contents of the 2 pages were about the same. He Tianshu took a long time to read the first page, while the second page was finished in a short while. After He Tianshu finished reading, he sat back in his chair and closed his eyes to think. After a long time, he opened his eyes and looked at Zhang Xiaohua tiredly. He asked, "Zhang Xiaohua, have you seen the qinggong recorded on these 2 pages?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Yes, Captain He. The last time I brought it over, I saw it. But when I practiced the first page, I couldn't control my internal energy." He Tianshu smiled and said, "You are biting off more than you can chew. You have just gained the qi sense. Where would you get the internal energy to drive it?" Then, he waved the manual in his hand and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, I really have to thank you. I only had the opportunity to learn such a profound qinggong because of you. I owe you a favor." Zhang Xiaohua was shocked when he heard that. He waved his hand and said, "Captain He, please don't say that. You spent so much effort to teach me the fist technique, and I haven't thanked you yet. Besides, you've made a great contribution in saving the Manor Lord, so you should thank Leader O." He Tianshu smiled and said, "I know what to do with my own affairs. Forget it, I won't be so polite with you. I will remember your matter in my heart. Didn't I just say that the qinggong I practiced was the foundation of our Misty School? Almost everyone has to practice it. Do you know the value of this qinggong?" Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and thought to herself, "It seems like it's nothing." He Tianshu said with a smile, "The pros and cons of different qinggong mainly depend on the efficiency of the usage of internal energy and the development of the qinggong. This ethereal steps qinggong can be said to be the best of our ethereal sex qinggong techniques. It can't be mentioned in the same breath as what I cultivated in the past. With this qinggong, not only can it raise my current qinggong to a higher level, but with the cultivation of my internal energy, this qinggong will have more potential to be unearthed. The quality of this qinggong can be the key to winning or losing a competition. It can even affect one's life." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, "It's that serious?" Chapter 167. He Tianshu smiled and said, "What do you know? Qinggong is the most basic skill to protect one's life. Many people who roam the pugilistic world, even if their other martial arts aren't that good, they still have to train their qinggong well. Think about it, if you encounter a fight and your martial arts aren't as good as others, then wouldn't you still have to run away? Those with good qinggong will definitely be able to escape faster. What's more, those with good qinggong will be able to gain the upper hand in a fight." Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. He didn't have the experience of fighting with his life on the line, nor did he have the experience of roaming the pugilistic world. Naturally, he didn't know the importance of qinggong. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and asked, "Captain He, then these 2 qinggong?" He Tianshu waved his hand to stop Zhang Xiaohua's question and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, although this ethereal steps has 2 qinggong cultivation methods, but to be honest, the first one is a true top-grade qinggong cultivation method while the second one is an extremely precious trash." Zhang Xiaohua opened her mouth wide and said, "Ah. What's going on? Precious trash?" He Tianshu smiled and said, "The first cultivation method is a real martial arts method. I can understand it too. If I concentrate on cultivating it, after a few months or even a year, I think I will definitely be able to grasp it. At that time, I can also teach it to you properly. As for the second one, how should I put it? What it says is simply an unimaginable idea. This kind of Qigong cultivation method actually requires the release of qi to form a circulation outside the body. This is simply impossible. Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand and asked, "What is qi?" He Tianshu explained, "It's the kind of hot gas produced in your meridians when you practice internal strength. We call it true qi." Oh. So that's how it is. Zhang Xiaohua understood and said, "I thought it was called inner strength." He Tianshu said, "True qi, internal force, and internal force have the same meaning. When true qi reaches the attacking fist, the power released is internal force. This kind of power is different from pure strength. It is also called internal force. In fact, it is usually called a mix. There is not much difference. However, how did this qi name come about? It's quite strange. When we were young, we discussed it in detail." Zhang Xiaohua saw that He Tianshu was going off topic and quickly asked, "Then why can't qi be released?" He Tianshu looked at Zhang Xiaohua who didn't understand and asked, "Do you know what it means to release inner strength?" Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and said, "I know. Why would I ask you?" He Tianshu explained, "I don't know the specifics, but I know that once all the inner strength is released outside the body, it will immediately dissipate. It will no longer be controlled by the person who released it. When a high-level inner strength cultivation method is practiced to the end, the inner strength in the body will be incomparably vigorous. Only then can the inner strength in the body be released to a certain range outside the body. If a fist is used, then it will be a fist aura. If a sword is used, then it will be a sword ray." Then, He Tianshu looked around carefully and said in a low voice, "I don't know about the rest of the people in Ethereal sect, including sect leader O. I only heard some rumors that the second elder of the sect who cultivates the 7 ethereal swords has just mastered the sword gleam. That is a legendary martial art in the Jianghu." Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's shocked expression, He Tianshu said, "Think about it. Such a martial art that consumes inner strength can be used in a sword art to defeat the enemy. But don't you think it's a bit of a waste to use it on Qigong? Moreover, when you cultivate to the point where you can release qi, your martial arts will be superb. Your Qigong will also be profound. Why do you need to practice such a flashy floating technique?" Then, He Tianshu came to a conclusion, "Actually, the most important thing is that I have never heard of anyone in the Misty School or the Jianghu who can use Qigong to float in the air." Zhang Xiaohua still didn't give up and said, "If there isn't, then why is it recorded in this ethereal steps?" He Tianshu scratched his head and said, "Who knows? Maybe it's a kind of idea and not a real martial art. It's also a real martial art, but you can only practice this kind of Qigong when your inner strength is practiced to the extreme. However, these are not things we can care about. I may be qualified to practice the Qigong lifting technique in front, but you don't even have the qualifications to practice this. It's better to practice your spirit of the bull and build a solid foundation for your inner strength." Hearing He Tianshu say this, Zhang Xiaohua could only stop talking. When it came to martial arts, she was indeed a junior. She didn't have any qualifications to speak in front of He Tianshu. Then, He Tianshu said, "The martial arts exhibition is about to begin. Zhang Xiaohua, have you really decided to participate? How are your preparations?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard about the martial arts exhibition, she immediately became spirited and said excitedly, "Of course, I have already asked Manor Lord O to help me sign up. How can I not participate? Actually, I don't have much to prepare. I already know a set of fist techniques. Now, didn't you teach me the ethereal steps? I can use it in the martial arts exhibition." He Tianshu nodded and said, "Your sword technique is not suitable for the martial arts exhibition. You can only use your fist techniques with your bare hands. Then, He Tianshu seemed to have thought of something funny and said with a smile, but using a fist technique is also quite good. If you really use a weapon, it's not very suitable. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and puzzled. She asked, not using a weapon. Captain He, what do you mean? He Tianshu laughed and said, you will know when the time comes. It's not good to say it too early. Ha ha ha. Seeing that He Tianshu didn't explain clearly, Zhang Xiaohua didn't ask anymore. She thought to herself, isn't it just a martial arts competition? What's the big deal? At most, I will lose. Then, He Tianshu reminded Zhang Xiaohua to practice the ethereal steps more. Perhaps she would lose some face when the time came. Zhang Xiaohua did not understand what was going on. It was another baffling sentence. There weren't many days left. Although He Tianshu was constantly trying to comprehend the second level of the ethereal steps, in order to not disturb Zhang Xiaohua's preparation, he didn't impart anything to her. And Zhang Xiaohua stayed in the straw hut all day, cultivating the various martial arts she had learned. Early in the morning, Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged and silently chanted a mantra. She slowly absorbed the qi in her body into her dantian before slowly opening her eyes. After 10 days of bitter cultivation, Zhang Xiaohua faintly felt that the qi in her meridian seemed to have increased a little. However, she couldn't confirm it. However, diligence could make up for stupidity. She had been drawing qi into her body every day to temper her qi. Although the progress was slow, it was still improvement. Sooner or later, she would have some achievements. After finishing her cultivation, Zhang Xiaohua stood up. Just as she walked to the door of the straw hut, she heard a female voice calling her from outside. Zhang Xiaohua, are you here? It sounded very unfamiliar. It wasn't Qiu Tong's voice. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly ran out and saw a girl standing far away. Upon closer inspection, it was Qiu Ju. Qiu Ju stood far away shyly and called out softly. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua come out, she quickly raised her hand and greeted her. Zhang Xiaohua lightly ran over and looked at Qiu Ju, who was blushing. She asked, Elder Sister Qiu Ju, is there anything you need from me? Qiu Ju said softly, Miss asked me to inform you that the martial arts exhibition will be held today. She wants you to pack up and go to the inner courtyard. In a while, the Misty School will send someone to pick you up. Zhang Xiaohua was pleasantly surprised. Is that so, Elder Sister Qiu Ju? The competition is starting today. Alright, please wait a moment. I'll go pack up. After speaking, she turned to go to the straw hut. But after taking a few steps, she awkwardly came back and said, Elder Sister Qiu Ju, I don't think there's anything to pack. Let's go now. Qiu Ju covered her mouth and smiled. The martial arts exhibition will be held for a few days. Although you don't need to pack anything, you should still put the things in the straw hut into the small house first. There won't be anyone in the medicine field these few days. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she couldn't help but blush. She chuckled and thanked Qiu Ju for the reminder. She quickly ran back to the straw hut and packed up everything. Only after bringing everything back to the small house did she follow Qiu Ju to the inner courtyard. It was the same small courtyard where they had set off to the south last time. A young man dressed in tight clothes was already impatiently waiting there. He kept pacing back and forth. When he saw Qiu Ju and Zhang Xiaohua walking over, he frowned deeply. Although Zhang Xiaohua was walking behind Qiu Ju, she had long seen the man's displeased expression. Zhang Xiaohua guessed that perhaps he had waited for too long and was feeling impatient. Thus, she hurriedly took a few steps forward and passed Qiu Ju. She cupped her hands and bowed to the man. Senior Martial Brother, I'm very sorry to have troubled you. The man's brows didn't loosen. He coldly looked up and down at Zhang Xiaohua and replied, I'm very sorry. You're not from our Misty School. I can't accept this senior martial brother. Please take it back. Are you the candidate for this year's Huanxi Mountain Villa to participate in the martial arts exhibition? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was very embarrassed. Usually, she would call Nia Xiao'er and the others as senior martial brother. Seeing that this person was about the same age as them, she called him senior martial brother. She didn't expect to be rebuffed so quickly. It seemed that this misty school wasn't all amiable people. Hearing that person's question, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly replied, yes, this one is participating in the martial arts exhibition. The corner of the man's mouth pulled down and he sneered. I heard that Huanxi Mountain Villa hasn't done such a disappointing thing for many years. It's strange that someone doesn't know what's good for them today. However, looking at your age, there's no harm in it. Hee, just take it as an eye-opener. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. He wanted to ask what was going on, but the person in front of him looked like he was unapproachable. He did not want to get close to him, so he did not bother to ask. He would find out in a while anyway, so why bother asking now? Qiuju was at the side. Looking at that person's face, she felt unhappy. Unfortunately, she wasn't Qiu Tong and didn't have Yan's support. Adding on to her weak personality, she didn't know how to criticize that person. She only looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was half a head lower than her, and said, Zhang Xiaohua, I'll send you here. Go with him. The Misty School will naturally have someone to arrange it for you. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, okay, big sister Qiuju. Thank you. When I win, I'll tell you first when I come back. Qiuju pursed her lips and smiled. Okay, we'll wait for your good news. When you compete, be careful. If you can't win, just admit defeat and don't hurt your body. Zhang Xiaohua said, I know. Big sister Qiuju, you can go back. The person next to her snorted and sneered, win. Just don't get beaten up badly. However, your sister warned you well. Why don't you ask her to embroider a white handkerchief for you with the words hero, spare my life. When you can't win, just throw the handkerchief away. When Qiuju heard this, her face turned red with anger. Zhang Xiaohua was also angry. She stared at that person and said, what does it have to do with you when we're talking? Are the people of Huanxi Manor as cowardly as you say? Why don't I report this to my manor head? What do you think? When that person heard her mention Yan, he couldn't help but feel guilty and said, this, Qiuju was a kind person. She quickly smoothed things over and said, that's enough. Huanxi Manor and the Misty School are one. It's already late, so let's hurry up and leave. Seeing Qiuju like this, Zhang Xiaohua also smiled and said, I know, big sister Qiuju. Then she said to that person, why aren't you leaving? I'm still waiting to be beaten up. That person didn't say anything else. He turned around and walked to the tree. He untied the reins tied to the tree and led 2 horses to Zhang Xiaohua, saying, then please get on the horses, great hero. Looking at the handsome horses in front of her, Zhang Xiaohua was a little dumbfounded. She hesitated and didn't go forward. That person smiled and said, great hero, please get on the horses. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, forget it. It's only a few steps away. We can just walk. There's no need to ride these horses. That person didn't give up and said, then what? If we don't ride a horse, won't it show that our Misty School has no etiquette? Please get on the horses. Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and muttered, but, I still don't know how to ride a horse. That person narrowed his eyes and said, it's okay. These horses are the most docile. Just sit on it. There's no need to know how to ride a horse. Zhang Xiaohua didn't believe him and asked, really? That person patted his chest and said, really? Let's go quickly. We won't make it if we're late. Only then did Zhang Xiaohua step forward and said, okay then. Don't lie to me. That person saw that Zhang Xiaohua didn't even know how to get on a horse. He walked to Zhang Xiaohua's side and handed the reins to Zhang Xiaohua. Then he put his hands under Zhang Xiaohua's armpits and used a bit of strength to lift Zhang Xiaohua onto the horse's back. Then he put his feet in the stirrups and hit the horses butt with his hand and said, "No, how could I lie to you?" But in her heart she said, "It would be strange if I didn't lie to you." Then she was surprised, this youth's physique doesn't look thin or weak. How can he be so light? How strange. After the horse was hit by that person, it immediately let out a long neigh and raised its front hooves, almost throwing Zhang Xiaohua to the ground. It scared Zhang Xiaohua so much that she tightly held on to the reins, her small face somewhat pale. The horse's front hooves landed on the ground and it immediately exerted force with its back hooves, shooting out like an arrow. Seeing this, Qiu Ju's expression also changed and said, "How can you do this? Aren't you afraid that Zhang Xiaohua will get hurt?" That person laughed and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, a little girl's name. It's okay, Qiu Ju, right? This horse is very docile. I didn't say anything wrong. It's just that it's a bit fast. Moreover, this old horse knows the way. It won't go anywhere else." After saying this, she also pulled the reins and swung the stirrups to get on the horse. With a tug of the reins and a clamp of her legs, she didn't use any strength. The horse spread its hooves and galloped away. Only Qiu Ju was left looking at the empty small courtyard. She stomped her small feet a few times and turned to enter the inner courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua fell into that person's trap and almost fell off the horse. Then, the horse galloped out of the small courtyard like lightning. At the beginning, Zhang Xiaohua tightly held onto the reins of the horse. Her body swayed left and right, almost falling off every time. It scared Zhang Xiaohua so much that her soul almost fell to the ground. When the horse left the small courtyard and went on a straight path, Zhang Xiaohua's body finally stabilized. After her body stabilized, Zhang Xiaohua's mind also calmed down. The person from the Misty School was right. The horse was very handsome and had a docile character. Riding on the horse, although it was fast, it was very stable. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua got used to this speed. Her small buttocks swayed left and right as she slowly adjusted her center of gravity. She liked the feeling of leaving everything behind. However, before she could enjoy the pleasure of galloping, in front of her was the side door of Huanxi Manor. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought that she didn't know how to stop the horse. What should she do? Seeing that the side door was getting closer and closer, and the mole on the guard's face could be seen clearly, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She immediately shouted, "Get out of the way, I'm a newbie. Get out of the way, I'm a newbie." The guard of Huanxi Manor had already heard the sound of the horse's hooves and saw two unusually handsome horses galloping out of the small door of the inner courtyard. When the two horses came in, he had already checked and knew that they were brought in by the people from the Misty School. But if the horses wanted to go out, he still had to stop and check. After all, it was his duty. Moreover, he didn't know who was sitting on the horse in front of him. The tall horse only had half of its head exposed, so he couldn't see the face clearly. Who knew who it was? But when he saw that the horse was already in front of him and didn't stop, he was puzzled. Then he heard someone shout, "Get out of the way." The guard sneered and thought to himself, "Get out of the way. How can I get out of the way without checking? How can I let you go out?" And the last sentence, "I'm a newbie," made him even more puzzled. What did it mean? But when the horse rushed in front of him and didn't have the slightest intention of stopping, he instantly understood that this was what a newbie meant. The horse rushed straight over with a force of 1,000 pounds. Who would dare to stop it directly? Fortunately, the guard's martial arts were excellent. He immediately dodged and fell to the ground, barely dodging the horse. When the horse leaped over him, the guard took a peek. Wasn't the person riding on the horse the youth from the medicine field? What was going on? When the horse galloped past the side door, the guard jumped up from the ground like a carp and patted the dust off his body. Just as he was about to speak, he heard someone say, "Get out of the way, get out of the way, I have an urgent matter." The guard thought to himself, "Get out of the way again, could it be a newbie?" When he raised his head, he saw that the horse behind him had also galloped in front of him and didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. He had no choice but to roll over and fall to the ground. Chapter 168. Ha ha ha. The man from the Misty School saw the guard of the Xianxia villa fall to the ground, but he did not stop and said, "Brother, sorry, I am in a hurry." With that, he took out a waist token from his arms, which was given to him when he entered the villa just now. He threw it on the ground, then shook the reins and chased after Zhang Xiaohua. When the man drove the horse through the side door, the guard did not immediately get up. He looked up and saw that there were no more galloping horses behind him. Then he stood up like a carp, patted the dust off his body, and walked over to pick up the waist token. He curled his lips and spat on the ground with a "ba" sound. He secretly cursed, "XXX, aren't you just a disciple of the Misty School? What's so great about you? You let me practice carp jumping twice. When I gain power one day, I will let you do push-ups every day." Unfortunately, the disciple of the Misty School had already gone far. How could he hear him? Perhaps, the guard said that because he was far away. Besides, Zhang Xiaohua shouted and walked. He actually rushed out of the side door of the Xianxia villa. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel proud of his quick wit. Zhang Xiaohua did not know how to control the horse. Fortunately, the horse knew the way and did not need Zhang Xiaohua to worry. Seeing the horse following the road out of the Xianxia villa and running towards the ethereal villa, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was relieved. There were many collisions on the road. Perhaps the horse was a good steed and avoided all of them. Perhaps the words of Zhang Xiaohua, "Get out of the way, I am a novice," played a role and gave others a hint. In short, they all safely avoided. When the horse ran to the straight road in front of the Misty Mountain Villa, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was finally at ease. The shouting along the way made him feel that his throat was dry. However, before Zhang Xiaohua felt relieved, the horse had already run to the front of the archway of the ethereal mountain villa. There were some guards in front of the archway. Seeing that the horse was in front of them, Zhang Xiaohua saw that the horse had no intention of stopping. She had no choice but to raise her voice again and shouted, "Get out of the way, I'm a novice." When the guards saw the horse in front of them, they didn't panic and didn't dodge. Zhang Xiaohua became more anxious and shouted even louder, "Get out of the way, I'm a novice, get out of the way, I'm a novice." When the guards heard this, they had strange expressions on their faces, but they still stood straight. When the horse got close enough, one of them let out a sound that sounded like whoosh. The horse's galloping body immediately stopped and its four hooves steadily stopped in front of the guards. Zhang Xiaohua, who was on the horse's back, was miserable. She thought that her shout had reached the ears of the guards. Presumably, they would dodge and her horse would rush into the archway like before. But who expected that the horse would suddenly stop? She had to admit that the horse was really handsome. Zhang Xiaohua was caught off guard. She immediately turned over from the horse's back and flew into the air like a cloud, rushing to the archway in front of her. The guard in front of her was also surprised and said, "She's really a novice." She immediately tapped the tip of her foot and leaped up. Using her qinggong, she flew in the direction of Zhang Xiaohua, preparing to catch Zhang Xiaohua's body from below. But just as she was about to catch Zhang Xiaohua, something strange happened. When Zhang Xiaohua flew off the horse's back, her hand was still firmly holding onto the reins. When her body flew into the air, the reins reached the end and immediately stopped her flying momentum. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua stopped flying forward and landed straight on the ground. In fact, when Zhang Xiaohua flew off from the horse's back, he immediately thought of using the footwork of the ethereal steps, or some other techniques, or a method to stabilize his body and land gracefully. But once she flew off the horse's back, she couldn't control her body. How could she have the time to use any techniques? That guard used his qingdong to wait for her at the place where Zhang Xiaohua flew out. Moreover, the reins of the horse had changed the direction of Zhang Xiaohua. By the time the guard saw her, she had already used up all her strength and couldn't move anymore. She could only watch helplessly as Zhang Xiaohua fell straight on the ground with a pa sound, raising a cloud of dust. That guard couldn't help but grit his teeth. Using his hands to cover his eyes, he secretly said, "How tragic." But it was unknown if he was talking about himself or Zhang Xiaohua. In the history of the Misty School, such a thing had never happened before. It was really unprecedented and would never happen again. Luckily, Zhang Xiaohua's main force had been dissipated by the reins of the horse. He fell from such a high place only because he was dizzy and didn't know how to deal with it. Otherwise, at such a height, even a little boy might not be able to handle it. Therefore, by the time the guard ran over, he had already stood up. That guard saw Zhang Xiaohua standing up and asked, "Are you all right?" Zhang Xiaohua patted the dust on her body and said, "Oh, I'm fine. Just my clothes are dirty." When that guard heard, he smiled and asked again, "Who are you? Why are you riding our Misty School's horse?" Before Zhang Xiaohua could answer, the sound of hurried horse hooves could be heard from behind. Zhang Xiaohua didn't raise her head and said in a bad mood, "Ask that guy behind me." Sure enough, when the person from Misty School came closer and whispered into the guard's ear, that guard also had a strange smile on his face. He patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder and praised, "Good, you're brave." Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand, but looking at the face of that person from Misty School, she said fiercely, "How dare you trick me?" That person spread out his hands and said with an innocent face, "No, I'm just telling the truth. Horses are very gentle." Zhang Xiaohua gritted her teeth and said, "Then why did you hit the horse's butt?" That person shrugged and said, "Brother, your sister Qiujiu already said that it was getting late. Didn't I also want you to hurry to our Misty School? I also made a mistake out of kindness." Zhang Xiaohua angrily said, "Is your surname Zhang?" That person was stunned and said, "My surname is Jiang, not Zhang." Zhang Xiaohua said with a straight face, "Since your surname isn't Zhang, then don't call me brother. When your surname is Zhang, then we'll talk about it." After saying this, she turned around and walked past the decorated archway with her head held high. The man from the ethereal sect was stunned. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's short back, he chuckled in annoyance. He turned around to lead two horses and followed after him. Poor Zhang Xiaohua. She hadn't even participated in the martial arts exhibition and had already suffered such a loss. It really wasn't a good omen. Who knew what the future martial arts exhibition would be like? After turning around the decorated archway, they were faced with a large and empty plaza. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be stunned and stopped in her tracks. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua stop in her tracks, Mr. Jiang was also bewildered. However, he didn't stop walking. He walked past Zhang Xiaohua and continued to lead his horse forward. Just as he walked past one shoulder, he heard Zhang Xiaohua shout, Strange." Mr. Jiang couldn't help but turn his head and ask, "What's wrong? What's strange about it?" Zhang Xiaohua glared at him in a bad mood and said, "Did I talk to you? Why do you like to talk to people so much? Why is this plaza so deserted? It doesn't look like there's going to be a meeting." Mr. Jiang rolled his eyes and said, "What did you think it should look like?" Zhang Xiaohua said in high spirits, "I thought that this plaza would at least have a stage the height of two people. There would be countless disciples watching from below, and there would be disciples competing on the stage." Mr. Jiang laughed out loud and said, "You're talking about the stage in your hometown, right? Our Misty School doesn't have one like that." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He thought to himself, that's right, I was talking about the stage where I watched the show in Lu's Hen. She couldn't help but blush as she said timidly, then what does the martial arts exhibition look like? Mr. Jiang sneered and said, what the martial arts exhibition looks like, you'll naturally know once you enter the Misty School's gates. If we were to set up a stage in the plaza outside our gates like you, our Misty School wouldn't be able to mingle in the Jianghu anymore. We would lose all face. After saying this, he ignored Zhang Xiaohua and walked straight to the side door. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Mr. Jiang's back for a while and could only quickly chase after him. After passing through the side door, Mr. Jiang handed the horse over to a professional before turning around to call for Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua had an unhappy expression as she walked through the side door. But when she walked through the side door, she was immediately stunned by the scene in front of her. In the plaza in front of her, there were actually many small stages standing there. Zhang Xiaohua had a puzzled expression and turned to ask Mr. Jiang, didn't you say that there was no stage? Mr. Jiang had an innocent expression and said, I only said that our Misty School doesn't have a stage, but I didn't say that there were so many stages. Look, there's more than one in front of you. Zhang Xiaohua gritted her teeth and didn't say anything else. The plaza in front of her was very large. There were many small stages that were the height of two people set up in an orderly manner. It was smaller than the stages that they usually watched during the New Year in Lu Town. There was not a single person on the stages. There were quite a lot of people in the plaza, but they didn't gather together to watch the show. Instead, some people hurried away while others gathered together and gestured about something. But the entire plaza didn't look like it was in a mess, and it wasn't noisy either. It looked like everything was in order. However, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the scene in front of her and felt that it was a little awkward. But she couldn't put her finger on it. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua acting like a country bumpkin entering the city, Mr. Jiang was very disdainful. He distanced himself from Zhang Xiaohua and acted as if he didn't know him. But after waiting for a while, he saw that Zhang Xiaohua was still ignoring him. He couldn't help but feel a little angry and went forward to say, Zhang Xiaohua, why aren't you leaving? What are you doing here? Let people see you, a wooden chicken. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said in surprise, isn't the martial arts exhibition right here? Where are we going? Mr. Jiang sneered and said, who told you that the martial arts exhibition is here? Did I say that? Let's go. I'll send you there quickly. I still have my own things to do. I really don't know what you're thinking. You want me to go to the villa to pick you up? You can come by yourself. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. She immediately said, if you have something to do, then hurry up and do it. I'll go by myself. Mr. Jiang hurriedly waved his hand and said, don't get me into trouble. Look at you. You won't give up until you cause trouble. I'd better send you there personally. Seeing that the other party didn't trust her, there was nothing she could say. Zhang Xiaohua could only obediently follow behind Mr. Jiang and walk into the depths of the Misty Mountain Villa. This was Zhang Xiaohua's third time entering the Misty School. The scene was very different from the previous 2 times. Along the way, as long as there was a large square, there would be many small arenas. Zhang Xiaohua carefully counted. Just the ones that she saw, there were dozens of them. She couldn't help but feel puzzled. What was the use of so many arenas? Were they all used for martial arts competitions? But looking at Mr. Jiang's expression, Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to be a curious child. She didn't know how big the Misty Mountain Villa was. Mr. Jiang had already led Zhang Xiaohua for a long time, but they still hadn't reached the place. The more they walked, the more confused Zhang Xiaohua became. Wasn't it just participating in the martial arts exhibition? Why did they have to walk to the innermost part? Weren't there many arenas in the square outside? Oh, that's not right. They were arenas. After passing through several winding corridors and small courtyards, they finally arrived at a large gate with a high wall. The red lacquered gate was tightly shut and was much larger than the gates of the other small courtyards. The wall was also very high and stretched very far, as if it was an independent place. Mr. Jiang walked forward and used all his strength to knock on the door knocker. Immediately, the door creaked open and a head poked out. Seeing that it was Mr. Jiang, he couldn't help but ask, "Why did you arrive so late? The martial arts exhibition is about to begin." Mr. Jiang immediately smiled apologetically and said, "Steward Su, the brat from the Huanxi mountain villa took his time. I also hurried over." That person looked at Zhang Xiaohua behind Mr. Jiang and said with dissatisfaction, "You clearly know that Boss O comes here first every year. Why didn't you come earlier? Alright, hurry up and come in." Mr. Jiang turned around and pulled Zhang Xiaohua's sleeve, saying in a low voice, "Alright, this is the place. Zhang Xiaohua, this is our Misty School's young Eagle Hall Steward Su. Follow him in." After he finished speaking, he cupped his hands towards Steward Su and hurriedly turned around and left, as if he didn't want to stay for even a second longer. Zhang Xiaohua looked strangely at Mr. Jiang's back as he left. She couldn't help but say with envy, "This guy's character is terrible, but his qigong is still very authentic." Steward Su was already unhappy when he saw Zhang Xiaohua's foolish look. He frowned and said, "Young man, are you going to participate in the martial arts exhibition? Why aren't you coming in?" Only then did Zhang Xiaohua return to her senses. She hurriedly cupped her hands and entered the courtyard through the red lacquered gate. Zhang Xiaohua didn't enter the courtyard, but once she did, she was even more surprised. What was going on here? This was a plaza that was more than 3 times larger than the plaza behind the Misty School's decorated archway. There were also countless small arenas set up in the plaza. However, in the middle of the plaza, there was a square arena that was even larger than Lu Xin's stage during the New Year. There were already a few people standing on it. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were sharp and she had already noticed that sect leader O Peng was among them. Actually, this wasn't the main reason why Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. What she was surprised about was that the plaza was filled with people. These people all had tender smiles on their faces and their hair had yet to fade. Most of them were even shorter than Zhang Xiaohua and looked to be in their teens. What was going on here? Just as Zhang Xiaohua was surprised, she suddenly saw 2 familiar faces at the back of the crowd. These 2 people's faces were alternating between green and red, and their expressions were very awkward. Who else could it be but Shengguanyun Nudei of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency? Although the 2 people were standing at the back, their height was incompatible with the surrounding youths. They really stood out from the crowd. Moreover, although the youths' expressions were childish, they stood upright and looked like they were well trained. Although everyone was looking forward, there were still some people who would secretly glance back at these 2 strange outsiders. With so many people looking at them, the 2 people's hearts grew cold and they felt uncomfortable standing to the left and right. Just as the 2 people's hearts were filled with regret, they suddenly saw the door open and a familiar person came in. They were overjoyed and wanted to wave and call out, but when they saw Zhang Xiaohua's figure, which was similar to the youth beside her, they raised their hands but didn't call out. Zhang Xiaohua was also overjoyed when she saw a familiar face. When Steward Su saw this, he naturally knew that the 3 people were familiar with each other. He nodded and pointed to the 2 people, then hurriedly went to other places. When Zhang Xiaohua saw that the steward had gone far away, she ran to Shengguanyun and Yudei's side and cupped her hands in greeting. She couldn't wait to ask, "Brother Da, what's going on?" Yudei opened her mouth and was about to speak when a soft and deep voice sounded from the stage. "Now, I announce the official start of the Misty School's martial arts exhibition. Next, let's invite our sect leader O to speak." Thus, a wave of orderly applause sounded. The eyes of the group of 10-year-old youths in the square shone with reverence as they stared straight at the tall stage. No, it was Peng who was slowly standing up on the stage. Peng stood in the middle of the stage and pressed his hands in the air. The applause under the stage immediately stopped, as if it had been rehearsed for a long time. Peng nodded in satisfaction and then began to speak. Peng's voice wasn't loud, but even though Zhang Xiaohua was standing far away on the other side of the square, she could still hear him very clearly. She heard Peng speak, "Disciples of Kitty Hawk Hall, in this season of spring, when winter passes and spring comes, when all living things come back to life, when spring warms and flowers bloom, when the sun is bright and beautiful, we welcome the annual martial arts exhibition. Here, I have a few words to say to all of you. I have to say these words every year, and I have to mention them every year. Don't be annoyed. This is the hope and care that we, the older generation, have for you. You are the rising sun, and this era belongs to you. If you are rich, misty wealth will be misty wealth. If you are strong, misty strength will be misty strength. We, the older generation, have watched you grow up. You are the hope of Misty School. Today, I am standing here to speak to you. A few years later, I will be one of you, standing here to speak to your juniors. Misty is the Misty that is passed down from generation to generation. As long as you can stand out, we are not afraid of dying on the beach." Sect leader O's speech actually lasted for half the time it took to eat a meal, and he didn't stop at all. His earnest words reverberated in the air above the square. The faces of all the disciples were flushed red, and their small fists were tightly clenched. It was as if they had been encouraged to see the beautiful hope that Peng described. Only Zhang Xiaohua and the others could hear the reverberating sound. They couldn't help but be shocked. This Peng's internal energy was too profound. Zhang Xiaohua even thought that if there were beams in the square, wouldn't the sound echo for 3 days? Chapter 169. Peng spoke eloquently for a long time before finally saying, "Young Eagle Hall disciples, the first rank of commoners is the beginning of the Misty School's disciples. Only after you pass the first rank of commoners can you be considered a true disciple of our Misty School. Since the first session of the martial arts exhibition, the previous sect masters have always announced the start of the exhibition at your place. Today is no exception. I now announce that the martial arts exhibition has officially begun. I hope you can achieve good results and live up to the people in the sect who care about you, and live up to the sweat you've shed." At this point, the audience burst into thunderous cheers and applause. Zhang Xiaohua also seemed to understand from the applause. He Tianchu's strange expression, Jiang Mohan's appearance, and Sheng Wanyun's and Yu Dei's faces. The first rank of commoners was clearly a test for the 10-year-old disciples of the Misty School. It was a competition for children, so why did the Lotus Flower Escort Agency in Huanxi Mountain Manor blindly meddle in it? Even looking at the surrounding children, many of them were only 7 or 8 years old. These were all extremely talented people, and perhaps their subordinates had real martial arts. Letting Yu Dei and the others compete with these children, if they lost, they would naturally lose face. Even if they won, what was there to say? Were they very proud? Zhang Xiaohua also instantly understood the real reason why the Lotus Flower Escort Agency and Huanxi Mountain Manor hadn't participated in the martial arts exhibition for decades. The predecessor of the Misty School who set the rules was truly filthy to the extreme. Who would compete with these children who weren't even 10 years old? Did you welcome the people of Huanxi Mountain Manor and the Lotus Flower Escort Agency to participate? If you didn't welcome them, then just say so. Why did you have to beat around the bush and only allow them to participate in the first rank of commoners? Zhang Xiaohua was completely speechless. However, looking at the group of children whose eyes were bloodshot because of Sect Master O's encouragement, and comparing their height, Zhang Xiaohua didn't seem to be much taller than them. Then looking at Shang Guanyun and Yu Dai who were standing there with their hands tied, Zhang Xiaohua was secretly delighted. In a while, how would you compete with the children? Could it be that Yu Dai could break the children's palms? What about gang leader O's expression? Zhang Xiaohua thought maliciously. Leaving aside the little devil in Zhang Xiaohua's heart that was secretly laughing, the hundreds of youths in the arena were methodically divided into different groups by some disciples who didn't look young, and rushed to their respective arenas. Only Zhang Xiaohua and the other two stood to the side as if they were idling around. Once again, they received a lot of supercilious looks from the other youths. The people on the big fighting ring had already dispersed, and O Peng was nowhere to be seen. Most likely, he had gone outside to continue fooling the other members. There was only the sound of hurried footsteps in the square. There was no noise like when Zhang Xiaohua saw children walking in the Guizhuang house. Zhang Xiaohua was secretly amazed. This god's favored son was really different. Thinking about it, if she was his age, wouldn't she be jumping for joy? These children were indeed so calm, as if they were used to this. All of them had the appearance of great talents. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua thought of something. No wonder second brother didn't participate in this martial arts exhibition. If he came to compete with these children for a rank 1 commoner robe, how funny would that be? Not long after, the flow of people in the square stopped. All the youths were in their positions. Steward Su hurriedly ran over with 3 small plates in his hand. With an apologetic expression, he said to Zhang Xiaohua and the others, "The 3 of you have been waiting for a long time. Because Huanxi Manor and Lotus Escort Agency haven't participated in this competition for decades, their special plates have long been lost. These plates have just been obtained from elsewhere. It just so happens that a few disciples are ill and can't participate. Please use these plates." After he finished speaking, he handed over the plates. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were sharp and she had already seen the numbers on them. They were respectively, 2, 250, and 111. Seeing Steward Su hand over the plates to her, she wanted to reach out and take the plate with the number 111. However, she didn't expect that Shang Guanyun and Yu Dai would both step forward and stand in front of her. How could Zhang Xiaohua's height be compared to theirs? With this step forward, they immediately blocked her behind them. After the 2 of them finished choosing, Steward Su only had a plate with the number 250 left in his hand. He held it up, his eyes full of smiles as he looked at Zhang Xiaohua with interest. Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to take the number 250. She stole a glance at the plates in Shang Guanyun and Yu Dai's hands and thought maliciously, "One is 2, very brainless. The other is 111, I'll let you be alone for the rest of your life. How dare you compete with me?" When Steward Su saw that the 3 of them had already divided the plates, he clapped his hands and said, "All right, the 3 of you, come with me. Let's participate in the competition of the martial arts exhibition together." After he finished speaking, he turned around and led the 3 of them to the center of the square. They walked to a small ring in the center. There was a group of youths who looked about the same size as Zhang Xiaohua. Half of them were even taller than Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was happy. If she was in this group, wouldn't she be very ordinary? Even if she lost, it wouldn't be too embarrassing. But coincidentally, Steward Su said, "This is a group with small numbers. Whoever is number 2, stay here and be in the same group as them." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's face was full of regret. Yu Dai, on the other hand, stood out very reluctantly. Standing in the group of youths, she was a head taller than them. Zhang Xiaohua was secretly happy again. "Ha, who asked you to compete with me for the number?" Shang Guanyun's situation was the same. However, his group of youths were obviously younger and shorter. Shang Guanyun was also from a tall family. In the end, only Zhang Xiaohua followed Steward Su to a corner. In fact, when she saw Shang Guanyun's group, Zhang Xiaohua had an ominous feeling in her heart. Moreover, looking at the age and height of each group, Zhang Xiaohua's premonition became stronger. When Steward Su stopped in front of a small ring in the corner, Zhang Xiaohua's heart immediately turned cold. Her premonition had come true. In front of her was a group of half-grown children who were shorter than her by a head. Looking at their faces that still had milk hair, Zhang Xiaohua secretly complained in her heart. Could it be that this group of children were only 7 or 8 years old? The 2 disciples who were looking after this group of children were about the same age as Steward Su. The 2 of them were tidying up their affairs. Steward Su said to them, "Old Li, Old Ma, these are the people from Huanxi Manor who are participating in the written examination. Take care of them." One of them raised his head in amazement and said, "Why is someone from Huanxi Manor in our group? Why don't we let him go to the first group?" Steward Su smiled and said, "It's the same no matter which group. Old Ma, his number is 250. He happens to be in your group." Old Ma looked at Zhang Xiaohua and shook his head, saying, "All right, if you say so, then so be it. Anyway, I don't care." Steward Su nodded at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Then you'll be in this group and listen to Leader Ma's arrangement." Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly cupped her fists in thanks. Steward Su smiled and turned around to leave. Old Ma pointed to the group of children standing next to him and said to Zhang Xiaohua, "You go over and stand with them first. We'll be done here soon." Zhang Xiaohua responded and obediently stood over. Zhang Xiaohua stood among the children who were a head shorter than her. She looked left and right and felt very bored, so she called out in a low voice, "Little brothers." As soon as her voice fell, a child who looked a little older next to her looked at Zhang Xiaohua with clear big eyes and asked curiously, "Your surname is Chang?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said with a smile, "Little brother, big brother's surname is not Chang. Big brother's surname is Zhang." When the child heard this, he immediately stopped smiling and said with a straight face, "Since your surname is not Chang, then don't call me little brother. Wait until your surname is Chang." Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's smile froze on her face. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry in her heart. She had just given a nail to that young person, and now it was returned to her. She couldn't even say anything. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua said self-deprecatingly, "Could it be that there's no one with the surname Zhang here?" All the children were silent. The child with the surname Chang narrowed his eyes and said, "There is." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she immediately asked, "Which one is it?" The child smiled and said, "There was originally one, but unfortunately, he ate secretly last night and had diarrhea this morning. He couldn't come to the competition, so you took this 250 number plate." Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but wail in her heart. Poor child, why did he have to steal now? How unlucky. Sigh, she didn't know if this unlucky child was referring to her. Or was it a child who stole food that she hadn't seen before? Not long after, Team Leader Ma and Team Leader Li finished preparing everything and walked over. They said to Zhang Xiaohua and the others, "All right, everyone is ready. This year's competition will be the same as previous years. Our group will have 10 people, and will follow a round-robin system. Everyone in the group will fight against the other 9 people. If you're knocked off the stage or can't fight back, you'll be considered to have lost. If you fight for more than an incense stick's worth of time, you'll be considered to have tied. If you win, you'll get 3 points, if you draw, you'll get 1 point, and if you lose, you'll get 1 point. Oh right, during the competition, you can't kill anyone. If you do, you'll automatically lose the right to compete. Also, you must pay attention to your strength and try not to injure others. If the other party has already admitted defeat or has lost the ability to fight back, you must immediately stop. If you injure someone, it will be considered a failure and a point will be deducted. Do you all understand?" All the children said, "Understood." Thus, Zhang Xiaohua's participation in the martial arts assembly competition officially began. Team leader Li lit an incense stick at the side and then counted 2 numbers. Immediately, 2 children walked out from the crowd and quickly walked to the front of the stage. With a leap, they displayed their light body techniques and leaped onto the stage that was as tall as a person. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood why he felt awkward looking at those stages in the public square earlier. These stages didn't have ladders. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but complain. What should he do? When it was his turn, how was he supposed to go up? However, the competition on the stage quickly made him forget about this problem. Valuing the enemy was the same as valuing oneself. From the beginning, Zhang Xiaohua had never dared to underestimate the Misty School opponents. Even when he had initially planned to participate in the martial arts assembly, he had always treated the Misty School opponents as his opponents. But just now, facing those children who were much younger than him and a head smaller than him, he really didn't have any thoughts of treating them as his opponents. To tell the truth, he had underestimated this bunch of Misty School children. However, the children on the stage had given Zhang Xiaohua a solid lesson. You can't judge a book by its cover, just like how the sea can't be measured with a pint pot. The 2 children on the stage, although they weren't old and weren't small, but when they displayed their martial arts, they weren't careless at all. One of his fists opened and closed, attacking openly. His fists were heavy and full of inner strength. The other one's light body techniques were excellent, like a swallow returning to the forest, a butterfly flying to the flowers, dodging left and right with ease. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua, who was below the stage, was dumbstruck. Were these still children who weren't even 10 years old yet? Looking at those ingenious moves and light footwork, could it be that they had trained hard for many years? Furthermore, looking at those fists which gave rise to the wind and his palms which were fierce, it was needless to say that they contained inner strength. Such a small wimpy child was able to cultivate such powerful inner strength mental cultivation methods. This, how could an ordinary person survive? However, Zhang Xiaohua had forgotten that the Misty School only recruited disciples once a year, and those who were recruited were all geniuses who were 1 in 10,000. How could an ordinary youth from the countryside like him compare to them? Furthermore, this Misty School's Young Eagle Hall was originally the cradle for nurturing the future disciples of the Misty School. They didn't participate in the affairs of the association. Most of the people in the hall were martial arts masters who had rich experience in educating people. They taught according to their aptitude, had a large amount of precious medicinal herbs, and also had rare inner strength mental cultivation methods, fist techniques and a series of advantageous conditions. How could they not have such powerful martial arts? In fact, this was the real reason why the Lotus Flower Escort Agency and Huanxi Manor hadn't participated in the martial arts exhibition for decades. Most of the guards and escorts of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency had joined the agency with their skills. Their qualifications and conditions were absolutely incomparable to this group of talented youths. If they were to compete, it was really hard to say who would win and who would lose. As for Huanxi Manor, who could participate in the martial arts exhibition, they were naturally inferior to the Lotus Flower Escort Agency, and were at a disadvantage in the competition. After a long time, they even stopped participating. Alas, thinking about it, no matter who it was, they couldn't compare to a group of 10-year-old youths, whose self-esteem wouldn't suffer a serious blow. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua had always been beaten down by others, so she didn't care about this time. No matter if it was a youth or a toddler, it was just a matter of one more blow or one less blow. Very quickly, the time it took to burn a stick of incense was up. The 2 children in the ring didn't have a clear winner, and Leader Ma treated it as a draw. Following that, 2 more children entered the ring. The following match didn't end in a draw, but the strength of the 2 was almost the same. In the end, it was a child who looked slightly older who used a deceptive move to deceive his opponent's eyes. With a sweep of his leg, he kicked his opponent to the ground and won. The third match was the child surnamed Chang. Zhang Xiaohua paid attention. That child used a set of palm techniques. He circled around his opponent and attacked. His opponent was obviously no match for him, and only used a set of fist techniques to meet his opponent. After a short while, he was exhausted and couldn't care less. He was ambushed by Chang Mao and stamped on his chest, forcing him to forfeit and surrender. After Chang Mao won, he wasn't complacent. Instead, he gave Zhang Xiaohua a provocative look before jumping down from the ring. Like a willow catkin, he landed without a sound. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but admire him. What a wonderful qigong. After watching the first 4 matches, Zhang Xiaohua had a general impression of the other 8 children in her group. There were 3 children who were the best, then there were 2 children who were slightly worse, and there were 3 children. Zhang Xiaohua felt that they were about the same as her, so they should be the worst. She didn't know how good the martial arts of the last child who would compete with her was. When Zhang Xiaohua looked at the child next to her, she found that he was also staring at her. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. This little brat. However, why didn't he think about it? There were 10 people, and 5 of them had a place to advance. You just joined and wanted to snatch a place away. Furthermore, you wouldn't get any benefits from this place. If you could do such a thing that harmed others without benefiting yourself, why couldn't others stare at you? Following that, it was Zhang Xiaohua's turn to be the last 2 in her group. After that child received team leader Ma's nod, he immediately walked forward and with a flying sparrow hawk, he flew up the ring. His posture was very light, and it was obvious that his qigong was quite good. Zhang Xiaohua, who was behind, secretly praised him in her heart. But looking at the 16 eyes beside him, they were probably used to seeing this. Zhang Xiaohua quickly walked to the front of the ring and looked left and right. From time to time, she touched her chin. Then, she walked to a corner under the ring and placed her palms on a support. She was about to climb up. Team leader Ma immediately shouted, "Number 250, what are you doing?" Zhang Xiaohua turned her head and said, "Team leader Ma, I'm going up the ring." Up the ring? Team leader Ma was also stunned and asked curiously, "Then why are you going below the ring?" Zhang Xiaohua had an innocent look and said, "I'm going to climb up. If I don't go below the ring, where else can I go? Your Misty School is really something. Such a high ring, why don't you set up a ladder or something? Our Lu town's opera stage has a ladder." Bang! Team leader Chang almost fell on the spot. Then, with a trembling voice, he probed a little and asked in disbelief, "Number 250, don't tell me you've never learned qigong before." Zhang Xiaohua found it strange. She looked at team leader Chang and said, "I've never learned it before." "What's so strange about it?" Team leader Chang stared at Zhang Xiaohua for a long time as if he was looking at a monster. He asked again, "Then how long have you been practicing martial arts?" Zhang Xiaohua tilted her head and thought for a while before saying, "About a year." Pooh! Team leader Chang spat out a mouthful of blood. "Oh, that's not right." It was a mouthful of turbid air. Then, he said weakly, "Then you dare to participate in the martial arts exhibition?" Zhang Xiaohua found it even more strange and said, "Why can't I participate? I won't get hurt or take anyone's life. I'm here to learn more." Team leader Chang was speechless. He waved his hand weakly and said, "Forget it, don't climb up. Who knows how many years have passed since our martial arts exhibition was founded. There has never been a contestant who climbed up the ring. You can be considered the first. In a while, I'll go find Steward Su. The rules of this martial arts exhibition need to be changed. Anyone who climbs up the ring will be considered to have forfeited." Chapter 170. Zhang Xiaohua immediately raised her hand and retorted, "Leader Chang, you are discriminating against martial arts. I object. Discriminating against martial arts. Leader Chang was puzzled. Zhang Xiaohua continued, just because I don't know Qigong doesn't mean I can't participate in the martial arts competition. I also know other martial arts. Qigong isn't good, but that doesn't mean other martial arts aren't good. Moreover, I think that those who practice external martial arts might not necessarily have good Qigong. Could it be that your sect Stone Ox also has good Qigong? Yes. Stone Ox. Leader Chang laughed, you know Stone Ox. But let me tell you, although Stone Ox's Qigong isn't good, when he was young, he jumped onto this stage by himself. At least he knows Qigong. Ah. I see. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Leader Chang saw that Zhang Xiaohua was silent, so he asked, oh right, you also practice external martial arts? It doesn't look like it. Zhang Xiaohua said, I don't practice external martial arts. I also practice internal martial arts. Oh. Leader Chang nodded and said, come here, I'll send you up. Zhang Xiaohua walked over puzzled and asked, you'll send me up to the stage? How? Leader Chang waited for Zhang Xiaohua to come closer, then squinted his eyes and smiled. He exerted force on his feet and immediately got in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua's vision blurred and Leader Chang grabbed her neck. Then she felt a strong force on her back and her body involuntarily flew towards the stage. Leader Chang's laughter came from behind, I'll send you up to the stage like this. Zhang Xiaohua's body flew towards the stage like a cloud. Leader Chang saw this effect and was very satisfied. He had always been confident in his martial arts, so this little trick was nothing to him. But suddenly, he realized that something was wrong. Zhang Xiaohua's body didn't stop on the stage. Instead, she passed through the center of the stage and flew to the other side of the stage. Zhang Xiaohua's body didn't seem to have any signs of landing on the stage. Just then, Zhang Xiaohua's body flew across the stage and fell to the other side of the stage. What was going on? Leader Chang was also confused. When did his internal strength improve? Zhang Xiaohua, who was in the air, shouted, Leader Chang, what are you doing? You also tricked me. Leader Chang was speechless. Where did this come from? Then, he hurriedly ran to the other side of the stage to see how Zhang Xiaohua's body. Zhang Xiaohua's body was in midair. When she passed through the center of the stage, she felt that something was wrong. But she couldn't control herself. Seeing that she was flying across the stage and falling to the ground on the other side, she couldn't help but be anxious and shouted. After shouting, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He thought of the ethereal steps levitation technique and forgot He Tianshu's advice. Treating a dead horse as a living horse, he immediately followed the manual's instructions and executed it. But in the blink of an eye, his body had already landed. How could he make a last-minute effort? Just as he circulated his jinqi to stabilize his body, his feet had already touched the ground. However, fortunately, she stood there steadily and didn't look as miserable as she did in front of the Misty School's archway. At this time, Leader Chang also rushed to her and asked, Number 250, what's going on? Zhang Xiaohua turned her head and asked, Leader Chang, I also want to ask you. You were discriminating in martial arts just now, and now you are discriminating against gangs. How did my Huanxi manner offend you? Why did you throw me here? When Leader Chang heard that she had risen to the height of the manor, he immediately changed to a smiling face and said, Number 250, I'm sorry. I was kind enough to help you up the stage. Who knew that I would be so lucky? Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, If you want to help me, then help me. Just say that you will. Ah, you gave me a fright. Otherwise, I would have been mentally prepared. Leader Chang smiled apologetically and said, Okay, I'll help you up again. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, Okay, I'll forgive you this time. You can start now. Leader Chang was much more cautious this time. He held Zhang Xiaohua's armpit and used his strength. He felt that his hand was quite light, similar to a 10-year-old child. He couldn't help but realize that when he used his strength just now, he used his strength according to his own estimation. How could he have known that Zhang Xiaohua's body would be so light? No wonder she flew out all of a sudden. This time, Leader Chang used very little strength. Zhang Xiaohua easily jumped onto the stage. When Zhang Xiaohua stood firmly on the stage, Leader Chang finally realized that he was helping Zhang Xiaohua up the stage out of kindness. Just now, Zhang Xiaohua's words sounded like he was begging her to go up. What was this? If you can't go up, then just give up. Why should I worry? On the stage, the 7 or 8-year-old child had been waiting impatiently for a long time. After all, he was still young. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua fly over the stage, land on the other side, and then come up from the other side, he was very puzzled. Now that he saw Zhang Xiaohua land on the stage, he immediately stood firm and cupped his fists in salute. I'm Mu Tangchun. Senior brother, please show mercy. Please. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua knew that this was the etiquette before the Misty School's competition. She had seen it in the previous 4 matches, so she quickly saluted and said, I'm Zhang Xiaohua. Junior brother, please. When Mu Tangchun saw that Zhang Xiaohua was ready, he didn't say anything more. He took a deep breath, opened his hands, and made a starting gesture. Then, he exerted force on his feet and pressed his palm to Zhang Xiaohua's chest. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she also raised her fist to meet it without hesitation. In the first move, both of them were testing each other's strength. Zhang Xiaohua knew that she was strong, but seeing that the opponent was a child, she didn't dare to go all out. She only used half of her strength. She thought that half of her strength would be 200 or 300 jin, so she would definitely be able to resist the opponent. Unexpectedly, when the fist and palm met, a strong force came from the small palm. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and immediately thought that this was internal force. Alas, she was too careless. How could she forget that the opponent was a prodigy who was 1 in 10,000? Although he was young, his internal force had been practiced for many years. How could she underestimate him? But when the force from the palm came, Zhang Xiaohua increased her strength by 10%. Only then was she able to resist it. So Zhang Xiaohua had a plan in her heart. She didn't directly meet the opponent's palm for the second time. Mu Tangchun was the same. He seemed to know that Zhang Xiaohua's strength wasn't small, so he didn't fight head-on. So the two of them fought with 1 fist and 1 palm. At the beginning, the two of them were fighting fiercely. Zhang Xiaohua also met each of their moves with endless wonderful moves. But after a long time, the people in the audience could see the clues. Why? Zhang Xiaohua's 108 fist techniques were soon completely understood by others. Repeated moves continued to appear. On the other hand, although Mu Tangchun was young, he had learned a lot in his heart. After fighting with Zhang Xiaohua for nearly half an incense stick's time, he didn't see any repeated moves. From the palm technique at the beginning to the fist technique later, to the leg technique now, it had always been dazzling. Zhang Xiaohua sighed as she fought. The ancient people said that heroes came from the youth. However, although Zhang Xiaohua's moves weren't good, the power of the moves was still there. These fist techniques that had been changed into a mess by Zhang Xiaohua were still very wonderful in actual combat. The attack and defense were watertight. Although Mu Tangchun constantly changed his moves and tried to find Zhang Xiaohua's flaws, he didn't make any progress for a while. Mu Tangchun's eyes caught sight of the half-burnt incense stick. His legs exerted strength and he leaped up high. His left leg kicked towards Zhang Xiaohua. It was the secret leg technique of the Misty School. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have much experience in fighting, but she still had some knowledge of palm and fist techniques. Seeing this leg technique, she couldn't help but want to dodge. She exerted strength on her left leg and her right leg slipped. Her body wanted to float to the side. Ethereal steps was casually executed. Just as Zhang Xiaohua executed ethereal steps, team leader Ma, who was watching from below the stage, couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. He hurriedly turned his head to look at Team Leader Li. Team Leader Li was also looking at him. Hence, their eyes met and they exchanged a look of astonishment. They didn't hide the expression on their faces. It seemed like they had already recognized ethereal steps. The fist technique disciples of the fledgling Eagle Hall were different from other disciples. Their task was to teach the martial arts of the commoner disciples. Therefore, they must know the martial arts of the sect like the back of their hand. Although the ethereal steps was a divine technique of the sect, they naturally couldn't be taught. However, this didn't mean that they hadn't seen it before. On the contrary, they had even seen the ethereal seven swords and the ethereal divine technique. Zhang Xiaohua participating in the martial arts exhibition as a disciple of the Huanxi manner was already rare. When she said that she had just learned martial arts for more than a year, Leader Ma naturally didn't think much of it. In addition to the disturbance in the arena, Zhang Xiaohua's image in Leader Ma's mind had already fallen to the lowest point. However, Zhang Xiaohua's performance in the arena was a new experience for Leader Ma. This guy, what kind of moves did he use? This seemed to be the Arhat fist, that seemed to be the Six Harmonies fist, and that seemed to be the Southern fist, and that also seemed to be the Jeet fist. In short, after fighting for a long time, Leader Ma didn't see a single fist technique that he was familiar with. However, these random fist techniques were used by Zhang Xiaohua with great vigor and vigor. His offense and defense were excellent, causing his opponent to be unable to find a good way to attack. In addition, what kind of foresight did Leader Ma have? He had long seen that Zhang Xiaohua did not know any inner force cultivation method. Moreover, when the two of them exchanged blows for the first time, he had seen it with his own eyes. He also knew how Mu Tongquan's inner force was. When he saw that Zhang Xiaohua did not lose out in the exchange of blows, he knew that Zhang Xiaohua's arms had extraordinary strength. However, this didn't make him look at Zhang Xiaohua with a whole new level of respect. With just these, Mu Tongquan wasn't a dish at all. As long as he continued to attack and wasn't afraid of exhausting his internal strength, he would definitely be able to force Zhang Xiaohua out of the arena. However, Zhang Xiaohua's use of the ethereal steps threw a huge stone in Leader Ma's heart and set off a huge wave. What kind of cultivation method was the ethereal steps? It was the ultimate cultivation method of the Misty School. As a disciple of the young Eagle Hall, he had never practiced it. At this time, a disciple of the Huanxi manner appeared. Leader Ma's heart immediately formed a thought, there must be something fishy about this. Just as Leader Ma was thinking, Zhang Xiaohua on the arena had already used the ethereal steps to dodge his opponent's many attacks. When Mu Tongquan saw that his leg technique wasn't effective, he no longer used it. He changed his moves and attacked Zhang Xiaohua with a fist technique. When Zhang Xiaohua saw the fist coming towards her, she was overjoyed. She met it head-on and still used the old Big Dipper magical fist. After fighting for a while, Mu Tongquan stole a glance at the incense stick. Seeing that the incense stick's time was about to be up, he couldn't help but feel anxious. This number 250 was too hateful. It was obviously a set of fist techniques over and over again, but he couldn't find any obvious flaws. He had changed a few sets of fist and palm techniques, but still couldn't succeed. It was easy to find that he couldn't deal with the leg technique, but the opponent used a very profound movement technique. His attacks didn't even touch the opponent's clothes. Seeing that the time was about to be up, could it be that he had to fight evenly with this opponent who appeared out of nowhere? He was faintly unconvinced. Thus, Mu Tangchun clenched his teeth and secretly used his mental cultivation method. A faint golden color appeared on his small face and flashed away. His small hand clenched into a fist and his body leaped into the air. He shouted loudly and fiercely attacked Zhang Xiaohua's face. Golden Sandalwood Fist. Leader Ma shouted in his heart and couldn't help but praise Mu Tangchun. However, he didn't have much hope for Mu Tangchun's attack. One must know that as long as Zhang Xiaohua used the ethereal steps, he would definitely be in an invincible position. However, the scene in front of him seemed to be out of his expectations. When Zhang Xiaohua saw Mu Tangchun's fist getting bigger and bigger, and was about to reach her, she also shouted loudly. She didn't use any moves, but her feet separated, and she got into a horse stance. Then, a fist went forward to meet it. With a pang sound, the two fists collided. Zhang Xiaohua took a step back and Mu Tangchun was also sent flying into the air. Mu Tangchun was also outstanding. His body was sent flying, but he didn't panic. He did a somersault and immediately stabilized his body. Using his feet to step on the pillar at the edge of the stage, he used his lightness skill to send another fist towards Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua laughed loudly and said, "Good, eat my fist too." At this time, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have forgotten that her opponent was a 7 or 8-year-old child. Her body also rushed forward, and her arms exerted strength. Her fist went up to meet Mu Tangchun's fist. The two's fists collided, and in an instant, they collided 3 times. The audience below the stage heard 3 consecutive peng 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 sounds. Mu Tangchun was sent flying by Zhang Xiaohua's fist. He somersaulted a few times before stabilizing his body. His body lightly landed on the side of the stage, and Zhang Xiaohua also took a few steps back. Only when she retreated to the edge of the stage did she manage to stop. At this time, Leader Ma shouted from below the stage, "Time's up, it's a draw." At this time, Mu Tangchun had already changed his attitude of contempt. His eyes were full of surprise. The two walked to the center of the stage, saluted again, and then jumped down the stage. Fortunately, the stage wasn't too high. When Zhang Xiaohua jumped down, she only hesitated for a moment. As soon as Mu Tangchun jumped down from the stage, he was surrounded by the other 8 people. Needless to say, they were inquiring about Zhang Xiaohua's true strength. Everyone had seen the process of the competition, but they still had to listen to the words of the person involved to know their true feelings. Zhang Xiaohua jumped down the stage and silently walked to the side. Leader Ma looked at him with a complicated expression. He wanted to go over and say something, but he stopped. He thought that Zhang Xiaohua was upset because he didn't get all 3 points, so he didn't go over to comfort him. In fact, at this time, Zhang Xiaohua didn't think about what happened on the stage just now. She was thinking about how she felt when she was thrown over by Leader Ma just now. Didn't he Tianshu say that the levitation technique was just an incantation and that he couldn't use it? But just now, when he was anxious, he clearly used it successfully. Although he didn't float up, there was still a little bit of meaning. This was a fundamental difference. What was going on? If she could use the levitation skill, then she also knew Qin Gong. She could also go up this stage. Why did she have to be thrown up by her head? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but stare fiercely at the stage and Leader Ma below the stage. After a break, Zhang Xiaohua's group's competition continued. The next 2 rounds of competition were not much different from the first round. However, various fist techniques, palm techniques, and leg techniques appeared, which opened Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. Even Zhang Xiaohua's most anticipated Qin Gong technique was different for each person. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but shake her head. The foundation of this misty school was too deep. As for Zhang Xiaohua's competition, the children already knew that he had great strength. Naturally, they didn't provoke him anymore. Although they used Qin Gong to avoid some of his powerful moves, they also knew that he wasn't familiar with leg techniques. In the beginning, several people used leg techniques to deal with Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua had to use ethereal steps to deal with them. But after 2 rounds, Zhang Xiaohua adapted to their leg techniques. She no longer just dodged, but used Big Dipper magical fist to meet the enemy. That repeated fist technique actually blocked the leg techniques. People couldn't help but say that it was a miracle. Thus, just like this, if Zhang Xiaohua used her ultimate move and used a powerful attack, her opponent would use Qin Gong to dodge. And if she encountered a martial art that Zhang Xiaohua couldn't block, Zhang Xiaohua would use ethereal steps to dodge. The result was very clear. Everyone was happy and obtained a point from each other. Thus, in Zhang Xiaohua's 9 matches, regardless of the opponent's martial arts, the exquisiteness of their fist techniques, or the depth of their inner strength, she fought with her opponent for a full incense stick's worth of time. Finally, she shook hands and made peace. This competition made leader Ma below the stage depressed. He couldn't wait to grab Zhang Xiaohua's ear and say to him, "When you use ethereal steps, you only need to use a backhand punch to hit your opponent. With your strength, you only need 1 punch to win." But how would he know that once Zhang Xiaohua used ethereal steps, he would not be able to use Big Dipper fist? He had yet to properly merge the 2 martial arts together. Leader Ma felt that ethereal steps was like casting pearls before swine in Zhang Xiaohua's hands. He hated that Zhang Xiaohua was rotten wood that couldn't be carved. In the end, he didn't even have the thought of throwing Zhang Xiaohua onto the stage and almost threw Zhang Xiaohua out of the stage. By the time Zhang Xiaohua tied for the 3rd time, the sky had already turned dark. Zhang Xiaohua jumped off the stage and the first thing she asked was, "Leader Ma, where are we going to eat?" Everyone below the stage fell to the ground with a thud. Chapter 171. As the saying goes, some people are happy while others are sad. Although Zhang Xiaohua wasn't very happy on the first day of the martial arts exhibition, at least she wasn't sad. As for the 2 brothers from the Lotus Flower Escort Agency, it was hard to say. Sheng Guanyun's face was extremely unsightly as he stood below a ring. Looking at the group of youngsters, or rather children, who were a head shorter than him, who were chattering about their experiences on the first day of the competition, he felt an unusual bitterness in his heart. He finally understood the reason why no one from the Lotus Escort Agency had participated in this martial arts exhibition for decades. However, for this simple reason, the price he had to pay was really too great. Fortunately, the sky was already dark at this time, and no one paid attention to this young man who had lost 3 matches in a row. Otherwise, Sheng Guanyun would rather make a crack in the ground and hide in it. Thinking about it, why did he listen to Yu Dai's instigation? Was it because of his curiosity that he got involved in this mess? Or was it because of his longing for the ethereal sect? Curiosity killed the cat. Since ancient times, countless examples had shown that impulsiveness and curiosity had a heavy price to pay. His cat hadn't been killed, but his self-esteem had been completely strangled. Thinking about the 3 matches he had just gone through, he had thought that his martial arts had already had some foundation. In addition, he had trained hard in the Lotus Flower Escort Agency's martial arts training center for nearly a year. Although it wasn't enough to deal with these children, he should at least have the strength to fight back. But the seemingly naive and childish children below were completely different people in the ring. They were merciless in the competition, their fists were skillful, their figures were graceful, and even their internal strength had reached a certain level. On the other hand, other than the last child who was slightly weaker, he had fought for half an hour before he was forced to the corner of the ring and had no choice but to raise his hand and admit defeat. The other 2 had all knocked him out of the ring within a few dozen moves. Thinking of this, Sheng Guanyun shook his head slightly and said to himself, "This trip to the Misty School, it was a mistake. This is so embarrassing. But, I wonder how Yu Dai's results are. At this time, a small shadow flitted across his heart, but was immediately driven away by him. If he had been defeated so badly, what else could be said about the youth? He must have been beaten black and blue. On the other side, Yu Dai wasn't having an easy time either. He was number 2 and had to go up in the first round. Yu Dai had initially looked down on him. After all, he had his family's internal force cultivation method and had been practicing it for a long time. He also knew the power of this internal force. Wasn't it his fault that the Lotus Flower Escort Agency had crippled Zhang Xiaohua's hand? Therefore, when he entered the arena, he did not dare to use 10% of his inner strength. He only used 50%. But the Misty School youth opposite him didn't buy it and used 10% of his inner strength to compete with him. Although that youth was younger than Yu Dai and hadn't been practicing his internal force cultivation method for as long as him, he was talented and his internal force cultivation method was advanced. The depth of his inner strength was actually not much worse than Yu Dai's. Therefore, when Yu Dai saw that the situation wasn't good, he immediately focused 120% of his attention and used 10% of his inner strength to treat the youth in front of him as an equal opponent. Only then did they manage to be evenly matched. That youth saw that he didn't have the upper hand and immediately changed the rules of the competition. He used his qigong and an exquisite palm technique to fight with him. Yu Dai's moves weren't as exquisite as his opponents, and his qigong wasn't as agile as his opponents. He could only rely on his own deep inner strength and adopt a defensive stance. Only then was he able to steadily defend against his opponent's attacks for the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. When the team leader announced that it was a draw, Yu Dai secretly let out a sigh of relief. If he had another half an incense stick of time, he would have definitely lost. Unfortunately, Yu Dai was happy too early. Because he had used up too much of his inner strength in the first round, he hadn't fully recovered by the time he entered the arena again. And his opponent for the second round was even crazier. It was a youth who had deeper inner strength than Yu Dai's previous opponent and whose moves were more exquisite. From the start, he didn't give Yu Dai a chance to catch his breath. He immediately took the initiative and attacked non-stop. Yu Dai's inner strength wasn't enough and his moves and body techniques couldn't compare to his opponent's. As he retreated to defend, he cried in his heart. "Brother, can you not bully me like this? Can you at least leave me some face?" However, his opponent didn't have any special abilities and didn't know what Yu Dai was thinking. He only focused on attacking. Before a quarter of the incense stick had even burned, Yu Dai was kicked out of the arena by his opponent. After falling out of the arena, Yu Dai wasn't discouraged. He secretly hid the sadness of his defeat and hurriedly circulated his inner strength to recover his inner strength. He wanted to obtain all 3 points in the third round. Man proposes, God disposes. Yu Dai's fate was actually already sealed when he drew the number plate with Zhang Xiaohua and Shangguanyun. Yu Dai's third round was simply a replica of the first round. He was constantly suppressed by his opponent and could only breathe a sigh of relief after the time it took to burn a stick of incense. With 2 draws and 1 loss, Yu Dai stood below the arena. As one of his fellow sufferers, he couldn't help but have the same thoughts as Shangguanyun. His self-esteem had suffered a huge blow. At the same time, he also thought that if he was like this, then what would happen to Shangguanyun and Zhang Xiaohua, who was half-baked and had a crippled right hand? However, Yu Dai still had a different feeling in his heart. This Misty School was indeed a famous school. Even though he was just a commoner, he had such strength. He wasn't a match for him even though he had practiced for many years. If he could enter such a school to further his studies, then in a few years, his martial arts would improve by leaps and bounds. However, he was already old and his aptitude might not be much better than these youngsters who were much shorter than him. The Misty School might not make an exception and accept him. Thinking of this, Yu Dai immediately thought of Zhang Xiaohu's figure in his heart. How could this country bumpkin catch the eye of the Misty School and become a disciple of the Misty School? Thinking of Zhang Xiaohu's country bumpkin appearance and then looking at his own clothes, Yu Dai couldn't help but raise his head and look at the dark sky. From the bottom of his heart, he shouted, "Heavens, I'm so handsome, why don't you care more about me? Is it because I'm too handsome that you treat me this way? The heavens are really unfair. Why don't you send down lightning and strike those?" Just as he thought of this, he heard thunder in the sky. Yu Dai's heart skipped a beat. Did the heavens hear his prayers? He then stole a glance at the youngster beside him. No one else seemed to be paying attention to him. Only then did he feel relieved. Suddenly, Yu Dai had a malicious thought. If everyone else ate until they had diarrhea, then tomorrow wouldn't he? Yu Dai secretly prayed again. Zhang Xiaohua, on the other hand, didn't have the same thoughts and worries as the other two. After a day of competition, he was a little hungry. Although the people from the Misty School didn't live a life of luxury, they were still favored by the heavens. After coming to the Misty School, their basic necessities were all arranged by someone and they didn't need to worry about it. Now that they heard Zhang Xiaohua ask such a stupid question, they couldn't help but lower the position of Zhang Xiaohua in their hearts by a few notches. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua's already bad image became even worse. The other youngsters all distanced themselves from him as if he wasn't in the same group as them. Team leader Chang didn't know his background. Looking at the strange gazes around him, he still braced himself and said, "Well, in a while, you can eat with us. I'm not too sure about your arrangements. If Steward Su comes to look for you later, you can make other plans." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, his eyes lit up. He moved closer to team leader Chang and asked, "Then what are our standards? Is there red braised pork? I ate first-class meals at Huanxi Mountain Manor. Our Misty School shouldn't be worse than them, right?" When team leader Chang heard this, he quickly distanced himself from him as if he wasn't familiar with him. He coughed twice and said, "Well, I don't know what's the difference between this and your Huanxi Mountain Manor's first-class meals. As for this red braised pork, I'm not sure if it was prepared today. We usually don't eat much of it." Zhang Xiaohua was a little disappointed and said, "You actually don't eat much red braised pork. Seems like the standards aren't high." Team leader Chang didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, "That stuff is too greasy and it's easy to gain weight. It will affect the figure, so we don't eat much." Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood and nodded, "So it's like that. But the red braised pork is very fragrant and is more delicious than the others." However, team leader Chang didn't seem to be in the mood to talk to him about this. He called team leader Li and the other disciples to pack up and leave. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something and quickly walked in front of team leader Chang and asked, "Team leader Chang, can I ask you one more thing?" Team leader Chang took a step back and asked hesitantly, "Say it and see if I can answer." Zhang Xiaohua said mysteriously, "For people like us who came from outside to participate in the martial arts exhibition, can we walk around freely in the Misty School? Or if I want to go to other places to find familiar people, is that okay?" Captain Chang looked at Zhang Xiaohua's mysterious appearance and asked such a question. He almost vomited blood. He could only grit his teeth and say, "Well, I really don't know. Why don't you wait a moment? I'll send someone over to ask." After saying that, he waved his hand to a child who had competed with Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Moo Moo, quickly go find Steward Su and tell him about the problem of number 250. See how to deal with it." The child agreed and skipped away. Not long after, he came back and said, "Steward Su said that we can walk around freely in the Misty School. However, we can't go to some forbidden areas. There are also some places guarded by guards that are not allowed to enter. Also, we can't force our way in. In addition, the 3 people who came from outside to participate in the competition have already arranged accommodation. It's best to stay in the sect at night and rest early so that you can participate in tomorrow's competition on time. Team leader Chang nodded and turned to ask, 250, do you understand? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I understand, team leader Chang. Then I'll go find someone. Team leader Chang was bursting with joy and said, what? You're not going to eat first. Let's eat first. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, let's find someone first. Oh right, where does sect leader O's direct disciple live? Team leader Chang was startled and secretly thought, see, I told you that there was something fishy going on. It was just as I expected. Fortunately, I didn't offend him just now. Thus, team leader Chang used an abnormally amiable voice and explained the route in detail. Zhang Xiaohua waited until she understood everything before bowing and taking her leave. Watching Zhang Xiaohua's departing figure, team leader Chang also let out a long sigh. The trouble had finally left on its own. At this time, the sky was already completely dark. However, the misty school was still brightly lit. Many people were walking around in 2s and 3s. They were all excitedly talking about interesting news and experiences from the competition. Although team leader Chang gave a very detailed description of Zhang Xiaohu's residence, he couldn't stand up to Zhang Xiaohua's poor sense of direction. In less than a moment, she lost her way and didn't know where to go. However, the misty school didn't lack warm-hearted people. Especially when they heard that Zhang Xiaohua was going to the direct disciple's residence, many people volunteered to personally send Zhang Xiaohua there. Zhang Xiaohua was covered in goosebumps from their attentiveness. She thought of the situation her second brother was in last time and hurriedly rejected countless people's good intentions. She expressed that she didn't dare to disturb their fun during dinner and that she would go alone as long as she told them the directions. Thus, under the resentful gazes of countless people and the helpless feeling of being rejected, Zhang Xiaohua took one step at a time and finally arrived near Zhang Xiaohu's residence. However, at this time, a group of female disciples walked towards her. Wasn't the one at the front of the group Mingcue Hall's Aunt Qin and Hall Master Qin? Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were sharp and she had already seen them. She couldn't help but feel happy. She raised her hand and called out, Big Sister Qin, Big Sister Qin. Aunt Qin led a group of young female disciples and was surrounded by the fiery gazes of male disciples. Naturally, she didn't notice Zhang Xiaohua among the countless people. At this time, when she heard someone call her, she was secretly puzzled, who has the guts to call me that? When she saw the small and thin figure in the crowd, she was pleasantly surprised. Zhang Xiaohua, why are you here? Zhang Xiaohua walked forward and bowed. I'm here to participate in the martial arts competition. Aunt Qin was surprised and asked, you're not a disciple of our Misty School. How can you participate in the martial arts competition? Could it be that you can also advance? Zhang Xiaohua explained the situation in detail. Only then did Aunt Qin understand. She said, I really don't know about this. However, the martial arts competition has already been held for a day. How are your results? Even if you're only at the first rank of commoner clothing, the martial arts of those youths are still extremely powerful. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she shrugged and shook her head slightly. When Aunt Qin saw this, she naturally knew that her results weren't good. She hurriedly comforted her. Zhang Xiaohua, it's okay. If you lose, you lose. Just treat it as coming to see the world. Oh, right. What are you doing now? Where are you going? When she heard that Zhang Xiaohua wanted to find Zhang Xiaohu, she smiled and said to a female disciple behind her, Changa, you know Zhang Xiaohua. Bring Zhang Xiaohua over. Don't let him find the wrong place again. That female disciple walked out of the crowd and looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a strange gaze. When Zhang Xiaohua heard that someone else knew her, she was surprised. When Chang'e walked out of the crowd of female disciples, she frowned slightly. Then she relaxed and said with a smile, "Yes, I know elder sister Chang'e. Aren't we just going together?" Aunt Qin didn't wait for Zhang Xiaohua to finish and immediately interrupted her. "It's good that you know Chang'e. Let her take you so you don't get lost again." Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said with a double meaning, "I know, elder sister Qin." Afterwards, she bid farewell to Aunt Qin and was led by Chang'e to Zhang Xiaohu's residence. Along the way, Chang'e was very curious about how Zhang Xiaohua had killed the black-clothed old man. After all, she had personally experienced that person's power and saw Zhang Xiaohua kill him with her own eyes. Ever since they returned from the south, the news of Yan down south had been strictly sealed. Even the news of Zhang Xiaohua coming back alive was only later found out by Chang'e. She had always been very curious about what kind of unique skills Zhang Xiaohua had that she wasn't afraid of the black-clothed old man's iron shirt and light golden palm. Today was such a coincidence that she was caught red-handed. How could she let Zhang Xiaohua go? Like a curious child, she asked this and that. Zhang Xiaohua had gone down south with her. Although they hadn't talked, they could be considered to have gone through trials and tribulations together. There was no need to keep Zhang Xiaohua's matters a secret from her. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua told her in full detail about what she had said and done with Elder Yu that day. Chang'e still didn't believe her. She opened her big round eyes and asked, "Is it really that simple?" It was that person's negligence. Zhang Xiaohua had an expression that said, "I knew you wouldn't believe me." She said, "It was originally like this. If I was powerful, I wouldn't have been able to tie 3 matches in a row today." Tie 3 matches in a row. When Chang'e heard this, she laughed out loud and said, "You're really good." When I was a commoner, I didn't hear of many people tying 3 matches in a row. As she spoke, Chang'e suddenly said, "Aya, I was just talking to you. Aren't we already here? This is where the direct disciples live. Do you know where your second brother lives? If you don't know, we'll have to find someone to ask." Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "There's a small tree in front of my second brother's courtyard. Look, that should be it. I came here once during the day, so I still have a bit of an impression of it." After saying this, Zhang Xiaohua led Chang'e to Zhang Xiaohu's courtyard. She smiled and pointed at the small tree, saying, "It's this small tree. There's no mistake. I can't recognize the road, but I still have an impression of the tree." After saying this, Zhang Xiaohua walked up and knocked on the door. It was still quiet inside. Chang'e said in a small voice, "Could it be that your second brother isn't here? Today is the day of my Misty School's martial arts practice. He must have gone somewhere to watch the fun. Or perhaps the sect leader had something to do and let him go." Zhang Xiaohua smiled mysteriously and said, "You don't know about this, right? Elder sister Chang'e, watch me." After saying this, she stopped knocking on the door. Instead, she pointed her mouth at the crack of the door and sang loudly, "Zhang Xiaohu, oh Zhang Xiaohu, your younger brother is Zhang Xiaohua. He asked me to ask you, are you still in the courtyard? Are you in the courtyard?" As soon as she finished singing, the door opened with a creak. A joyful voice came from inside, "Xiaohua, is that you? Why did you come at this time? Wasn't it Zhang Xiaohu who walked out of the door?" Zhang Xiaohu saw that the person in front of him was his younger brother. He was very surprised. He walked over and rubbed his head, saying, "Why did you come here now?" Zhang Xiaohua said with grievance, "Don't keep rubbing my head. It'll affect my growth. By the way, I didn't come here alone." "Really?" Zhang Xiaohu was surprised. He raised his head and looked outside, asking, "Who else is there? Is it Li Jinfeng, young Master Li?" Chapter 172. Looking up, Chang'e was standing not far away, looking at the two brothers with a beautiful smile. The female disciples of the Misty School were outstanding. Every one of them was incomparably beautiful and had an extraordinary temperament. Chang'e was dressed in a tight suit, looking particularly valiant in the dark night. At this time, a crack suddenly appeared in the dark clouds in the sky. The bright moonlight shone down on Chang'e's body. Under the moonlight, Chang'e saw Zhang Xiaohu looking at her. She pursed her lips and walked up to him. Zhang Xiaohu suddenly felt an electric shock in his heart. He felt a burst of heartache, followed by a burst of heat. His eyes stared at Chang'e, and he could no longer speak. Zhang Xiaohua did not notice her second brother's appearance. She hurriedly greeted Chang'e and said, "Sister Chang'e, this is my second brother, Zhang Xiaohu. Haha, he is now Hero Wen's disciple." Her words were full of infinite pride. Chang'e smiled and walked up to Zhang Xiaohu. She saluted and said, "Hello, Zhang Xiaohu. I don't know if I should call you junior brother or senior brother. In fact, according to the rules of the Misty School, the first to enter the door is the elder." Zhang Xiaohu really did have to call Chang'e senior sister. However, the disciples of O Peng's line also had some special characteristics. Sometimes, the seniority was also determined by age. However, in Zhang Xiaohu's case, entering the Misty School at such an old age was rare, so Chang'e asked this question. Zhang Xiaohu looked at Chang'e's face, which was as beautiful as a flower. He opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Based on his usual personality, he would probably call her senior apprentice sister out of humility. But in front of this girl, he couldn't bring himself to call her senior apprentice sister. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. She said to Chang'e, "My second brother is older than me by 5 years. He should be 19 this year. Sister Chang'e, how old are you?" Hearing this, Chang'e smiled and said, "In that case, your second brother should be older." After that, he cupped his hands and saluted Zhang Xiaohu, "I am Chang'e of Mingsue Hall. Greetings, senior martial brother." Seeing that Chang'e was so generous, Zhang Xiaohu was even more delighted. He also saluted and said, "I'm Zhang Xiaohu. Greetings, junior sister Chang'e." After the two saluted, Chang'e asked, "Senior martial brother, are you the disciple who recently joined the sect?" These words were very vague, but Zhang Xiaohu understood and nodded with a bitter smile. Chang'e smiled and said, "I was wondering why there was a rumor recently that a disciple relied on nepotism to join the Misty School's direct disciples. I was very puzzled. Our boss O isn't a person who only listens to one side. How could he make such a mistake? Now that I've seen Zhang Xiaohua, I know the reason." Zhang Xiaohu didn't quite understand. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly explained, "Elder sister Chang'e and I went out with our manor lord O. That's how we met." Zhang Xiaohu also suddenly understood. He hurriedly opened the door and said, "This isn't the place to talk. Junior sister Chang'e, please come in." Chang'e waved her hand and said, "No need, senior martial brother. The hall master told me to bring Zhang Xiaohua here. I still have to hurry back. There's a competition tomorrow, so I have to go back early to prepare." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly said, "I heard that the competition at the martial arts exhibition is very important. Junior sister should go back early. I won't invite you in for a chat." Chang'e saluted the two again and turned to leave. Zhang Xiaohu suddenly asked, "That, junior sister Chang'e, where will your competition be tomorrow?" Hearing this, Chang'e covered her mouth and laughed, "Our Mingsue Hall's competition will naturally be in the hall. You male disciples aren't allowed to watch." Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He scratched his head. Chang'e looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Isn't Zhang Xiaohua also competing tomorrow? You can go and cheer him on. I'll see if tomorrow's competition ends early." If it ends early, I'll also go to the Young Eagle Hall to cheer Zhang Xiaohua on. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu was overjoyed. He watched Chang'e leave. After Chang'e left, the two brothers entered the courtyard. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to sit down, Zhang Xiaohu impatiently asked, "Xiaohua, why are you also participating in the martial arts exhibition?" Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to be patient and tell him the whole story again. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu couldn't help but feel uneasy. He said, "Xiaohua, how can you do as you please? No matter what, you have to discuss this with me." Zhang Xiaohua stared blankly and asked in puzzlement, "What's there to discuss? Isn't it just a martial arts competition?" Zhang Xiaohu stamped his feet and said, "Xiaohua, you didn't stay in the Misty School. You don't know how powerful the Misty School is. When I was in the Lotus Flower Escort Agency, I felt that my aptitude wasn't good enough. As long as we have the will to endure hardships, we won't be worse than others." Zhang Xiaohua said, "That's right, second brother. I also feel the same way." Zhang Xiaohu bitterly smiled and said, "I've gained a lot of knowledge during my time in the Misty School. Let's not talk about the level of brocade clothing and the high level of cloth clothing. Let's just talk about the level of cloth clothing that you're participating in. I've actually seen a few young disciples compete. I won't hide it from you, my self-esteem has taken a big hit. I feel that the martial arts that I've learned is simply not a match for others. Think about it, a child whose height just reaches my chest has better martial arts than me, and whose internal strength is higher than mine. If I were to be beaten down in the arena, where would I put my face?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua slightly frowned and interrupted her second brother, saying, "Second brother, I think what you said is wrong. What does this martial arts competition have to do with face? If you don't compete for the sake of face, then your martial arts will never improve. As the ancients say, the one who reaches the top is the teacher. It doesn't matter if the other person is young or old, as long as there is something that we can learn from them, we should humbly learn from them. What do you think, second brother?" When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, his face turned slightly red and he said in a low voice, "What you say makes sense." However, he immediately put on a straight face and said, "But why are you participating in this martial arts competition? I know your martial arts foundation. If it's just to learn, you can let Captain He and the others teach you properly first. It won't be too late to participate after 3 to 5 years of practice. Who can you beat right now? How can you learn anything from it?" When it came to the results of the competition, Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything more. After all, he was still a youth. When he reprimanded Zhang Xiaohu just now, he spoke with conviction. In fact, wasn't he the same as well? Otherwise, he wouldn't have wanted to be in the same group as those tall disciples. When Zhang Xiaohu saw that his younger brother wasn't speaking, his heart ached as he asked, "Did you not win a single match today?" Zhang Xiaohua could only nod his head. Zhang Xiaohu patted his head and comforted him, "It's okay, Xiaohua. Our foundation is weak and can't compare to them. Didn't I just say that as long as we have the heart to improve and cultivate hard? If we can't do it this year, there's still next year. If we can't do it next year, there's still the year after." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he vigorously nodded his head. Just as he was nodding his head, he heard Zhang Xiaohua's stomach rumble thunderously. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "I was wondering why you ran over to my place. So you haven't eaten yet? Come, let's go and try our food." With that said, he pulled Zhang Xiaohua out of the small courtyard with his head held high. After eating, Zhang Xiaohua rubbed his stomach as if he hadn't had enough. He followed second brother to the tidy and lively main road of the Misty School. Zhang Xiaohu looked at his younger brother and was very happy. He smiled and asked, "Xiaohua, I remember that you like to eat red braised pork. Why didn't you eat more just now? Also, I feel that your appetite is a lot smaller than before. You're growing now, so you have to eat more. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the lush flowers and said, "Second brother, I don't know what's going on either. It's just that I feel like I'm full after eating for a while. Just like today, if it wasn't for the fact that the competition exhausted my energy, I would have eaten even less at night. The red braised pork tastes okay, but the more I eat, the more I get sick of it." Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and said, "Maybe it's because you eat better now, so you don't like to eat anymore. If it was at home, you would eat faster than anyone else." At the mention of home, the two brothers were a bit sad. Zhang Xiaohua asked in a small voice, "Second brother, I want to go home and take a look." "What about you?" Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, "I also want to. We've been out for more than a year, so we should go back and take a look." Although young Master Li has already reported back to the family that he's safe, Mom and Dad still miss us when they don't see us. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Xiaohu and said, "Then when can we go back?" Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and said, "Let's wait a bit. You should be able to go back at any time." Zhang Xiaohua quickly said, "Yes, I don't have much to do. It's just that a while ago, I couldn't leave." Captain He and the others are going to participate in the martial arts exhibition, so I'll keep an eye on the medicinal field for a while. After the martial arts exhibition, they'll go back and I'll be relaxed. I should be able to go back at any time. Zhang Xiaohu muttered, "I'm a bit troubled here. I've only just entered the Misty School, so I haven't fully grasped the habits of my master and the others. At first, they just let me familiarize myself with the environment of the school. I reckon that after the martial arts exhibition, they'll only be able to teach me specific martial arts. So, I don't dare to easily ask for leave from master." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "I know, second brother. How about I wait for you? When we go back, it's better if the two of us go back together. If one of us goes back alone, Mom and Dad will be even more worried." Zhang Xiaohu looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a slight smile and said, "Xiaohua, you've also grown up." Zhang Xiaohua proudly raised her little head and said, "That's right, second brother. I'm already 13 years old, of course I'm an adult." The two of them chatted like this as they walked back. When they were about to reach Zhang Xiaohu's residence, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought, "Second brother, do you know where the medicine hall is? I want to go see Captain He and Nye Xiaoer." Zhang Xiaohu looked at the sky and shook his head, "Forget it, don't go today. It's already late and they're all going to participate in the martial arts exhibition. They're probably cultivating right now. Even if you go, you won't be able to see them. You'll be disturbing them for no reason. Also, don't you have a competition tomorrow? You should go back and rest early. Rest well. Even if you lose tomorrow, you have to use all your strength to deal with it." "Io!" Zhang Xiaohua cried out and said, "Second brother, I forgot that when I left Kitty Hawk Hall, Steward Su said that he had already reserved a room for me. I didn't ask clearly either." "Can I not go back tonight? It's already so late, what should I do?" Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and said, "It's already so late, who are you going to ask? I don't know where this Steward Su is, but I do know the general location of Kitty Hawk Hall. Forget it, I'll just make do with my place tonight. When I see them tomorrow, I'll properly explain." Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and nodded, "That's the only way. I hope there won't be any problems." The two brothers chatted as they returned to the small courtyard. Zhang Xiaohu hadn't received any teachings from his master yet. Presumably, when Wenhai was thinking about what martial arts to teach Zhang Xiaohu. Moreover, when Wenhai had already stopped Zhang Xiaohu from practicing the trash martial arts that he had learned at the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohu could only practice fist techniques and the like. Thus, the two of them each occupied a corner in the small courtyard and began to practice on their own. After Zhang Xiaohu finished practicing a set of fist techniques, he saw that Zhang Xiaohua was still practicing. He stood there with a chuckle and happily watched his younger brother practice. Very quickly, he discovered that Zhang Xiaohua was practicing that set of fist techniques over and over again. He felt that it was very strange, but immediately after, his heart was moved again and he shouted, "Xiaohua, stop. Let's spar for a bit." Zhang Xiaohua paused for a moment and happily said, "Okay, second brother. Wait a moment. I'll practice a few more times and then stop." After practicing enough times, that bone-tempering cold stream appeared and Zhang Xiaohua stopped. Zhang Xiaohu felt very strange and asked, "Xiaohua, why do you practice the same set of fist techniques over and over again?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand and said, "There's nothing strange about it. Second brother, I only know how to practice this set of fist techniques. If I don't practice it over and over again, what am I practicing?" Zhang Xiaohu explained, "You don't understand what I mean. I know that you only know this set of fist techniques. What I'm saying is, when I told you to stop, why didn't you stop? Instead, you practiced several times before stopping." Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "It's like this, second brother. When I practice this set of fist techniques to a certain number of times, there will be a cold stream flowing through the bones in my body. If I don't practice it to a certain level, it won't appear. That's why I have to practice it over and over again." Eh? Zhang Xiaohu's eyes widened and asked, "Really? This set of fist techniques that you put together?" Zhang Xiaohua listened to her small chest and proudly said, "Really, second brother. Do you want me to teach you and you can try it?" Zhang Xiaohu didn't suspect that his brother was lying. However, Zhang Xiaohua was currently participating in the martial arts competition. Moreover, he had just entered Misty School and would probably be practicing new martial arts soon. Where would he have the time to practice other things? Thus, he could only shake his head and regretfully said, "Forget it. Right now, I don't have the time to learn more martial arts. Let's wait until Master teaches me Misty School's martial arts." Zhang Xiaohua didn't manage to show off her toy. She pouted and said, "All right then. When you want to learn, come find me. Hee hee." Then, Zhang Xiaohua got into a stance and said, "Come, second brother. Let me try your martial arts." When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he was also happy. He rolled up his sleeves and said, "All right. Watch my Lyoha fist." Thus, the two brothers stepped forward and began to spar. When the two brothers sparred, they naturally wanted to give way to each other. Zhang Xiaohu knew that Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how to use internal energy, so he didn't use any internal energy in his moves. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaohua knew that Zhang Xiaohu's strength wasn't as great as hers, so she only used 30% of her strength. In short, the two of them sparred harmoniously. Zhang Xiaohua didn't even use the ethereal steps. The two of them sparred for a while. Zhang Xiaohua was actually able to counter every move he made. He fought meticulously. Although Zhang Xiaohu was unable to gain the upper hand several times, he felt very gratified. He knew very well that his younger brother was actually not at a disadvantage in this fist technique. Naturally, he must have put in a lot of effort in his daily practice. The two of them sparred for a while. Zhang Xiaohu saw that it was getting late and stopped. He smiled and said, "Xiaohua, you've improved a lot. I almost can't beat you." Zhang Xiaohua's little tail stuck up. She smiled and said, "Don't you know whose brother I am? Can't I?" Zhang Xiaohu chuckled and said, "It's a pity that your internal energy isn't good enough. Otherwise, you could really exchange a few moves with those young Eagle Hall disciples." Zhang Xiaohua wasn't happy and said, "It's just that we didn't have this opportunity when we were young. Otherwise, I wouldn't be worse than them." Zhang Xiaohu comforted her and said, "Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Slowly improve. There will always be time to catch up with them. Come on, let's go inside and sleep." It's late and you still have to participate in the competition tomorrow. Zhang Xiaohu's small courtyard wasn't small and the house wasn't small either. However, there was only one Kong in the house. As a last resort, the two of them could only squeeze together. In fact, it couldn't be said that they had no choice. Presumably, even if there were two Kong beds, the two brothers would still squeeze together. The two brothers whispered for a while on the Kong bed. When Zhang Xiaohu spoke again, there was no sound from the other side. Zhang Xiaohu kicked Zhang Xiaohua but there was no response. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and say, "This kid is still sleeping as soundly as before." Thus, Zhang Xiaohu also closed his eyes. After a while, he peacefully fell asleep. In the whole house, there were two breathing sounds, one of which had a very strange frequency. It was Zhang Xiaohua's unique 9 shallow and 1 deep breathing. Zhang Xiaohua's carefree heart sutra quietly ran again when he was asleep. In the endless night sky, the ethereal star force came as expected and invisibly covered Zhang Xiaohua's whole body. It was slowly guided into the pores of his whole body and then into his meridians to be refined. Tonight's star force was also different from the past. The star force projected for a long time and even attracted a trace of chi of heaven and earth above the misty school. Following the star force's trajectory, it was also guided into Zhang Xiaohua's body. The amount of chi of heaven and earth was also several times more than that of Huanxi Villa. It was guided into Zhang Xiaohua's pores by the star force. After being guided and refined by Zhang Xiaohua, it was constantly integrated into the genuine qi that was cheerfully flowing in his body. Every time the genuine qi flowed a circle, there would be a slight increase. Although the increase was insignificant, after a night of hard work by Zhang Xiaohua, he could feel a slight change. Chapter 173. When he woke up in the morning, Zhang Xiaohu opened his eyes and saw an infinitely magnified face staring at him seriously. The corners of that face still had some excrement. Zhang Xiaohu was so scared that he didn't see who it was and hurriedly hid behind. When he was far away, he realized that it was his younger brother, Zhang Xiaohua. He was holding his chin and looking at him with a playful expression. Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly touched his face and rubbed his eyes. He asked, "Is there something on my face?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "There isn't anything on your face, but there is on your mouth." When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he couldn't help but touch his mouth. He said in surprise, "How is that possible?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't directly answer his question. Instead, she said, "Second brother, what did you dream of yesterday?" Dream? Zhang Xiaohu slightly frowned and said, "No, I didn't dream of anything." "Hee, you haven't dreamed yet." Zhang Xiaohua said with a mischievous smile, "If you didn't dream, why did I hear you call someone's name?" "Who? Whose name? How come I don't know?" Zhang Xiaohu was still confused. His dream was vague, how could he remember so much? When Zhang Xiaohua heard that her second brother didn't admit it, she stood up and looked at the sunlight outside the window. She said seriously, "That's strange. This morning, someone in his dream called Junior Marshal Sister Chang'e, Junior Marshal Sister Chang'e. Could it be me?" Zhang Xiaohu's face suddenly turned red. He couldn't help but mutter, This, is it true?" Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "The ancients said that a gentle and graceful woman is a good match for a gentleman." "It's nothing." Zhang Xiaohu's face turned red. He also didn't know what to say. Then, he thought for a moment, clenched his teeth, and asked, "That, Xiaohua, are you familiar with Junior Marshal Sister Chang'e?" Zhang Xiaohua tilted her head and thought for a moment before replying, "I don't know anyone that well. It's just that when I went out with the Manor Lord last time, we went together. We didn't talk much and just got acquainted with each other." Oh, I see. Zhang Xiaohu was a little disappointed. Zhang Xiaohua blinked her eyes and said with a smile, although I'm not familiar with junior sister Chang'e, I'm very familiar with Hall Master Qin of Mingcue Hall. Really? Zhang Xiaohu was overjoyed, his eyes shining with hope. Of course. Zhang Xiaohua declined to comment. After the two brothers finished their meal, Zhang Xiaohu was familiar with his younger brother's poor sense of direction. Since he had nothing to do anyway, he followed him to Kitty Hawk Hall. Just as they arrived at the main road in front of the hall, they ran into two acquaintances. It was Sheng Guanyun and Yu Dei. Both of them didn't look good and were in the middle of whispering something. Zhang Xiaohu had already heard from Zhang Xiaohua last night, so he wasn't surprised to run into them here. He very naturally stepped forward and saluted them. Sheng Guanyun and Yu Dei didn't neglect him either. They had already lost their arrogance at the Lotus Escort Agency and hurriedly returned the salute. Zhang Xiaohu knew that the two's performance yesterday wouldn't be ideal, so he didn't ask any questions. After exchanging greetings for a while, he went in. It wasn't easy for the two to run into Zhang Xiaohu, so how could he be willing to let them go? Leaving Zhang Xiaohua aside, he pulled on Zhang Xiaohu's sleeve and asked him about his recent situation. He also expressed his respect for him. Only then did he ask in a roundabout way how he had caught the discerning eyes of gang leader O. Zhang Xiaohu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He only answered perfunctorily, how could he be willing to tell the truth? Zhang Xiaohua, the instigator, was squeezed outside by the two. She was all smiles as she watched the two's performance. After talking for a while, Zhang Xiaohu coughed twice and said, "My two dear friends, it's already late. Why don't you hurry inside and make your preparations? There will be a competition in a while. Although you don't need to advance, this is a hard-won opportunity. You should cherish it and exchange pointers with my sect's disciples. It will be very beneficial for your future martial arts progress." Sheng Guanyun smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Zhang is wrong. I didn't know before. If I had known that the martial arts competition would be so difficult, I wouldn't have come back even if you beat me to death. Yesterday, I fought 3 rounds, but I didn't win a single one. I don't know where my face has gone. To tell the truth, if it wasn't for brother you holding me back, I would have returned to the Lotus Escort Agency yesterday." Yu Dei smiled and said, "Perhaps the strength of yesterday's opponent was too strong. Wouldn't it be even more unsightly if you were to withdraw after just 3 rounds? Let's wait and see today. Maybe there will be a change today." Sheng Guanyun curled his lips and said, "Forget it. If I ran, then I ran. Who said anything about me? I didn't know either. What is there to lose face about? If I were to be thrown out of the ring by those little kids today, that would be the real shame." Zhang Xiaohu heard the two say this and was even more worried for Zhang Xiaohua. When he looked back, Zhang Xiaohua was looking around and didn't seem to care. He couldn't help but laugh at himself. This little brother of his had encountered many setbacks on the road of martial arts. Being thrown out of the ring was a small matter that he probably wouldn't take to heart. Under the urging of Zhang Xiaohu, the two martial arts masters of the Lotus Escort Agency whose self-esteem had been greatly damaged yesterday walked into the Young Eagle Hall step by step. As usual, the entrance of the Young Eagle Hall was guarded. Zhang Xiaohua and the other two all had number plates. Zhang Xiaohua didn't need to be said. Although she was much older than the disciples of the Young Eagle Hall, her height was about the same. The guards weren't good enough to see her age, so they passed after checking. Yu Dei and Sheng Guanyun didn't look like disciples of the Young Eagle Hall at all. The guards naturally wouldn't let them in. Yu Dei could only tell them their identities. Fortunately, some of the guards knew about this matter that hadn't happened for decades, so they let them in. This small disturbance made Yu Dei and Sheng Guanyun's expressions very unhappy. Zhang Xiaohu showed his waist token. When the guard saw the genuine waist token, he was flabbergasted. Where did this junior brother come from? Why didn't he compete at his own place during the martial arts exhibition? Why did he come to the Young Eagle Hall to watch the show? If he wanted to watch the show, then wouldn't the big arena at the entrance of the meeting hall be 100 times more lively? However, looking at the two foreign contestants who were much taller and older than the disciples of the Young Eagle Hall, he more or less understood what was going on. When he entered the Kitty Hawk Hall, he saw that the square was filled with children's heads. Zhang Xiaohu could not help but laugh. What he saw was just a few people sparring, and he already felt a sense of fear. Facing so many children whose martial arts were much higher than his, if he did not have a thick heart, it would not be easy to face them. Yu Dai and Sheng Wanyan's thoughts were understandable. The three people's arenas weren't together, so Zhang Xiaohu naturally accompanied Zhang Xiaohua. The four people walked for a while and then cupped their hands in farewell. When Zhang Xiaohua arrived in front of her arena, team leader Chang and the others were almost all present. Zhang Xiaohu was afraid that his brother would make a mistake, so he went forward to greet the two team leaders and explained his identity. When the two team leaders heard that he was the direct disciple of the sect leader, they didn't dare to be negligent and quickly cupped their hands in return. In their hearts, they thought at the same time, inside story, there must be inside story. Zhang Xiaohu and the others naturally knew that he had entered the ethereal sect through nepotism. But today, he had accompanied his younger brother who knew the ethereal steps to the Kitty Hawk Hall. Anyone would have thought that there might be some unspoken rules involved. Zhang Xiaohu didn't know that the two opposite him had thought so much in the blink of an eye. He sincerely explained to the two team leaders that Zhang Xiaohua had gone to look for him yesterday. He hadn't seen his brother for a long time, so he stayed to talk for a while. Because of the delay, he didn't ask for the room's location, so he could only stay at his place. He asked the two team leaders to bear with him. When the two team leaders saw this, they laughed in their hearts. How could they not sell such a cheap favor? They roughly explained the rules of the martial arts exhibition. It turned out that the rules of the martial arts exhibition were that many people came to the Lotus Escort Agency and Huanxi Manor. The Misty School usually arranged food and lodging, but these two places weren't very far from the Misty Mountain Villa. Many people were still willing to return to their own residences. Therefore, the martial arts exhibition didn't restrict those who had to stay at the Misty Mountain Villa. Even if Zhang Xiaohua had returned to the Huanxi Manor last night, it was still possible. But today, no one would go to the Huanxi Manor to pick him up. He had to arrive at the Young Eagle Hall on time, or else he would be disqualified. When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, his heart was relieved. Zhang Xiaohua beside him was overjoyed and said, "That's great. Then tonight we'll go to the medicine hall to look for team leader he and the others." Zhang Xiaohu glared fiercely at him and said, "It won't be too late to talk about it after you win. If you still don't win, how can you face team leader he?" Zhang Xiaohua shrunk his neck and stuck out his little tongue, pretending to be afraid. Not long after, the second day of the martial arts exhibition officially began. According to the order of the number plates that had been arranged long ago, they went on stage one by one. Zhang Xiaohu suddenly asked, "Xiaohua, what's your number plate?" Zhang Xiaohua raised his number plate and said with a smile, "Number 250. Zhang Xiaohu curled his lips and secretly said in his heart, "This number is really 250. Then he asked again, "What about Yu Dai and Sheng Wanyan?" Zhang Xiaohua said without hesitation, "Number 2, and number 111. Zhang Xiaohu nodded. "He, how many numbers, really 2? On the stage, the two children's fists and feet created wind as they fought. The thrilling scene made Zhang Xiaohu stunned. Was this still the martial arts of children who weren't even 10 years old? Why was it so much more powerful than the last time he saw it? However, after thinking for a bit, he understood. The fighting outside the stage was just to compare notes on martial arts. It didn't involve any benefits. Many of the unique skills and dangerous moves might not be used. But this martial arts exhibition competition really wanted to see the level of your martial arts. If he didn't show it now, when would he show it? Therefore, even if it wasn't a life and death battle, they would still go all out and not give in the slightest. The time it took for a stick of incense to burn passed quickly. The two people on the stage fought to a draw. Both of them were unconvinced and jumped off the stage, each taking 1 point. Zhang Xiaohua's number was at the end, so just like yesterday, his match was also at the end of each round. So he also stood beside Zhang Xiaohu and watched the competition on the stage. He didn't know how Zhang Xiaohua felt. Anyway, it wasn't just the first match. In the following 7 matches, there were wins and losses, but every match made Zhang Xiaohu feel relaxed and happy. The martial arts of these children were difficult for him to reach. It could be imagined that the depth of the bench of this misty school was very deep. Then he thought of the time when he and his younger brother rashly came to the misty mountain villa to learn martial arts. At that time, he really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Looking at the children in front of him and thinking of himself at that time, how could they accept him? At the same time, he felt ashamed of his inferiority and looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was watching the competition attentively. His heart was filled with endless warmth. If it wasn't for his younger brother who he watched grow up from a baby boy, how could he enter the misty school with such a high threshold? If he couldn't learn profound martial arts and gain a place in the misty school where experts were everywhere, how could he face his younger brother? Suddenly, that shame was beaten away by his pride. He didn't have time to participate in the past of the misty school, but the future of the misty school was in front of him. He might as well give up his inferiority complex and shame, and use his blood and sweat in exchange for unlimited hope in the future. Just as he was thinking, he heard Captain Chang call out, 250, come on stage. Zhang Xiaohu's heart skipped a beat. His younger brother was going to go on stage, but he didn't hold any hope in his heart. How could Zhang Xiaohua be a match for a competition that even he felt ashamed of his inferiority? Thinking of Zhang Xiaohua's embarrassment yesterday, he thought that he would be thrown off the stage not long after going on stage. Thus, Zhang Xiaohu moved his feet, preparing to find a good place to catch Zhang Xiaohua, who would be thrown off the stage. But before he moved, he saw that Zhang Xiaohua beside him didn't move either. He couldn't help but say curiously, Xiaohua, they're calling your number. It's your turn to go on stage. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have just made up her mind. She turned around with a bright face and said with a smile, second brother, come over and help me with something. Zhang Xiaohu asked curiously, help? What can I help you with? Don't tell me you want me to help you go on stage. Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly waved his hand. Not to mention whether Kitty Hawk Hall was willing or not, even if they agreed, he couldn't go up and embarrass himself. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I'm not asking you to go on stage. I'm asking you to help me get on stage. Help you get on stage. Zhang Xiaohu was a little puzzled, but when he saw Zhang Xiaohua's opponent use a beautiful qinggong to leap onto the stage, he suddenly understood. With such a high stage, if no one helped, Zhang Xiaohua really wouldn't be able to go up. Zhang Xiaohu asked, then how can I help you? How did you go up yesterday? Zhang Xiaohua looked askance at the two team leaders and said, yesterday, Captain Chang threw me up. The first time, he actually threw me to the other side of the stage. Today, I can't let him help me. Second brother, help me. Just use your strength to throw me up. Use my strength? Zhang Xiaohu was greatly embarrassed. Brother, you're my blood-related brother. You can't harm people like this. You know that my internal strength isn't good, but you still want me to help you. Aren't you making me lose face? You could have just let the team leader throw me, why did you change the rules? Seeing that Zhang Xiaohu still didn't move, Zhang Xiaohua was a little anxious. She tugged on his sleeve and said, "It's okay, second brother. You can just throw me. Even if you throw me like yesterday, I won't blame you." Zhang Xiaohu had no choice but to bite his ear and explain the situation. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she frowned and said in the same voice, "So it's like this, second brother. So your internal strength hasn't reached that level yet. What should I do?" Zhang Xiaohu was so angry that he almost wanted to cover Zhang Xiaohua's mouth with one hand and choke him to death with the other. "Can't you be a little quieter? Can't you see that when I'm talking to you, I'm leaning close to your ear?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't care about other people's gazes. After thinking for a bit, she said, "How about this, second brother? Do you still remember when we used to steal bird eggs when we were young?" Zhang Xiaohu was even more anxious. "Why are you talking about stealing bird eggs now?" He said in a bad mood, "I remember." "What about it?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "Then it's just like before. Can't I just stand on your shoulder?" Zhang Xiaohu rolled his eyes at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "No. Can't I ask the team leader to go easy on you again?" Zhang Xiaohua stubbornly shook her head. Zhang Xiaohu saw that he couldn't win against her and could only accompany her to the front of the stage. The stage was about the height of a person. Zhang Xiaohua stood on Zhang Xiaohu's shoulder and her hands just happened to be placed on the edge of the stage. She only saw Zhang Xiaohua's hands exerting force and her small figure flew into the air with a pang sound. She then flipped a few hollow somersaults in the air before floating down to the ground. Zhang Xiaohua, this brat, had the intention of showing off. What a joke. This young master didn't know Qigong. But this Qigong movement and Qigong techniques had been learned for 2 days. If she didn't use them, wouldn't others look down on her? Zhang Xiaohua's Qigong came from the ethereal steps. She also wanted to show off. Her posture was naturally graceful and elegant. When this brat leisurely landed on the ground, the crowd came back to their senses and thought, "What are you doing?" If you had used your Qigong from below the stage, everyone would have clapped their hands and praised you. However, looking at Zhang Xiaohu, who was gloomily walking back to the stage and trying to find a good angle to catch Zhang Xiaohua, how could they still praise you? Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes and waited for a long time. Not hearing the sound of clapping, she was very puzzled. At this time, she heard the child opposite her say, "This senior brother, are you feeling unwell? You've already closed your eyes for a long time." Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes gloomily. It seemed that the performance just now was a waste. No one appreciated it. Her song was too high to be deceived. So she said in a bad mood, "Can't you see that I'm resting? Wait a moment more." In fact, team leader Chang, who was below the stage, had the same thoughts as him. The only difference was that team leader Chang thought, this ethereal steps movement technique is so miraculous. Even a person who has never practiced Qigong can move so gracefully. If I were to practice it, what would happen? He narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Xiaohu who was not far away. He thought, this brat actually did not practice any internal cultivation technique. I wonder what kind of divine martial arts he practiced. Looks like I should have a good relationship with him. Team leader Chang saw Zhang Xiaohu's unnatural expression and his eyes moved. He pulled over a disciple who had just competed and whispered a few words to him. That disciple was puzzled. He turned back to look at Zhang Xiaohua on the stage and quickly ran away. As for Zhang Xiaohu, he waited for Zhang Xiaohua to step on his shoulder and onto the stage before he slowly left the stage. He stole a glance at the people below the stage who had an expression of, "We don't know this person." He secretly wiped the sweat on his forehead. Sigh, how embarrassing. Luckily there weren't many people here. Just as he was thinking, he heard someone beside him say, "Senior brother Zhang Xiaohu, what were you doing just now? Please add it to your collection, thank you." Chapter 174. What he was afraid of would come. As soon as Zhang Xiaohu heard this voice, he immediately shouted in his heart, "Oh no! How could he let this person see his embarrassment? What should he do?" While he was thinking, the person had come to his side. It was his junior sister Chang'e, whom he had just met last night. Chang'e was still dressed in tight clothes and looked valiant. Beside her, there was a petite girl with big round eyes and a round face with baby fat, which made people want to love her. At this moment, the round eyes that could speak were staring at Zhang Xiaohu strangely, with a doubtful expression. Zhang Xiaohu wanted to make up a lie, but facing Chang'e's face, he couldn't tell a lie at all. In fact, Zhang Xiaohu forgot that in this square full of children, many people had seen his actions. Chang'e had seen it carefully from a distance, so it would be troublesome if he lied. Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and then said frankly, "It's nothing. I'm helping my brother to get on the ring." The round-faced girl asked softly, "Do you need help to get on the ring? Can't you just jump up with light skills?" Zhang Xiaohu looked at Zhang Xiaohua who had just stood on the ring and said, "My brother doesn't know light skills." The round-faced girl said again, "Nonsense. You saw his posture when he just turned over and got on the ring. How can he not know light skills? Besides, that night by the river, he—" Her words were really ambiguous. Zhang Xiaohu couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Was this his brother's acquaintance? At this time, Chang'e hurriedly interrupted the girl's words and said, "Chen Chen." The round-faced Chen Chen seemed to realize that she had let the cat out of the bag. She couldn't help but stick out her tongue and cover her mouth with her hand. Her expression was strange. Chang'e then introduced, "Senior brother, this is my junior sister. Her name is Chen Chen. She went out with Hall Master Qin last time." Oh. Zhang Xiaohu suddenly realized that this was also one of the companions who went south with Zhang Xiaohua. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohu cupped his fists and said, "Junior sister Chen Chen, I'm Zhang Xiaohu, Zhang Xiaohua's second brother." Chen Chen hurriedly cupped her fists and said, "I'm Chen Chen. Greetings, senior brother." Then, she asked in disbelief, "Zhang Xiaohua, do you really not know Qinggong?" Zhang Xiaohu bitterly smiled and said, "Yes, he really doesn't know Qinggong. Yesterday, he was thrown up on stage by Captain Chang using his internal strength." As soon as Zhang Xiaohu finished speaking, he regretted it. Why was he so talkative? He should have just said that he did not know Qinggong. Why did he have to explain what happened yesterday? Sure enough, when Chen Chen heard this, he immediately said, "Senior brother, then why don't you use your internal strength to throw him up?" What he was afraid of really happened. Zhang Xiaohu was a little embarrassed and said with a red face, "Well, my internal strength is not good enough, so I can't throw him up." Chen Chen was even more puzzled and said, "Senior brother, you seem to be lying. You are older than us and have practiced internal strength longer than us. You can't be so weak that you can't even do this." "I can do this." Zhang Xiaohu was embarrassed and was about to explain when Chang'e beside him said, "Chen Chen, shut your mouth. No one will know that you are mute if you don't speak. If you ask again, I'll let you go back to Mingsui Hall now. In the future, I won't take you out. Brine and tofu, everything has its vanquisher." Chen Chen immediately shut her mouth and looked like an obedient child. Zhang Xiaohu's eyes were full of tears. What a bosom friend. She came to his rescue at the right time. If she asked again, he did not know how to answer. The more he looked at Chang'e, the more he liked her. She was really a considerate girl. Chang'e smiled at Zhang Xiaohu and said apologetically, senior brother, junior sister Chen Chen is like this. She likes to get to the bottom of things. I hope you don't mind. Zhang Xiaohu waved his hand repeatedly, indicating that he did not mind. But then, Chang'e asked again, just now, Zhang Xiaohua's posture of stepping on your shoulder looked very skillful. I guess you must have been a human ladder for your younger brother a lot, right? When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he chuckled and told Chang'e about how the two brothers went to the woods together to dig out bird eggs when they were young. Chang'e listened with curiosity and yearning in her eyes. Beside her, Chen Chen's little face was also red and she was eager to ask something. It was pitiful to say that although the disciples of the Misty School, such as Chang'e, were all favored by God and enjoyed the wealth of the world and the excellent treatment, their lives were mainly about practicing martial arts. However, they had no chance to enjoy the interesting things of Zhang Xiaohua's childhood. How could Zhang Xiaohu's description not arouse the curiosity of Chang'e and Chen Chen? Zhang Xiaohu was talking and suddenly stopped. He thought of something and quickly turned back. Sure enough, on the arena, Zhang Xiaohua had already fought with her opponent. Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly said, "Junior sister Chang'e, let's not talk about other things first. After Xiaohua's competition, let's talk about it." Chang'e also hurriedly said, "Okay, senior brother, let's watch Zhang Xiaohua's competition first." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and then said, "Well, junior sister, you stay here and I'll go over there." Chang'e was surprised and asked, "Why don't you stay together?" Zhang Xiaohu said, "You stay here and I'll stay there. If Xiaohua is knocked off the arena, we can catch him. He doesn't know Qin Gong and I'm afraid that he will fall and break." Knocked off the arena? Chang'e was very surprised and said, "How is that possible? I've seen Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts. Even if he was lucky to meet her last time as he said, he should be able to defeat a child in plain clothes. Impossible." Zhang Xiaohu said firmly, "Yesterday, he said that he didn't win a single match. He must be embarrassed to say that because he was knocked off the arena." Seeing that the other's point of view was too different from theirs, they didn't know who to listen to. At this time, Chen Chen waved her hand aside, indicating that she had something to say. Chang'e nodded angrily and said, "If you have something to say, say it quickly. Don't be long-winded. Let's see Zhang Xiaohua's performance in the arena first and then decide what to do." Chen Chen finished her words in one breath and then closed her mouth tightly. Zhang Xiaohu and Chang'e listened and nodded. They looked at each other and then looked at the arena. On the arena, Zhang Xiaohua was fighting fiercely with his opponent, and it was ridiculous. Yesterday, Zhang Xiaohua's opponent in the first round was Mu Tangchun. His internal strength was the best among the 9 children. According to him, yesterday, he used all his internal strength in the last 3 punches without any reservation. But even so, he didn't gain any advantage against Zhang Xiaohua. Moreover, when he was talking with these friends last night, he repeatedly emphasized that Zhang Xiaohua's strength was not limited to this. He felt that Zhang Xiaohua still had at least 30% of his strength. This news was also confirmed by the other 2 children who fought with Zhang Xiaohua. Every time they fought with Zhang Xiaohua, their arms would be numb and their wrists would be sore because of Zhang Xiaohua. Therefore, today, when they fought with Zhang Xiaohua, they used 100% of their strength to fight with him. But as long as Zhang Xiaohua really used 100% of his strength to fight with them, they would immediately dodge. Therefore, on the arena, it was funny again. First of all, unlike Zhang Xiaohu's imagination, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have any strength to fight back. On the arena, Zhang Xiaohua and his opponent exchanged punches and kicks, and the fight was very lively. Even when Zhang Xiaohua was angry and used all of his strength to fight with his opponent would dodge and not take it head-on. Of course, it was also not what Chang'e imagined. Zhang Xiaohua was a wolf who could take advantage of everything. Although Zhang Xiaohua's strength was great and his fists were hard, his moves were limited and couldn't be compared to the Misty School's disciples. However, he also had his own way of defense. Whenever his opponent's moves were ingenious and he couldn't deal with it, Zhang Xiaohua would use ethereal steps to dodge and make his opponent miss all of his moves. As a result, there was such a funny situation on the arena. Whenever his opponent forced Zhang Xiaohua into a dead end, his opponent would immediately use lightness skill to dodge easily. And whenever Zhang Xiaohua was forced into a dead end by his opponent's ingenious moves, he would immediately use ethereal steps to dodge easily. As a result, when the time for an incense stick to burn was up, the two of them were still tied. This was the first time Chang'e and Chen Chen had seen such a bizarre and hilarious situation. They were truly astonished. Their faces were full of wonder and their hearts were filled with questions. Although the young man's fist technique was experienced and his footwork was profound, there was no internal force surging between his moves. His moves were also repetitive. If they went forward with a sword, they would certainly take his life within a few moves. Was this young man the same Zhang Xiaohua who saved many lives in the dark of night and killed a martial arts master with a single move? Zhang Xiaohu was even more incredulous. How was this possible? How could he not know Zhang Xiaohua's level as his brother? Last year, he was still recuperating in his room in the escort agency. His finger bones were shattered by Yudei's internal force. How could he be so powerful after not seeing him for a few days? Although Zhang Xiaohu was not good at martial arts, he had learned with Yudei in the martial arts training center in the escort agency. Naturally, he was aware of Yudei's level. None of these children in the Misty School were worse than Yudei. How could his brother, Zhang Xiaohua, be on par with them? Was this young man still his younger brother who stood on his shoulder and dug out bird eggs when they were young? When Zhang Xiaohua lightly jumped down from the arena and went to greet Chang'e, the three of them came back to their senses. Chang'e looked at Zhang Xiaohua as if he had just woken up from a dream and quickly introduced Chen Chen. Chen Chen had gone to the south with Zhang Xiaohua, so Zhang Xiaohua naturally remembered her. However, at that time, Chen Chen was a female disciple of Mingcue Hall and followed to protect O Yen. How could she meet Zhang Xiaohua, who was like a servant? At this time, seeing her here, Zhang Xiaohua was also happy and quickly went forward to greet her. Chen Chen's eyes were full of stars and her face was red. She shyly cupped her hands and saluted, but she also closed her mouth tightly and did not speak. There was a reason for Chen Chen's reverence. Imagine that night, Chen Chen was also by Chang'e's side and stabbed the old man in black. Chen Chen's long sword also stabbed the old man's body, but it could not penetrate the old man's body. Instead, the old man grabbed the long sword and broke the tip of the sword. Zhang Xiaohua, when everyone was in despair, stepped forward and stabbed the old man's throat with one sword, saving O Yen and everyone else. Although it was dark and Chen Chen could not see it clearly, the fact was that it happened in front of her. How could such a heroic act not arouse the reverence of girls? Chang'e saw this and said with a smile, "Chen Chen, you can speak now." Hearing this, Chen Chen did not immediately chatter like a baby swallow as Chang'e expected. Instead, she closed her mouth and smiled without saying a word. Zhang Xiaohu did not notice this. After seeing Zhang Xiaohua come over and salute Chang'e and Chen Chen, he pulled Zhang Xiaohua and asked, "Xiaohua, when did you become so powerful? Isn't that the boxing skill you put together by yourself? Why don't others dare to fight with you? And what's the footwork you use to dodge?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Second brother, don't you know what I am like? Didn't we also learn from each other last night? But now I am very strong, while they are still young and lack internal force, so they dare not fight with me directly. As for the footwork, you can ask Hero Wen about it later." Chang'e next to them was not happy and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, you are not kind. It's just a footwork. Can't you tell us? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and whispered, Master O doesn't allow me to tell you. You can figure it out by yourselves. Hearing this, Chang'e and Chen Chen immediately stopped smiling and did not dare to ask more. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua quickly whispered, Sister Chang'e, you can ask Hall Master Qin about this when you have a chance. She also knows it. Chang'e and Chen Chen looked at each other and nodded. Zhang Xiaohua then asked, Sister Chang'e, why did you come so early today? I thought you would come in the afternoon. Chang'e said with a smile, this year, I'm going to take part in the competition of the 7th rank in plain clothes. The number of female disciples in Mingxue Hall is limited and there are not many competitions. Yesterday, I basically got the points to advance and won another round this morning. I'm sure I can advance, so I asked for leave from Hall Master. Hall Master Qin heard that I was going to watch your competition and readily agreed. You see, Chen Chen also pestered me and insisted on coming. Chen Chen blushed and said, I just want to see how powerful you are. It was dark last time, so I didn't see clearly. Zhang Xiaohua was amused and asked, Are you disappointed when you see me today? Chen Chen was straightforward and said, Yes, it seems that you can't even defeat me, a 5th-rank commoner. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, It's true. It was a coincidence that day. It's true. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu's face was a little abnormal. He thought a lot in his mind, Chang'e looks younger than me, but now she is already at the 7th rank of commoner clothes. But I haven't practiced the mental cultivation method of internal strength. Even if I practice the 1st rank of commoner clothes, I am no match for her. Even now, it seems that even my brother can easily defeat me. I don't know when I can catch up with Chang'e and advance to the 7th rank of commoner clothes. I think that when I reach the 7th rank of commoner clothes, Chang'e will have already advanced to brocade clothes. Chang'e saw Zhang Xiaohua and Chen Chen talking happily and couldn't help laughing. Then she noticed that Zhang Xiaohu lowered his head and didn't say anything. She felt strange and asked, Senior brother, what are you thinking about? Zhang Xiaohu raised his head and said with a forced smile, Nothing. I'm just thinking about when I can take part in the martial arts exhibition and when I can advance to the 7th rank of commoner clothes. Junior sister apprentice Chang'e is so young, but her martial arts are much better than mine. I really don't know when I can catch up with you. My title of senior brother sounds really shameful. Chang'e smiled and said, People have different experiences. If you concentrate on practicing martial arts like us, you won't have the fun of childhood that you just talked about. Since you already have such fun and still want our martial arts, what else do we have to be proud of? We have our differences and pride. This is the real life. Zhang Xiaohu understood and said, Junior sister apprentice Chang'e said it so well. It's very philosophical. Chang'e chuckled and said, This is what our Hall Master Qin said. I just changed it a little. Moreover, now that you've become Martial Uncle Wen's disciple, you should concentrate on practicing martial arts. You'll get something in the future if you work hard. Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, You're right. However, I always feel that my martial arts are not as good as yours. You call me senior brother, so I feel uneasy. Chang'e thought for a moment and said, You're right. In fact, you always call me junior sister apprentice Chang'e. It sounds cumbersome. How about we call each other by their names? Zhang Xiaohu clapped his hands and said, That's good. I'll call you Chang'e. When my martial arts are as good as yours, it won't be too late to call you junior sister apprentice. Chang'e smiled and said, Since you said so, I'll wait for the day when your martial arts catch up with mine. Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu nodded firmly and said, There will be such a day. Chang'e, wait for it. While the 4 of them were chatting below the stage, they did not forget about the competition on the stage. Chang'e and Chen Chen had come from the 1st rank of commoners, so they had a unique vision. They would judge every competition and they were very appreciative of these disciples. The male and female disciples of the ethereal sect were taught separately. The young female disciples were also taught in Mingcue Hall, not Kitty Hawk Hall. Usually, Chang'e and the others rarely came to Kitty Hawk Hall, but even so, Chang'e was very optimistic about this batch of disciples. He even thought that he did not have such strength at that time. On the stage, the competition without Zhang Xiaohua was very exciting. The 8 competitions had their own characteristics. Chang'e repeatedly sighed that the new generation was better than the old. She could not compete with them at that time. Soon after noon, it was time for Zhang Xiaohua to go on the stage. This time, Chang'e was present, so there was no need for Zhang Xiaohu to be a human ladder. After discussing with Chang'e, just as Chang'e was about to throw Zhang Xiaohua onto the stage, Leader Chang came over. He stopped Chang'e's action and said to Zhang Xiaohua with a smile, "Number 250, you don't need to ask others to help you anymore. I'll ask someone to bring a ladder. You can go on the stage from the side. It's not good to be thrown here and there like this. If Steward Su sees this, he will definitely blame you." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was overjoyed. How could she not use a ladder? Who would like the feeling of being grabbed by the neck and thrown into the sky? So, she hurriedly thanked Leader Chang and went on the stage from the side ladder. Chapter 175. Zhang Xiaohua's opponent in this round seemed to be weaker than the previous rounds. He was also a little younger. In the previous rounds, he had lost more than he drew. He was probably the weakest in this group apart from Zhang Xiaohua. In the eyes of Chang'e and Chen Chen, he should be able to defeat him in a few moves. Unfortunately, the one on the field now was Zhang Xiaohua, not a female disciple of Mingcue Hall. As a result, the same situation as the previous round appeared in the competition on the field. Although the disciple of Kitty Hawk Hall was the weakest, his fist technique, palm technique, and internal force were all remarkable. The most important thing was that his lightness skill was also good. In this situation, Zhang Xiaohua could only sigh. Alas, was this the legendary saying, "Not weak when encountering the strong and not strong when encountering the weak"? Chang'e and Chen Chen had this thought in their hearts at the same time. In this case, no matter what the outcome of the competition on the field was, the result had already been decided. Apart from the time it took to burn a stick of incense, the people in the audience really could not think of any other result. Watching Zhang Xiaohua's fists on the field brutally punching here and there and his opponent using lightness skill to fly around, a phrase suddenly appeared in Chang'e's mind, "A cow chewing on a peony." Yes, a cow chewing on a peony. It was Zhang Xiaohua, this cow, chewing on the peony that was the exquisite martial arts of Misty School. The martial arts of Misty School were so wonderful. All kinds of fist techniques, palm techniques, lightness skills, and other martial arts were extraordinary, like a beautiful peony in full bloom. When facing an opponent like Zhang Xiaohua, he did not use the same moves to fight the enemy. Instead, he used his brute force and a set of fist techniques to rush forward and force the opponent to dodge everywhere. When he encountered martial arts that he could not deal with, Zhang Xiaohua only had one word, dodge. After dodging for a while, he immediately used his brute force and fist techniques to continue ravaging his opponent. This kind of barbaric competition was completely different from the competition of the other young Eagle Hall disciples. If the others were competing through the blossoming of beauty, then he was displaying his strength through ravaging and destroying this beauty. Other than a cow chewing on peony, he really couldn't think of a better word to describe Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts competition. However, Zhang Xiaohua, this bull, truly had the strength to be called a bull. The strength of her arms was indescribable. Although there weren't many moves in the Big Dipper magical fist, there were only 108 moves, but in Zhang Xiaohua's hands, the ordinary became magical. Facing the various moves and techniques of the young Eagle Hall's disciples, she countered each move with the same principle and did not fall into a disadvantageous position. In fact, Chang'e and Chen Chen thought too highly of Zhang Xiaohua in their hearts. They had seen Zhang Xiaohua's amazing sword move and naturally thought that Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts were extraordinary, but they chose to forget it. How long had Zhang Xiaohua been practicing martial arts? How long had the disciples of the Misty School's Kitty Hawk Hall been practicing martial arts? How many martial arts resources did Zhang Xiaohua have? How many martial arts resources did the disciples of the Misty School's Kitty Hawk Hall have? None of these could be compared. Because all of these, compared to the tall one and the short one and the big one and the small one in the ring, people couldn't remember. They could only feel that Zhang Xiaohua, who was taller than the others, was bullying the child opposite her. If Zhang Xiaohua won, then it should be, but if she didn't win, then it shouldn't be. Was it necessary to win just because she was older and taller? Of course not. At least, Yu Dai and Shang Guanyun, who were in the same square, weren't like this. Shang Guanyun didn't need to be mentioned. She had lost 3 matches in a row yesterday, and today's 2 matches didn't seem to have improved. As for Yu Dai, she had accumulated 1 point yesterday with 2 draws and 1 loss. She thought that she would be able to rise steadily today, but unexpectedly, she met a strong opponent as soon as she went on the stage. She also lost 2 matches in a row and even lost yesterday's points. At this time, both of them drooped their heads like ostriches and shrank in the middle of a group of children. Today's decadence was the opposite of yesterday's. Yesterday, Shang Guanyun was abnormally decadent. He felt that it was a mistake for him to come here, but after last night's sleepless night, he truly recognized his own shortcomings. Although he had practiced martial arts for a few years in his hometown, he was still a wild fox and hadn't been taught seriously by others. In the Lotus Escort Agency's martial arts training center, although he had been taught seriously, studied seriously, and practiced diligently, it had only been a short time after all. Thus, he deeply understood that his losses were normal. If he won, it would be abnormal instead. He was fully prepared for today's loss. Losing 2 or 3 matches was something he could accept. After all, he couldn't compare to the group of talented children in the Misty School. His talent and resources were lacking. Yesterday, while Yu Dai was decadent, he also had a trace of excitement. After all, it was rare for him to have the opportunity to exchange pointers with a disciple from the Misty School, even if it was a commoner first-ranked disciple. Yesterday's loss was just a moment of carelessness, or he had met an expert first. After a long night of rest, he was prepared to show off his skills today and beat him into a mess. Of course, it was inappropriate to bully the weak, but for the sake of his face, he couldn't care less. However, reality had taught him a solid lesson. Today's opponent was an expert, and yesterday's was just an appetizer. Thus, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Today's Yu Dai was completely listless. Since Yu Dai and Shang Guanyun had chosen the smaller accounts in the group, the 3rd round of the competition had already begun when Zhang Xiaohua had just finished the 2nd round of the competition. There was still no miracle in the 3rd round. Yu Dai persisted for more than half the round, but in the end, he was forced off the stage by a series of attacks from his opponent. Yu Dai jumped off the stage in a sorry state. Standing on the ground, he turned his head to look at the proud young man on the stage. Obviously, that wasn't his stage. The one who let his hopes soar wasn't him, but the excited young man. Yu Dai composed himself and looked down at the ground under his feet. It seemed that he had really come to the wrong place. As if he had already decided on something, Yu Dai raised his head. His eyes were clear, and on the stage, the other dancers had already shown a new style. Yu Dai was a little reluctant, but he was also determined. He slowly walked to the front of one of the team leaders and whispered something. When the team leader heard it, he didn't show any surprise or abnormality. It was as if Yu Dai's words were within his expectations. After listening to Yu Dai's words, the team leader nodded slightly and raised his head to look at the competition on the stage again. When Yu Dai raised his hand to salute and prepared to leave, the team leader just waved his hand. Yu Dai left. He was very determined to leave this stage that didn't belong to him. When he left the noisy crowd and walked towards the door, he heard someone calling him from behind. When he turned around, he saw that it was Shangguan Yun. Looking at Shangguan Yun's somewhat lonely expression, Yu Dai smiled. He wasn't alone after all. Just like that, the two contestants from the Lotus Escort Agency left. They waved their hands and didn't take away any of the clouds that had caught their attention. Presumably, for a long time after this, there wouldn't be anyone from the Lotus Escort Agency coming to participate in the martial arts exhibition. Yu Dai and Shangguan Yun didn't talk about the martial arts exhibition along the way. They also didn't have the mood to pay attention to or discuss the other wild card contestant, Zhang Xiaohua. Presumably, in their hearts, even someone of their level couldn't withstand a single blow. In their eyes, Zhang Xiaohua was like a country bumpkin. What could she do? She would probably be shot down from the sky as soon as she went on stage. The two of them only had one thought right now. What was that bastard Yuluan thinking? He actually urged them to participate in some bullshit martial arts exhibition and made them lose face. When they got back, the first person they would deal with would be him. And Yu Luan, who was doing his best to flatter Fourth Master Wen, was sneezing incessantly. He was very puzzled as he asked himself, last night at the fragrance house, how could he have behaved himself? After all, the silver that Yu Dai tipped him was spent sparingly. Not to mention that the two extras of the martial arts exhibition had finally realized that they had completed their mission and forfeited. In the square of Kitty Hawk Hall, the other extras didn't have any awareness of being a supporting character. He was very proud of himself as he bragged about his boxing skills to his sister who worshipped him. In fact, if one were to talk about bragging, Zhang Xiaohua was a bit overboard. She didn't talk much, but she couldn't stand Chen Chen's incessant questioning. Zhang Xiaohua's Big Dipper magical fist was different from the current popular boxing skills, but it was also very similar. Chen Chen had also learned many of the moves. She was very curious as to how this somewhat mysterious young man in her heart could change the 108 moves into such a mess and yet still be so harmonious. Unable to withstand the repeated questioning of this curious baby, Zhang Xiaohua really didn't know how she had pieced it together. She could only deal with it tiredly. Therefore, under Chen Chen's deliberate flattery, Zhang Xiaohua's tail was raised a little. Could it be that she was really a legendary genius? Unlike Chen Chen who kept talking, Chang'e next to him was silent. It was not that she didn't like to talk, but Chen Chen dominated Zhang Xiaohua, so Chang'e could only talk to Zhang Xiaohu. Chang'e didn't know much about Zhang Xiaohu, so she didn't know where to start. It was the same for Zhang Xiaohu. He knew nothing about Chang'e and couldn't find a topic to talk about, so there was an awkward silence. Both of them were watching the competition on the ring attentively. After watching for a while, Zhang Xiaohu frowned slightly. He leaned to Chang'e and asked, "Junior sister Chang'e, oh, no, Chang'e, can you tell me about the martial arts moves of these two junior brothers on the ring? After all, I just joined the sect and don't know the martial arts of the sect. If I can take this opportunity to learn about the martial arts of our sect, I think it will be beneficial for my future practice." Hearing this, Chang'e smiled slightly. She didn't like this awkward situation. Hearing Zhang Xiaohu's question, she also aroused her desire to be a teacher. She pointed to the contestants on the ring and told Zhang Xiaohu in detail about the moves of each contestant, as well as the advantages and disadvantages of the moves. As a result, Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua enjoyed a memorable perfect afternoon for the first time in history. When the sun was setting in the west, Zhang Xiaohua reluctantly stepped on the ladder again and made a business of trampling on other people's beautiful moves. The result was naturally speechless. The people under the ring were also stupefied as they watched the candles burn out little by little. They had lost interest in watching the competition. What a joke! They had watched 4 such competitions. In the first one, they were still amazed, and in the second one, they could still appreciate it. But they couldn't stand the same few moves again and again. Who would be surprised by it? Even when the two finished competing, the crowd was too lazy to applaud. It wasn't until leader Chang announced that it was a draw that everyone resentfully dispersed. Zhang Xiaohu and the other 3 left fledgling Eagle Hall and walked to the fork in the road. Zhang Xiaohu naturally wanted to invite them to dinner together. In fact, when it came to dinner, it was just going to eat together in the dining hall. There were many disciples in the Misty School, so naturally there were many dining halls. For example, Mingsue Hall and fledgling Eagle Hall all had their own dining halls. As for direct disciples like Zhang Xiaohu, they also had their own dining halls. However, Chang'e didn't give him this opportunity. She only said that it wasn't convenient for them to go to a direct disciples' dining hall. Moreover, he hadn't returned to Mingsue Hall for a day and had to hurry back to see the results of the competition. In short, there were many reasons that rejected Zhang Xiaohu's good intentions. Zhang Xiaohu also didn't force them to stay. Everyone saluted and said goodbye. When Chang'e and Chen Chen were far away, Zhang Xiaohu retracted his gaze. Then he slapped Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder and said with a smile, "Good boy, you actually lied to me yesterday." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He touched the shoulder that Zhang Xiaohu had slapped and pretended to be in pain. He grinned and said, "Second brother, how did I lie to you yesterday?" Zhang Xiaohu laughed and said, "You obviously didn't lose a single match yesterday. Why did you tell me that you lost? I comforted you for a long time yesterday and didn't dare to mention the competition. If I had known that you were so strong that you could draw 3 matches in a row in front of our Misty School's disciples, I would have made a big fuss yesterday." Zhang Xiaohua also said with a smile, "I didn't say that I lost. I just said that I didn't win. But that doesn't mean that I lost. A draw doesn't mean that I didn't win, right?" Zhang Xiaohu was stunned and said in his heart, "That's right. A draw doesn't mean that you didn't win. However, the difference between a draw and a loss is too big." Then, Zhang Xiaohua said, "Moreover, I didn't win. This is a fact. It's not too late for you to be happy when I win tomorrow." Zhang Xiaohu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He wanted to say to him, "Forget it. You've only practiced martial arts for a few days. How can you compare with them?" But he didn't want to dispel his enthusiasm, so he had to say, "Well, let's see how good you are tomorrow. Don't draw again." Zhang Xiaohua patted his chest and said, "Second brother, let's see what I can do tomorrow." How could Zhang Xiaohu believe that? It would be strange if there was a second word in addition to the first word tomorrow. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly said, "Second brother, tomorrow is the last day of the martial arts exhibition. I guess we'll have to go back to the Huanxi Villa tomorrow night. It's still early today. I want to see Captain He and the others. They must be almost done today. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaohu thought about it. Since Chang'e and the others had a lot of time to spend in the Kitty Eagle Hall today, He Tianshu and the others should also be done with the competition. So he nodded and walked in the direction of the pharmacy with Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohu naturally didn't know where the pharmacy was, but there was a path right under his nose. After asking around, he found the pharmacy. The location of the pharmacy was very strange. It was actually in the innermost part of the Misty Mountain Villa. It was a long journey from the Kitty Eagle Hall to the pharmacy. Along the way, he encountered many excited disciples. After all, it was a grand event that happened once a year. Many people had gained something. Moreover, many of the squares were dismantled. Presumably, they needed to be cleaned up after the competition. Lanterns and torches were lit in every small courtyard and square. It must be another noisy and orderly night. After walking for a long time according to other people's directions, there were fewer people. Then they came to a row of big blue walls. There was also a vermilion door that was wide open. There were several huge lanterns hanging in front of the door, shining on the golden words on the door, Pharmacy. Unlike the Kitty Eagle Hall, there were guards at the door of the pharmacy. The disciples who came in and out of the door had to verify their waist tags. It was still early in the night, and there were many disciples coming in and out. Looking at their habitual expressions, it must be a routine. Zhang Xiaohu brought Zhang Xiaohua to the door. When the guard saw that Zhang Xiaohu looked unfamiliar, he unconsciously became vigilant and went forward to stop them. Zhang Xiaohu did not find it strange and obediently showed his waist tag. Zhang Xiaohua did not have a waist tag and only handed over her martial arts exhibition number. The guard carefully looked at Zhang Xiaohu's waist tag and asked a few detailed questions before returning it. However, after looking at Zhang Xiaohua's number, he shook his head and said, "This little brother, the martial arts exhibition number only shows that you can participate in the competition. It does not show your identity. Do you have a waist tag?" Zhang Xiaohua had an idea and patted her head. Didn't she still have the waist tag of Huanxi Mountain Villa? Since the last time she returned to the villa, Chiu Tong gave her a waist tag and said that in the future, she did not need to take the waist tag from the guard to go out of the Huanxi Mountain Villa. She had long forgotten about it. She had also heard from He Tianshu that she could enter the Misty Mountain Villa with the waist tag of Huanxi Mountain Villa. How could she forget? So she quickly found the waist tag of Huanxi Mountain Villa and handed it over. The guard took it and carefully looked at it. He smiled and said, "Little brother, you are here to participate in the martial arts exhibition at Huanxi Mountain Villa, right?" Zhang Xiaohua quickly nodded and said yes. But the guard still looked regretful and said, "This waist tag of Huanxi Mountain Villa naturally allows you to enter our Misty School. Unfortunately, the pharmacy hall is an important place in the school. Other than the pharmacy hall's disciples and core disciples, others are not allowed to casually enter. Although little brother's waist tag can prove your identity, you can't enter." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she became anxious and said, "Is the pharmacy hall very important? I just want to see Captain He Tianshu, that's all." The guard still looked helpless and said, "It's not that I don't want to help you. Little brother, we do have this rule. Unless you have a special permission tag issued by our pharmacy hall's elders or above, otherwise, even if He Tianshu comes to pick you up in person, it won't work." Zhang Xiaohua was depressed. She just came to see He Tianshu, Nie Xiao'er, and the others. Why was it so troublesome? Forget it, she'd better go back to her second brother. "Please collect it, thank you." Chapter 176. Zhang Xiaohu saw that Zhang Xiaohua was unhappy, so he said to the guard, "Then can I go in?" The guard said, "Of course you can." Zhang Xiaohu said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, wait here for a while. I'll go in and find Captain He." Zhang Xiaohua said, "Forget it, second brother. If you don't let me in, then I won't. Anyway, the martial arts competition will end tomorrow. When I return to the Huanxi Mountain Villa, I'll still be able to see him. I just want to take a look at the pharmacy today. Since you don't let me in, then I'll go back." Zhang Xiaohu knew that his younger brother wanted to go in, and his eyes were full of disappointment. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua was still a teenager. There was nothing interesting about the pharmacy. He came all the way here, but he was rejected at the door. His curiosity grew stronger. Whether he went in or not wasn't a problem. However, Zhang Xiaohu didn't want to disappoint his younger brother. After all, he was also a disciple of the Misty School. In his own territory, he wanted Zhang Xiaohua to have her wish fulfilled. He smiled and patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder, saying, "I'll go in and find Captain He. You wait by the door for a moment." Zhang Xiaohua opened her mouth, wanting to stop her second brother. However, Zhang Xiaohu didn't say anything. He turned around and asked the guard where He Tianshu lived. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua could only scratch her head and obediently stand to the side. The guard gave a simple description of the general location. Zhang Xiaohu turned around and nodded at Zhang Xiaohua before entering the door. Zhang Xiaohu went in for a long time, but didn't come out. Zhang Xiaohua was a little bored and wandered around the entrance of the pharmacy. At this time, the sky was already dark. There were even fewer people going in and out of the pharmacy. As Zhang Xiaohua was walking, she happened to see a middle-aged man coming back from afar. He was walking towards the entrance of the pharmacy. With the light from afar, Zhang Xiaohua found that person familiar. However, she couldn't remember who he was. She didn't care. She only knew a few people in the Misty School. Perhaps she was mistaken. That person also noticed Zhang Xiaohua. Think about it, in front of the empty door, there was only a teenager strolling around. It was impossible not to notice him. The person just glanced at him at first and didn't care. He continued to walk forward. However, after a few steps, he seemed to think of something. He stared at Zhang Xiaohua for a while and frowned slightly. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua didn't notice this. She had already turned around and strolled in another direction. That person was slightly annoyed when he saw that Zhang Xiaohua didn't come forward to greet him. When he walked to the entrance, he pulled a long face and scolded the guard, "How do you do things? How can you let an outsider stroll around the door?" An outsider? The guard was a little surprised. He quickly looked out and saw a lonely figure strolling outside. The guard smiled apologetically and said, "Deacon Chang, that teenager isn't a disciple of our Misty School, but he's not an outsider either. He's from the Huanxi Manor. He's not an outsider." It would have been fine if he did not hear those words. However, upon hearing those words, that attendant Chang grew even more furious. He loudly berated, "What? Who told you that the people from the Huanxi Manor aren't outsiders? Don't tell me that the people from the Huanxi Manor are disciples of the Misty School." The guard was very surprised. He didn't know if there was anything wrong with what he said. He had received instructions that the Huanxi Manor's token could allow him to enter the Misty Manor, but not the pharmacy. Besides, what's wrong with that teenager strolling in front of your pharmacy? Don't tell me he's trying to rape you. Even if he's trying to rape you, he hasn't done it yet. What right do you have to drive him away? However, the guard still said cautiously, "Deacon Chang, this one doesn't care if the people from the Huanxi Manor are from the Misty School. This one's duty is to guard this door. Any outsider who doesn't meet the rules can't be allowed to enter. As for whether there are people strolling around or fighting outside the door, it has nothing to do with this one." At this time, Zhang Xiaohua also strolled to the door again. Seeing the middle-aged man arguing with the guard, she was very curious and came over. Deacon Chang was annoyed that he had been rebuffed. He raised his voice and said, "What? How dare you talk to me like that? You. The guard was also angry. He took a step closer and said, "What about me? Deacon Chang." Hearing the words, Deacon Chang, Zhang Xiaohua's mind lit up. She immediately remembered. Wasn't this middle-aged man one of the people who came to the Huanxi Manor to inspect the medicine fields last year? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel happy. She walked forward with a smile on her face and saluted, "Marshal Uncle Chang, how are you? Do you still remember me? Deacon Chang had nowhere to vent his anger. Although the guard was only a gatekeeper, he wasn't under the management of the pharmacy. Even if his position was higher than his, he didn't have the authority to give orders. Now that he was humiliated by the guard, he could only swallow his anger. This Zhang Xiaohua just happened to come over and hit the muzzle. Deacon Chang fiercely glared at Zhang Xiaohua. He spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm and said, "Who is your martial uncle? Why don't you take a good look in the mirror? Do you have the qualifications to be my nephew? Why didn't you stay in the Huanxi manor to look after the fields? Why did you come to our misty school? Don't you know if this is the place you should come?" After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and turned to go in. Seeing this, the guard shouted, "Deacon Chang, how can you be so unethical? Didn't sect leader O always advocate the slogan of cleanliness and hygiene? How can you spit everywhere? Be careful or I'll punish you." Deacon Chang, who had walked far away, paused for a moment. He didn't stop and walked straight away. In front of the gate, only Zhang Xiaohua was left standing there alone. Tears were rolling in her eyes and almost flowed down. She really didn't know how she had offended this so-called martial uncle. She had only seen him once in the Huanxi manor. This was only the second time. She just came to greet him. How could he treat her like this? Could it be that this was the legendary hot face stuck to a cold butt? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's appearance, the guard didn't know how to comfort her. Today, Deacon Chang was also strange. He wasn't like this on a normal day. Why did he dislike this young man so much? However, the dispute between her and Deacon Chang today was also caused by this young man. Indeed, there were secrets that she didn't know. Putting aside the fact that Zhang Xiaohua was bullied for the time being, when Zhang Xiaohu walked through the gate of the pharmacy hall, the gate of the pharmacy hall wasn't like the Young Eagle Hall. After entering, there was a large square. Instead, there was a screen wall with a large number of flowers, birds, insects, and fish carved on it. After turning around the screen wall, there was also a large area. There were many ancient trees that couldn't be hugged by one person. In the dark night, the wind blew and the leaves rustled. The gap between the ancient trees was very wide and there was a flat road to pass through. Zhang Xiaohu walked inside according to the guard's instructions. After walking for a while, it was even quieter inside. In the dark night, he could vaguely see the shadow of the mountain peak. Zhang Xiaohu suddenly understood. No wonder he had walked so far. The pharmacy hall was actually on the mountain peak behind the manor. At this time, someone happened to come over in front. Zhang Xiaohu confirmed He Tianshu's position again. When the person heard that he was looking for He Tianshu, he smiled and said, "It's not appropriate to look for him in his room at this time. He passed the competition today and is in the training room." When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he quickly inquired about the location of the training room. The person thought for a while and said, "The training room is still some distance from here. Our pharmacy hall is built on the mountain. The path is not easy to find. I'll take you there." When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he thanked him again and again. Sure enough, the training room was not close to this place. There were many twists and turns, and he had walked quite a distance. Moreover, the key point was that the pharmacy built on the mountain was not flat. If Zhang Xiaohu had walked on his own, it would have been really difficult to find it. Along the way, the two people chatted casually. Zhang Xiaohu couldn't help but ask curiously, "It's already so late. Why is He Tianshu still in the training room?" The person smiled and said, "It's all because of the martial arts competition. This He Tianshu hasn't advanced for several years, and he didn't mix well in the pharmacy hall. That was why he was sent to Huanxi Manor to look after the medicinal field. Who knows where he learned the ethereal steps. This time, he actually passed 2 stages in a row. In the morning, he actually beat Chang Biao down from the arena. Chang Biao entered the Misty School with He Tianshu. The two of them have always been competing openly and secretly. He Tianshu has never gained the upper hand. Chang Biao is already a deacon, but He Tianshu is only a captain. As a matter of fact, He Tianshu won the competition today. Many dissatisfied senior and junior brothers dragged him to the training room, wanting to have a good spar with him. Ethereal steps. Zhang Xiaohu's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the extremely useful movement technique that Zhang Xiaohua used during the day was the ethereal steps? It must be so. His younger brother was with He Tianshu all day. He Tianshu probably imparted it to him. Sure enough, when they arrived at the training room, the usually quiet training room was still bustling with people. He Tianshu's somewhat arrogant and hearty laughter could be heard from inside. It seemed that this guy had won a lot of people today. The two of them entered and saw many people standing in the open space of the training room. There were two people in the field, and the winner had already been decided. One was He Tianshu, and the other was a slightly younger man. That man was climbing up from the ground and scolded with a smile, "Old He, I told you to be a little merciful. Why did you still kick me down?" He Tianshu smiled and said, "Forget it. Didn't I just learn it? I can't control my body. Besides, you usually throw me to the ground many times. Today, I'm just taking a little revenge." That person clicked his tongue and praised, "This ethereal steps is indeed miraculous. Previously, you weren't my match, but now, I'm not your match." A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. It's exactly to describe you. He Tianshu cupped his hands and said, "It's just as so. I'm still a beginner. I'm far from being a direct disciple." Just as they were talking, they saw Zhang Xiaohu follow that person in. He Tianshu couldn't help but be stunned. He hurriedly walked out of the field and asked in surprise, "Zhang Xiaohu, are you here to look for me?" Zhang Xiaohu bowed and said, "Yes, Captain He. I brought Xiaohua to see you." "Zhang Xiaohua? Where is he?" He Tianshu looked behind him. Zhang Xiaohu said, "There's no need to look. He can't come in. He's still waiting for you at the entrance." Only then did He Tianshu come to a realization. He patted his forehead and turned back and said, "Brothers, I have a friend here. Let's end it here for today. Let's spar again in the future." When everyone heard this, they dispersed in an uproar. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said to He Tianshu, "Captain He, you're feeling proud." He Tianshu said embarrassedly, "It's nothing. It's just that they saw me win against Senior Chang in the morning and found it strange. That's why they insisted on sparring with me. I had no choice." Zhang Xiaohu said, "Let's go out quickly. I'm sure Xiaohua is waiting anxiously at the entrance." When He Tianshu heard this, he hurriedly followed him out. When they reached the corner, he suddenly stopped and said, "If I go over like this, I'll only see Zhang Xiaohua once. He can't come in. Come on, you might as well come with me to the hall master and ask for a waste token so that Zhang Xiaohua can come in and see our pharmacy hall." When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he hesitated and said, "Won't it take too long? Xiaohua has been waiting outside for a long time." He Tianshu tugged on his sleeve and said, "Let's go. I know this little brother of yours well. He just wanted to take a look at the pharmacy hall and see how we grow herbs. Otherwise, why would he think of coming to see me? Moreover, the martial arts exhibition is only a few days away. Won't he still be able to see me when he returns to Huanxi Manor?" Zhang Xiaohu chuckled and didn't answer. He followed He Tianshu in another direction. After walking for a while, they came to a rather large courtyard. There were also disciples guarding the door. He Tianshu went forward and asked in a low voice, "Is the hall master inside?" The disciple hurriedly saluted and said, "Martial uncle He, the hall master is inside. There are also elders." "That's right," martial uncle Chang also just went in. As he said this, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. He Tianshu slapped him on the head and said, "You little brat, what's so funny? Don't talk about flowers behind us." The disciple touched his head and said, "Martial uncle He, I didn't say anything. Anyway, you had a great time winning this morning. We were all happy for you." He Tianshu said, "You bunch of brats who only want to see the world in chaos." Although his tone was a little angry, there was some happiness on his face. After saying this, he led Zhang Xiaohu into the courtyard. Before He Tianshu and Zhang Xiaohu could enter the hall, they heard Deacon Chang's voice from the hall, "Hall master, am I right? Who is that Zhang Xiaohua? He's just a servant from the Huanxi Manor. How can he sneak into our misty school with the Huanxi Manor's token? He's even strolling around the entrance of our pharmacy hall. What is he doing? Why does he have to come to our pharmacy hall of all places? Does he have any ulterior motives? Our pharmacy hall is an important place in the sect. If he steals something out, we won't be able to explain it to the higher-ups. I saw him sneaking around the entrance and wanted the guards to drive him away, but the guards actually spoke up for him. Don't you think this is a classic example of collusion? Hall master, you have to be careful. Quickly replace that guard." When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, anger rose from his heart. Who is this Chang in the hall? How dare he talk about my brother like this? He couldn't help but quicken his pace. Seeing this, He Tianshu quickly pulled his sleeve and whispered, "Don't worry, listen to me." Zhang Xiaohu looked at He Tianshu, who was also angry, and could only nod his head. He Tianshu led Zhang Xiaohu to the entrance of the hall. He didn't break in, but stood there quietly. Hall Master Bai of the pharmacy hall was sitting on a chair in the hall, slowly sipping tea. Beside him was Elder He, whose hair and beard were all white. Deacon Chang was standing in the middle of the hall, gesticulating as he spoke. Deacon Chang said again, "This Zhang Xiaohua has been with He Tianshu in Huanxi Mountain Villa. I don't know what they are doing, but even the seeds of the herbs won't germinate. He Tianshu seems to be very protective of this manservant. He even wants to let him read the books in the pharmacy hall. Why doesn't he think that a manservant actually wants to enter the pharmacy hall through a side door? Why doesn't he look at his own virtue?" Hall Master Bai looked up and saw He Tianshu. He put down his teacup and said with a smile, "He Tianshu, why are you free to come here? Weren't you surrounded by that group of boys to compare notes?" Deacon Chang heard this and quickly stopped talking. When he looked back, he saw He Tianshu and Zhang Xiaohu staring at him fiercely. He couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable and murmured, "He Tianshu, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the manservant in Huanxi Mountain Villa." He Tianshu ignored him and went forward to greet Hall Master Bai and Elder He. Zhang Xiaohu behind him also hurried forward and said, "Junior Zhang Xiaohu greets Hall Master Bai and Elder He." In fact, Zhang Xiaohu didn't know how to address the two people in the hall, so he could only call them juniors. Hall Master Bai had seen Zhang Xiaohu in the hall when he entered the Misty School and knew that he was Wen Wenhai's disciple. Elder He also saw Zhang Xiaohu at the apprenticeship ceremony later and knew of his identity. Therefore, he didn't dare to slight him. He bowed slightly and let Zhang Xiaohu sit on the chair below. Hearing Zhang Xiaohu's name, Deacon Chang's heart thumped. He thought to himself, does this Zhang Xiaohu have something to do with Zhang Xiaohua? However, he immediately thought, the pharmacy hall can't be entered by non-pharmacy disciples and core disciples. This person isn't from the pharmacy hall, so he's naturally a core disciple. Since he's a core disciple, he won't have anything to do with a manservant in Huanxi Mountain Villa. He immediately relaxed. He Tianshu stood next to Chang Biao and ignored him. He only said to Hall Master Bai, Hall Master, a friend of mine wants to visit the pharmacy hall. You've seen this person before. It's Zhang Xiaohua from Huanxi Mountain Villa. Can you give him a waste token and let him in? Chang Biao heard this and immediately objected, Junior brother this Zhang Xiaohua is just a manservant in Huanxi Mountain Villa. Although he's very close to you in the villa, our pharmacy hall is an important place in the sect. How can we just let him in? If something happens, can you bear the responsibility? He Tianshu looked at him with a smile and said, Senior brother Chang, let's not talk about Zhang Xiaohua's identity first. Regardless of whether he's a manservant in Huanxi Mountain Villa or not, I just want to ask, on what basis do you think he has ulterior motives and wants to come to the pharmacy hall to steal chickens and dogs for a living? Chapter 177. Zhang Xiaohu also narrowed his eyes and stared at him coldly. Chang Biao looked a little embarrassed and said, Since junior brother he heard it, I don't want to hide it anymore. When I came back, I saw Zhang Xiaohua loitering outside the door. Who knew that he was looking for you? Moreover, this is the time of the martial arts exhibition. There are people coming and going. It's inevitable that some rascals will sneak in. Our pharmacy is an important place in the sect. Of course, I have to be careful. I told the guard to be careful, but he said that I was meddling. How can I not be angry? I came back to remind you for the sake of our pharmacy. If anything happens, it's hard to say in front of the grand gang leader. He Tianshu was so angry that he laughed and said, Don't you know Zhang Xiaohua? If he's lacking in morals, how can the Huanxi manor keep him? Moreover, he's always with me. Anyone who has a brain and isn't a mess should know that he's looking for me when they see him at the entrance of the pharmacy. Chang Biao sneered and said, Junior brother you're bringing trouble to yourself. Who can say that someone you know at the entrance is looking for you? So, you should be held responsible for what anyone you know does in the pharmacy. He Tianshu was about to refute when Hall Master Bai said, You two don't have to quarrel. Tianshu, take this token and bring Zhang Xiaohua in. Except for the forbidden area in the pharmacy, he can visit the other places. After that, Hall Master Bai took out a token and was about to hand it to He Tianshu. Chang Biao heard this and immediately became anxious. Nonsense, he had complained for a long time. If the token was given, he would have wasted his efforts. Chang Biao said, Hall Master, please don't do this. Our pharmacy is the most important. How can we let an irrelevant person visit? If anything happens, we can't take responsibility. Hall Master Bai was furious. He thought to himself, You lost to He Tianshu in the morning, so you're angry and came to me to complain. I'll just treat it as a psychological adjustment and give you a free consultation. I'll accept it. But you can't stop me from making a decision. Moreover, he couldn't directly tell Chang Biao about Boss O's impression of Zhang Xiaohua. Hall Chief Bai had clearly seen Boss O's attitude towards Zhang Xiaohua in the meeting hall. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Zhang Xiaohua was O Yan's savior. O Yan's position in O Peng's heart was well known by the entire Misty School. O Peng only had one younger sister, and he was afraid that she would fall and melt in his mouth. Although O Peng had already stated in the meeting hall that he had repaid Zhang Xiaohua for saving his life, after all, Zhang Xiaohua had saved his life. This matter had already happened and would never be erased. Zhang Xiaohua's position had already been set. It was impossible to change it. If Zhang Xiaohua had any evil intentions towards the pharmacy, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Just as Hall Master Bai was about to reprimand Chang Biao, Zhang Xiaohu next to him stood up and said, I'm here to vouch for Zhang Xiaohua. I'll take full responsibility for his actions in the pharmacy. Chang Biao's heart skipped a beat. This person was really related to Zhang Xiaohua. After Zhang Xiaohu finished speaking, he cupped his hands towards Chang Biao and said, I'm Zhang Xiaohu. I'm a disciple of Master O's disciple, Wen Hai. This Zhang Xiaohua is my younger brother. When Chang Biao heard this, it was as if he was struck by lightning. His face turned pale and he secretly complained, how did this Zhang Xiaohua suddenly turn over a new leaf? An ugly chicken leaped onto a branch. He actually has the older brother of a master's direct disciple. What should I do? How did I offend a direct disciple for no reason? Sigh, Chang Biao's thoughts turned and he immediately put on a smiling face and said, Io, martial nephew Zhang, this is the first time we've met. Nice to meet you. I really didn't know that Zhang Xiaohua was your younger brother. It's a misunderstanding. Just now I was a bit presumptuous. If I knew earlier that Zhang Xiaohua had this kind of relationship with our Misty School, I would have personally come to ask Hall Master for this token. Hee. This guy's face changed really quickly. Everyone in the hall had the same thought at this time. Since Chang Biao didn't stop him, Tianshu took the token and quickly went to pick up Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohu had been looking for him for quite some time, and he wasted a lot of time at Hall Master Bai's place. Presumably, Zhang Xiaohua was already annoyed waiting outside. When Tianshu and Zhang Xiaohu took the token and rushed out, Chang Biao finally calmed down. He opened his mouth to say something, but he couldn't say anything. He could only cup his hands towards Hall Master Bai and Elder He and leave alone. After Chang Biao left, Elder He, who hadn't said anything all this time, asked in confusion, Old Bai, this Chang Biao has been narrow-minded for a long time. His martial arts have always been superior to He Tianshu's. This time, he was suddenly defeated, so he must be feeling terrible. Hall Master Bai frowned and said, I know. That's why I didn't interrupt him even after he talked for so long. I wanted him to say it to his heart's content. Elder He continued, He Tianshu's popularity in our pharmacy hall isn't that good, so Chang Biao wouldn't have come to cause trouble. Chang Biao was caught bad-mouthing He Tianshu's friend, so this is Chang Biao's fault. In order to comfort He Tianshu, I can understand why you gave that Zhang Xiaohua a token. However, although that Zhang Xiaohu is the direct disciple of the Grand Faction Master, he has just entered the sect. You don't have to give his disciple so much face. Other than a few forbidden areas, you can visit all the pharmacy hall's territories as you wish. Hall Master Bai smiled bitterly. This elder he wasn't an outsider. He had built this pharmacy hall together with him for many years. He was truly trustworthy, but there were many things inside that a person like him shouldn't know. Thus, Hall Master Bai lowered his voice and said, Do you know why He Tianshu was able to defeat Chang Biao? Elder He frowned and said, Isn't it just learning the ethereal steps? It's not like I don't recognize it. Hall Master Bai continued to ask, Then do you know why he was able to learn the ethereal steps? Elder He said, Isn't it because of the reward for He Tianshu's trip to the south? Hall Master Bai smiled mysteriously and asked again, Then shouldn't that stone cow, Aunt Chin, and that Lan Dong be rewarded? Why didn't they learn the ethereal steps? Elder He was stunned and said, This. When you put it that way, it's true. Hall Master Bai smiled and said even more carefully, It's because of that Zhang Xiaohua that He Tianshu was so lucky to learn our sect's ethereal steps. Elder He was even more astonished and asked, Did He Tianshu tell you this? Hall Master Bai drank a mouthful of tea and said leisurely, I saw him execute it earlier and interrogated him in detail. He stammered and refused to speak the truth. He only said that it was Grand Gang Leader O's grace. His words vaguely pointed out that it was related to Zhang Xiaohua. Oh, only then did Elder He understand. Then, Hall Master Bai said another sentence which was like 1,000-pound stone thrown into Elder He's heart lake. Furthermore, Zhang Xiaohu was able to enter Wen Wenhai's tutelage because of Zhang Xiaohua. When Elder He heard that, he couldn't help but be shocked and said, "This. How is this possible?" Hall Master Bai waved his hand and looked as though he knew what was going on and wasn't alarmed at all. Elder He was convinced. As expected of a Hall Master, he was really strong. He Tianshu led Zhang Xiaohu all the way to the entrance of the medicine hall and saw a small figure sitting obediently on the steps in front of the door. She didn't move at all and no one knew what she was thinking about. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's back, Zhang Xiaohu shouted in a low voice, "Xiaohua." When Zhang Xiaohua heard her second brother shout, she immediately jumped up from the steps. Her originally gloomy face instantly revealed a smile and she shouted cheerfully, "Second brother, you're finally back." Then, she also saw He Tianshu and shouted, "Captain He, you're finally out. Your medicine hall is really hard to enter." He Tianshu smiled and said, "It's your fault for not coming earlier. Moreover, I didn't know you would come. You fought in the arena for an entire day. Aren't you tired? Why didn't you go to your second brother's place to rest and prepare for tomorrow's competition? Why did you come here?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "I haven't seen Captain He for a few days. I missed you, so I came to take a look." He Tianshu patted her little head and said, "You have a sweet mouth. Let's go in and take a look. This is the place where I grew up." Zhang Xiaohua looked at the guard at the door and said, "Forget it. It's too difficult to enter your medicine hall. Just now, someone wanted to drive me away." "Drive you away?" He Tianshu was stunned and then asked, "Is it the one surnamed Chang you met in Huanxi Mountain Villa? Tell me about him." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and told him what had happened just now. He Tianshu was angry. He had heard Chang Biao's words from Hall Master Bai just now. He thought that Chang Biao was just making things up in front of Hall Master Bai. He didn't expect that Chang Biao would really scold Zhang Xiaohua in front of him. At this time, He Tianshu's chest was about to explode. "You're an adult. Even if you're angry, you can't treat a child like this." Zhang Xiaohua saw that He Tianshu was unhappy and quickly said, "Captain He, it's okay. This martial Uncle Chang hasn't seen me for a long time and probably forgot about me." He Tianshu gritted his teeth and said, "Don't call him martial uncle. You're not a disciple of the Misty School. If you're happy, just call him Chang Biao. If you're unhappy, just ignore him." Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand and looked at her second brother. Zhang Xiaohu also looked unhappy and didn't say anything. He Tianshu pulled her hand and said, "Let's go. Since he won't let you in, we'll go in." Zhang Xiaohua quickly pulled her hand back and said, "Don't, Captain He. The guard said that no one is allowed to enter without the Hall Master's token. Let's not cause trouble." He Tianshu took out the token from his chest and said with a smile, "Let's go, Zhang Xiaohua. I've already brought this token for you. Today, you can openly enter this door and look around the medicine hall." "Look around?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand and said, "It's already so late and I still have to look around." "Ah." Hearing this, He Tianshu and Zhang Xiaohu were both stunned. They looked at each other and laughed out loud. That's right, the sky was almost completely dark. Even if there were lanterns and torches in the medicine hall, how could they see clearly? The two of them were angry with Chang Biao and forgot about this. He Tianshu held the token and thought for a moment before saying, "How about this, Zhang Xiaohua? Since we've already brought this token, you can go in and take a look. Also, our medicine hall is quite far from where your second brother lives. It's already late, so why don't you go in and take a look? You can stay in the medicine hall tonight." Zhang Xiaohua didn't care. Didn't it matter where she stayed? He glanced at Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and said, "That's fine too. Xiaohua, since we're here, let's go in and take a look. We can't let people say that we can't enter the medicine hall, right?" "We'll stay here tonight and let people know that not only did we enter the medicine hall, but we'll also stay for the night. Let's see if anything happens to the medicine hall." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was very happy and said loudly, "Let's go, let's go." After saying that, He Tianshu took the token and handed it to the guard to check. Then, he led the two of them into the medicine hall with their heads held high. The layout of the medicine hall was actually similar to that of Huanxi Mountain Villa. There were different small courtyards. However, there were many disciples in the medicine hall. The different courtyards were many times bigger than that of Huanxi Mountain Villa. Zhang Xiaohua listened to He Tianshu's introduction of the library, medicine hall, medicine refining room, practice room, and other places. Then, she looked at the splendid courtyard walls and the brightly lit buildings. Countless little stars twinkled in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. It was really very imposing. She really wanted to read books and practice martial arts inside. Zhang Xiaohua had been to the Misty Mountain Villa twice. Once, she went directly to the conference hall and the library. The other time, she went to Zhang Xiaohu's residence, the real place where the disciples of the Misty School lived. Today was the first time she came here. Naturally, she was very curious and envious. She kept saying in her heart that this trip was not in vain. In addition to the tall buildings used by the disciples, the medicine hall also had many fields planted with medicinal herbs. However, there were not many fields planted with medicinal herbs. It was hard to see clearly in the dark. Zhang Xiaohua felt a little strange and asked, "Captain He, are there only so many medicinal herbs in the medicine hall? Although I can't see clearly, why do I feel that it is not much more than that of Huanxi Mountain Villa?" He Tianshu listened and said with a smile, "The medicinal fields we are looking at now are only used by the disciples of the medicine hall for experiments. The real medicinal fields are not here." "Then where is it?" Zhang Xiaohua felt a little strange. He Tianshu did not answer, but asked, "Guess." Zhang Xiaohua tilted her head and thought for a moment. Then, she pointed to the dark mountain next to them and asked tentatively, "Is it on the mountain next to us?" He Tianshu clapped and praised, "Yes, Zhang Xiaohua, you are really smart." Zhang Xiaohua was embarrassed and said, "It's nothing. When I was at the Guizhuang house, I farmed on the hillside. Naturally, I know a little." He Tianshu suddenly said, "There is such a thing. No wonder you know." Zhang Xiaohua said regretfully, "Alas, it is a pity that it is at night. Otherwise, I really want to see that vast medicinal field." He Tianshu said mysteriously, "If it is not at night, can you see it during the day?" "During the day?" Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu were a little puzzled. He Tianshu whispered, "I don't have any competition tomorrow. If I have time, I will go and watch your competition. When you are done, you can come and watch." Zhang Xiaohua said, "Don't you need to return that token tomorrow? Besides, it'll be dark by the time I'm done with the competition." He Tianshu said, "It is fine. If it is not tomorrow, there is still the day after. In any case, this token will not be returned to the hall master." Zhang Xiaohua almost jumped up and said, "Really? Then let me use it in the future." "Don't return it." He Tianshu said, "Forget it. It is fine if you use it for a few days, but it is not suitable for a long time." Zhang Xiaohu chuckled and said, "Xiaohua is probably just joking. Why does he come to the pharmacy every day?" Zhang Xiaohua chuckled and did not answer. Thus, the three of them chatted and laughed as they walked along the small path. When they reached a fork in the road, Zhang Xiaohua walked along the path that went up the mountain and went inside. When He Tianshu saw this, he hurriedly pulled him and said, "You can't go down this path." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He looked into the darkness and asked, "Why?" Because along the way, Zhang Xiaohua had been walking blindly in front. He Tianshu did not stop him. After all, he had grown up here. It did not matter where he went. He could always come back in the end. He Tianshu also looked at the dark end of the small path and said, "That path goes up the mountain. We can't see anything at night. Why go there?" Zhang Xiaohua heard the difference and said softly, "Captain He, wasn't there a path up the mountain just now? Didn't you not stop me? Why did you stop me on this path? What is the difference between this mountain path and that one?" He Tianshu coughed twice and said, "Well, there is indeed a difference. But..." He Tianshu looked like he was in a difficult position. Although Zhang Xiaohu could not see He Tianshu's face clearly, he heard his tone and hurriedly said, "Captain He, it's okay. If there is a problem, we won't go over. Anyway, it's already dark. Let's quickly find a place to stay." He Tianshu thought for a moment and explained, "It's like this. This small path leads to a forbidden area in the mountains behind our misty school. Not only can the two of you not go near it, but even I have never been there before." Forbidden area. Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu could not help but cry out, "What is a forbidden area?" He Tianshu hurriedly stopped them and said, "Can the two of you be quieter? I can't stand being scared. If Hall Master Bai finds out that I brought the two of you to a forbidden area, he will definitely scold me." Zhang Xiaohua and He Tianshu hurriedly said softly, "We understand. Be quiet." He Tianshu also said softly, "This forbidden area is a place where no one is allowed to go near. In other words, the disciples of our misty school are forbidden to go to this place. Whoever goes there will be violating the rules and will be punished by the rules." Zhang Xiaohua's curiosity was piqued and she asked softly, "Then do you know what is in this forbidden area?" He Tianshu glared at him and said, "Since people are forbidden to go in, naturally they don't want people to know what is inside." "How would I know?" Zhang Xiaohua's gossipy nature was suddenly awakened and she asked, "Then, there must be some gossip about this forbidden area." Chapter 178. He Tianshu was surprised and asked, "How do you know that there are rumors in this forbidden area?" Zhang Xiaohua said mysteriously, "It's all written in the book. Anything that prevents people from exploring will always arouse people's curiosity. The more you obstruct and cover it up, the more information there will be about it." He Tianshu smiled and said, "The book is really vivid. However, it seems that no one dares to explore this forbidden area. Of course, there are indeed a lot of rumors." Zhang Xiaohua quickly pricked up her ears, wanting to satisfy her curiosity. Unfortunately, He Tianshu sighed and said, "But you're not a disciple of the Misty School. I can't tell you these things. Just give up on this idea." Zhang Xiaohua complained, "Captain He, if you don't want to say it, just say that there isn't. Now that you mention it, I'm always thinking about it. Can I still sleep at night?" He Tianshu shook his head and said, "No matter if there is or not, I can't tell you. Besides, if you can't sleep, even ghosts won't believe it." Zhang Xiaohua saw that He Tianshu refused to say anything. Naturally, she knew the severity of the matter. She scolded Zhang Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, don't be naughty. Since Captain He said so, there must be some difficulties. Why do you have to make it difficult for him?" Zhang Xiaohua said resentfully, "I was just joking. I wanted to test Captain He's principles and see if he can withstand the test. He's a disciple that Boss O can trust." Thus, the three of them left the fork in the road while talking. Zhang Xiaohua still didn't give up and looked back at the end of the mysterious path in the distance. The three of them walked along the path and casually looked around for a while before He Tianshu led them to an exquisite small courtyard. He said, "This is the guest room of the pharmacy hall. Let me take you in. There seems to be no one in the courtyard right now. Just find a place to stay. I might as well stay here and accompany you." Zhang Xiaohu felt bad and said, "Captain He, you should go back to your place. We can take care of ourselves." He Tianshu shook his head and said, "It's better if I don't go back. Didn't you see it just now? When these people saw that I won today, they were all unconvinced and wanted to challenge me. I defeated a bunch of them in the training room, so I'm sure there are many people waiting for me there. I can't afford to offend them, but can't I just hide? I'm definitely staying here tonight." Zhang Xiaohu had seen the scene in the training room and knew that what He Tianshu said was true. He smiled and nodded. Zhang Xiaohua was naturally happy as well. There were many rooms in the small courtyard. He Tianshu asked, "Do you two brothers live together or separately?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "First, of course we live together. I haven't lived with my second brother for a long time. I slept very soundly last night." Zhang Xiaohu thought of Zhang Xiaohua's question this morning. He was really afraid that he would say something in his sleep again, so he said, "Forget it, Xiaohua. You've grown up now. You can live by yourself in the future. Don't you live alone in Huanxi Villa?" Zhang Xiaohua was not willing to do that. She just said no, and Zhang Xiaohu insisted. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to think of something and said quickly, "Second brother, I lied to you this morning when I said that you called Chang'e. You didn't say anything at all. Besides, I slept so soundly at night. How could I hear you?" But how could Zhang Xiaohu believe her words now? He Tianshu also felt strange when he heard them mention Chang'e. So, at Zhang Xiaohu's insistence, the three of them each found a guest room and rested. It was getting late. Outside the small courtyard, the sound of insects kept rising and falling. In the empty guest room in the small courtyard, only the three of them were doing different things. Zhang Xiaohu was lying on the Kong with his hands behind his head. The expression on his face was either happy or sad. His eyes were fixed on the roof. The shadow of the roof flickered with the flickering light. No one knew what he was thinking. He Tianshu was sitting cross-legged on the Kong with his hands and palms facing the sky. He was practicing and regulating his qi circulation. Although he wanted to calm down, the victory during the day always disturbed his practice. After several failed attempts, he completely gave up. He lay on the Kong with his clothes on and a smile on his face. He must be recalling his previous victory. Zhang Xiaohua also walked back and forth in the room a few times. Then she got on the Kong, sat cross-legged, and practiced the Worry-Free Heart Sutra. In the beginning, Zhang Xiaohua did not draw qi into her body. She just refined the genuine qi in her meridians. Because it seemed that she had not found the qi of heaven and earth in other places except for the medicine field in Huanxi Mountain Villa, Zhang Xiaohua naturally did not have any expectations here. However, after the genuine qi ran for several cycles, Zhang Xiaohua still habitually drew qi into her body. When she used her perception to explore the outside world, she was pleasantly surprised to find that the qi of heaven and earth here was frightening. It was several times more than the medicine field in Huanxi Mountain Villa. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua opened all the pores on her body without hesitation and tried her best to draw the rare qi of heaven and earth into her body. Soon, the qi of heaven and earth around her was completely absorbed by her black hole-like body. Then she felt that there was a lot of qi of heaven and earth coming to her from all directions. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. She calmed down and her state of mind was as calm as an ancient well. She steadily drew qi into her body and refined it in her meridians. Midnight came as promised. Zhang Xiaohua fell asleep in an instant. That breath-like flickering still matched the strange frequency and resonated with the stars in the night sky. Immediately, endless starlight surrounded Zhang Xiaohua and was drawn into her body in an orderly manner and gradually refined. For a long time, Zhang Xiaohua had encountered many problems when practicing Carefree Heart Sutra. Even the simplest method of drawing qi into her body was difficult for her. At first, she thought that it was because of her aptitude that she could not feel the qi. But later, when she practiced in the medicine field and in the woods, which were completely different, a trace of doubt arose in her heart. Perhaps the qi of heaven and earth was also different from the place. Although this was what he thought, and he had also encountered a dense yuan qi of heaven and earth on that rainy night, the Carefree Heart Sutra did not have any explanation for this. This made him even more puzzled. What was this Heart Sutra? It was the crystallization of the predecessor's experience. If such a simple thing was not recorded, how could others practice according to it? At least, there should be a note at the side. Now, in the guest room of the pharmacy hall, Zhang Xiaohua faced this problem again. Once again, she was sure that one sentence of Carefree Heart Sutra was not equivalent to 10,000 sentences. The qi of heaven and earth was indeed related to the place of practice. It was not described in the Heart Sutra that the qi of heaven and earth was endlessly scattered between heaven and earth. Because, although the qi of heaven and earth in the guest room of the pharmacy hall was many times more than that in the medicine field of Huanxi Villa, the qi of heaven and earth in the medicine field was, after all, too little. The qi of heaven and earth in the pharmacy hall was also calculated according to the qi of heaven and earth. Compared to the theoretical description, it was far, far away. Since she had come to this conclusion, Zhang Xiaohua's first thought when she woke up in the morning was to think of the token in He Tianxu's hand. If she had this token, wouldn't her daily practice be much stronger than in Huanxi Villa? Today was already the third day of the martial arts exhibition. Besides the fact that there were too many children in fledgling Eagle Hall, the other competitions in other places had also ended. Naturally, He Tianxu had no other choice. Although Zhang Xiaohua did not acknowledge him as her master, she was still very close to becoming his disciple. If she wanted to compete, as her cheap master, he still had to watch. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua yesterday, He Tianxu did not ask about the results of the competition. This was because he had the same mentality as Zhang Xiaohu. After all, he was from fledgling Eagle Hall and understood the strength of those children better than Zhang Xiaohua. He knew that Zhang Xiaohua was far from being their opponent. He had only come to participate in the martial arts exhibition for fun. Even though Zhang Xiaohua had already learned a little of the ethereal steps Qigong technique and a little of the ethereal steps movement technique, in He Tianxu's mind, Zhang Xiaohua had only learned a little of the concept of the ethereal steps. Naturally, he did not have any extravagant hopes for her. Therefore, he did not think that Zhang Xiaohua would have any good results in the competition. Of course, a result of 6 draws was definitely not a good result. Zhang Xiaohua would not show it off in front of He Tianxu. In fact, when He Tianxu came over in the morning and told Zhang Xiaohua that he wanted to go with Zhang Xiaohu to watch Zhang Xiaohua's competition, Zhang Xiaohua said embarrassedly, "Team leader you have a lot of things to do in the pharmacy hall. You should be busy with the pharmacy hall's matters. My competition is really nothing to see. You shouldn't go." Hearing this, He Tianxu was even more certain of his thoughts. He thought to himself, I've seen this kid get beaten up a lot by others. If he had a 30% chance of winning, he wouldn't be so noisy and pull me over. Thinking of this, He Tianxu said seriously, that won't do. Zhang Xiaohua, no matter what, I can still be considered your first teacher. How can I not watch you compete? Even if it's just a glance at your improvement, I'll be gratified. My efforts were not in vain. If there are any shortcomings, I can teach you properly later. Don't you think so? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, where did your efforts come from? Don't talk about the fist technique. You haven't even finished teaching the footwork of the Misty School, let alone the fist technique. However, seeing He Tianshu's insistence, she could only say, all right. But He Tianshu still wouldn't let her go. He Tianshu turned around and raised his eyebrows. Oh right, I forgot. Nia Xiao'er and the others don't seem to have anything going on today. Why don't I pull them over to cheer you on? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly said, there's no need, Captain He. It's not good to trouble them. Just as she was about to pull He Tianshu's sleeve, who knew that He Tianshu was already prepared. With a tap of his foot, he used the ethereal steps Qinggong and slipped away, leaving only a sentence in the air. No trouble. They're happy. As a result, when they came out of the medicine hall, other than Zhang Xiaohua, there were also 4 other people, including Zhang Xiaohu, He Tianshu, and Nia Xiao'er. The group of 7 people majestically charged towards the Young Eagle Hall. The disciples of the Misty School who saw them along the way were very surprised. The competition was already over. Who were they looking for trouble with? The disciples of the Misty School all came from the Young Eagle Hall and naturally knew that there was still one last day for the competition of the Young Eagle Hall. However, every disciple of the Misty School had participated in the competition of the Young Eagle Hall. Of course, no one was interested. For decades, there had never been an older disciple who came to watch the competition of the Young Eagle Hall. Yesterday, Zhang Xiaohua's competition was watched by Zhang Xiaohu, Chang'e, and Chen Chen. Not only were the 2 team leaders of Zhang Xiaohua surprised, but the team leaders and disciples in the nearby arenas were also surprised. Today's competition had not officially started yet when they saw Zhang Xiaohua leading 6 adult disciples behind her over. The disciples of the Young Eagle Hall who did not know the truth began whispering. Zhang Xiaohua's ears and eyes were sharp and she had already understood. It was nothing more than, see, I've said it before. Where it's possible to make mistakes, one should be lenient. Don't always kick people around like a ball. Look at this, someone must have lost yesterday and is borrowing people today to get back at them. I know what you mean. If you want to kick them, then so be it. But before you kick them, you have to inquire about the opponent's background. You see, they have someone backing them up in the sect. Isn't this bad? Look, it's probably this kid in front. He must have lost miserably yesterday and is looking for someone to back him up today. He's afraid of being beaten up again. Quickly go find Steward Su and say that someone is coming to make trouble. Xiao'er, yesterday you secretly ate a drumstick in the kitchen. Look, they're here to catch you. What the hell? Zhang Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry. Team leader Chang was also dumbfounded. You can't play like this. Yesterday, 3 people came to watch the competition. Today, there are only 6 people. That's almost more than our contestants. What are you doing? Haven't you seen enough of the Young Eagle Hall's competition? Alas, how could he know that this group of people did not have any good intentions? They were all here to see how Zhang Xiaohua would be kicked out of the arena. Otherwise, how could the 5 people's wretched smiling faces cause team leader Chang to misunderstand? Fortunately, He Tianshu was still somewhat experienced and knowledgeable. Seeing that team leader Chang's expression was not good, he quickly explained that he was from the pharmacy hall and had taught Zhang Xiaohua martial arts. Today, he came to take a look. The other few also practiced fist techniques with Zhang Xiaohua. But how could team leader Chang believe him? He secretly said in his heart, who are you trying to fool? How could I not know Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts footwork? You're from the pharmacy hall, how could you teach it? However, the martial arts competition was not restricted to onlookers. Team leader Chang could not say anything and only nodded. Not long after, the time arrived. The competition on the last day of the Young Eagle Hall's martial arts competition officially began. On the arena, the 2 youths' fists and feet danced, attacking and defending well. Everyone below the arena watched with rapt attention. Only Zhang Xiaohu was somewhat absent-minded. From time to time, he would look at the door and secretly say in his heart, why hasn't she come yet? Yesterday, I didn't hear that she wasn't coming today. Could it be that after seeing my embarrassing state yesterday, she didn't want to come today? Did I say something yesterday that made her angry? Or was it presumptuous of me to invite her to dinner yesterday? Did she think that because I don't know internal strength and my martial arts are not good enough, she didn't want to come today? Alas, in short, strange thoughts emerged in his mind from time to time. There was only one purpose, which was to explain why Changgu did not come to the Young Eagle Hall today. Just as Zhang Xiaohu's imagination was running wild, several matches had already been fought on the arena. As for how many matches, Zhang Xiaohu naturally could not tell us. At the end of a match, a child was kicked off the arena by his opponent. Leader Chang announced the result. The other two contestants each used their qinggong and floated onto the arena. Everyone praised them. Just as Zhang Xiaohu's attention was slightly shifted to the match on the arena, he heard a beautiful female voice in the distance say, "Hall Master, it's over there. Look, it's the arena with the most people. And, yes, it's the one with a lot of tall disciples over there. There's also a disciple who is stupidly watching the match, who is close to the arena." Zhang Xiaohu immediately felt that the sky had just brightened and his mood had just woken up. He cheerfully wanted to turn his head and walk away, but his face was flushed purple. With great difficulty, he restrained himself. After waiting for a few moments, which felt like several eras, he pretended to inadvertently turn his eyes and, just happened, to see Changgu and a middle-aged woman who was accompanied by Changgu walking over not far away. And, oh, there was no, and. Even if there was, Zhang Xiaohu would not be able to see it. He immediately put on a happy expression and took a few steps forward. He stepped forward and saluted, "This humble one is Zhang Xiaohu. Greetings, Hall Master Qin." Wasn't the middle-aged woman accompanying Changgu the bright green Hall's Aunt Qin? Aunt Qin returned the salute slightly and said with a smile, "Zhang Xiaohu, how are you? We've met before, in the conference hall and at your apprenticeship ceremony. There's no need to be polite. I just came to watch Zhang Xiaohua's competition. Yesterday, Changgu told me about Zhang Xiaohua's competition. I was very curious, so I came to watch." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and made a gesture of invitation. He said, "Xiaohua came to compete for fun. Sorry for disturbing Hall Master Qin's time." Aunt Qin waved her hand and said, "It's okay." The initial competition of the martial arts exhibition is over. There's nothing to do in the hall for the time being, so I came to watch. I also think highly of Zhang Xiaohua, so I came to cheer him on. After she finished speaking, she walked to the arena first. However, when she passed by Zhang Xiaohu, she said with a smile, "Oh right, I also liked the story you told yesterday about the bird egg." Zhang Xiaohu was prepared to salute Changgu in a serious manner, but when he heard this, his face turned a little red, and his saluting posture was a little awkward. Changgu was generous. He saluted with a smile and said, "Zhang Xiaohu, the story you told was very good. How about you tell me more when you have time in the future?" There was no reason for Zhang Xiaohu not to be happy. Naturally, he was overjoyed. Even his mouth was crooked from smiling. He said repeatedly, "Of course, if Changgu is willing to listen, I'll be happy to tell you." Changgu felt strange and asked, "Zhang Xiaohu, you were fine just now. Why is your mouth crooked now? Could it be that you're smiling crookedly? Please collect it, thank you." You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.